Part 2. Dianora. Chapter 7. Dianora could remember the day she came to the island. The air that autumn morning had been much like it was today at the beginning of spring, white clouds scudding in a high blue sky as the wind had swept the tribute ship through the whitecaps into the harbor of Chiara. Beyond harbor and town, the slopes mounting to the hills had been wild with fall colors. The leaves were turning, red and gold, and some that clung yet to green, she remembered. The sails of the tribute ship so long ago had been red and gold as well, colors of celebration in Ygrath. She knew that now. She hadn't known it then. She had stood on the forward deck of the ship to gaze for the first time at the splendor of Chiara's harbor, at the long pier where the Grand Dukes used to stand to throw a ring into the sea, and from where Letizia had leaped in the first of the ring dives to reclaim the ring from the waters and marry her duke, turning the dives into the luck and symbol of Chiara's pride, until beautiful Onestra had changed the ending of the story hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and the ring dives had ceased. Even so, every child in the palm knew that legend of the island. Young girls in each province would play at diving into water for a ring and rising in triumph, with their hair shining wet, to wed a duke of power and glory. From near the prow of the tribute ship, Dianora had looked up beyond the harbor and palace to gaze at the majesty of snow-crowned Sangarios rising behind them. The Ygrathan sailors had not disturbed her silence. They had allowed her to come forward to watch the island approach. Once she'd been safely aboard ship, and the ship away to sea, they'd been kind to her. Women thought to have a real chance at being chosen for the Saishan were always treated well on the tribute ships. It could make a captain's fortune in Brandon's court, if he brought home a hostage who became a favorite of the tyrant. Sitting now on the southern balcony of the Saishan wing, looking out from behind the ornately crafted screen that hid the women from gawkers in the square below, Dianora watched the banners of Chiara and Ygrath flap in the freshening spring breeze, and she remembered how the wind had blown her hair about her face more than 12 years ago. She remembered looking from the bright sails to the slopes of the tree-clad hills running up to Sangarios, from the blue and white of the sea to the clouds in the blue sky, from the tumult and chaos of life in the harbor to the serene grandeur of the palace just beyond. Birds had been wheeling, crying loudly about the 3 high masts of the tribute ship. The rising sun had been a dazzle of light striking along the sea from the east. So much vibrancy in the world, so rich and fair and shining a morning to be alive. 12 years ago, and more. She had been 21 years old, and nursing her hatred and her secret like 2 of Morian's 3 snakes twining about her heart. She had been chosen for the Saishan. The circumstances of her taking had made it very likely, and Brandon's celebrated gray eyes had widened appraisingly when she was led before him 2 days later. She'd been wearing a silken, pale-colored gown, she remembered, chosen to set off her dark hair and the dark brown of her eyes. She had been certain she would be chosen. She'd felt neither triumph nor fear, even though she'd been pointing her life toward that moment for 5 full years, even though, in that instant of Brandon's choosing, walls and screens and corridors closed around her that would define the rest of her days. She'd had her hatred and her secret, and guarding the 2 of them left no room for anything else. Or so she'd thought at 21. For all she'd seen and lived through, even by then, Dianora reflected 12 years later on her balcony, she'd known very little, dangerously little, about a great many things that mattered far too much. Even out of the wind it was cool here on the balcony. The ember days were upon them, but the flowers were just beginning in the valleys inland and on the hill slopes, and the true onset of spring was some time off even this far north. It had been different at home, Dianora remembered. Sometimes there would still be snow in the southern highlands when the springtime ember days had come and passed. Without looking backwards, Dianora raised a hand. In a moment, the castrate had brought her a steaming mug of Tregean cave. Trade restrictions and tariffs, Brandon was fond of saying in private, had to be handled selectively, or life could be too acutely marred. Cave was one of the selected things. Only in the palace, of course. Outside the walls they drank the inferior products of Corte, or neutral Sensio. Once a group of Sensian cave merchants had come as part of a trade embassy to try to persuade him of improvements in the crop they grew and the cup it brewed. Neutral indeed, Brandon had said judiciously, tasting. So neutral it hardly seems to be there. The merchants had withdrawn, consternated and pale, desperately seeking to divine the hidden meaning in the Igrathan tyrant's words. Sensians spent much of their time doing that, Dianora had observed dryly to Brandon afterward. He'd laughed. She'd always been able to amuse him, even in the days when she was too young and inexperienced to do it deliberately. Which thought reminded her of the young castrate attending her this morning. Shelter was in town collecting her gown for the reception that afternoon. Her attendant was one of the newest castrates, sent out from Igrath to serve the growing Saishan in the colony. He was well trained already. Venchel's methods might be harsh, but there was no denying that they worked. She decided not to tell the boy that the cave wasn't strong enough. He would very probably fall to pieces, which would be inconvenient. She'd mention it to Shelto and let him handle the matter. There was no need for Venchel to know. It was useful to have some of the castrates grateful to her as well as afraid. The fear came automatically, a function of who she was here in the Saishan. Gratitude or affection she had to work at. 12 years and more this spring, she thought again, leaning forward to look down through the screen at the bustling preparations in the square for the arrival of Isola of Igrath later that day. At 21 she'd been at the peak, she supposed, of whatever beauty she'd been granted. She'd had nothing of such grace at 15 and 16, she remembered. They hadn't even bothered to hide her from the Igrathan soldiers at home. At 19 she'd begun to be something else entirely, though by then she wasn't at home, and Igrath was no danger to the residents of Barbadian-ruled Chertando. Or not normally, she amended, reminding herself, though this was not by any means a thing that really needed a reminder, that she was Dianora di Chertando here in the Saishan, and across in the West Wing as well, in Brandon's bed. She was 33 years old, and somehow, with the years that had slipped away so absurdly fast, she was one of the powers of this palace, which of course meant of the palm. In the Saishan, only Solores di Corte could be said to vie with her for access to Brandon, and Solores was 6 years older than she was, one of the first year's harvest of the tribute ships. Sometimes, even now, it was all a little too much, a little hard to believe. The younger castrates trembled if she even glanced slantwise at them. Courtiers, whether from overseas in Igrath or here in the 4 western provinces of the Palm, sought her counsel and support in their petitions to Brandon. Musicians wrote songs for her. Poets declaimed and dedicated verses that spun into hyperbolic raptures about her beauty and her wisdom. The Igrathans would liken her to the sisters of their god, the Chiarans to the fabled beauty of Onestra, before she did the last ring dive for Grand Duke Khazal, though the poets always stopped that analogy well before the dive itself and the tragedies that followed. After one such adjective-bestrewn effort of Duarde's, she'd suggested to Brandon over a late private supper that one of the measures of difference between men and women was that power made men attractive, but when a woman had power, that merely made it attractive to praise her beauty. He'd thought about it, leaning back and stroking his neat beard. She'd been aware of having taken a certain risk, but she'd also known him very well by then. 2 questions, Brandon, tyrant of the Western Palm, had asked, reaching for the hand she'd left on the table. Do you think you have power, my Dianora? She'd expected that. Only through you, and for the little time remaining before I grow old and you cease to grant me access to you. A small slash at Soloris there, but discreet enough, she judged. But so long as you command me to come to you, I will be seen to have power in your court, and poets will say I am more lovely now than I ever was, more lovely than the diadem of stars that crowns the crescent of the girdled world, or whatever the line was. The curving diadem, I think he wrote. He smiled. She'd expected a compliment then, for he was generous with those. His gray eyes had remained sober, though, and direct. He said, "My second question. Would I be attractive to you without the power that I wield?" And that, she remembered, had almost caught her out. It was too unexpected a question, and far too near to the place where her twin snakes yet lived, however dormant they might be. She'd lowered her eyelashes to where their hands were twined. Like the snakes, she thought. She backed away quickly from that thought. Looking up, with the sly, sidelong glance she knew he loved, Dianora had said, feigning surprise, "Do you wield power here? I hadn't noticed." A second later, his rich, life-giving laughter had burst forth. The guards outside would hear it, she knew, and they would talk. Everyone in Chiara talked. The island fed itself on gossip and rumor. There would be another tale after tonight. Nothing new, only a reaffirmation in that shouted laughter of how much pleasure Brandon of Ygrath took in his dark Dianora. He'd carried her to the bed then, still amused, making her smile and then laugh herself at his mood. He'd taken his pleasure, slowly and in the myriad of ways he'd taught her through the years, for in Ygrath they were versed in such things, and he was, then and now, the king of Ygrath, over and above everything else he was. And she, on her balcony now in the springtime morning sunlight, Dianora closed her eyes on the memory of how that night, and before that night, for years and years before that night, and after even until now, her own rebel body and heart and mind, traitors together to her soul, had slaked so desperate and deep a need in him. In Brandon of Ygrath, whom she had come here to kill 12 years ago, twin snakes around the wreckage of her heart, for having done what he had done to Tigana, which was her home. Or had been her home, until he had battered and leveled and burned it, and killed a generation, and taken away the very sound of its name, of her own true name. She was Dianora di Tigana, Bren Saevar, and her father had died at Second Deisa, with an awkwardly handled sword, and not a sculptor's chisel in his hand. Her mother's spirit had snapped like a water reed in the brutality of the occupation that followed, and her brother, whose eyes and hair were exactly like her own, whom she had loved more than her life, had been driven into exile in the wideness of the world. He'd been 15 years old. She had no idea where he was all these years after, if he was alive or dead, or far from this peninsula where tyrants ruled over broken provinces that had once been so proud, where the name of the proudest of them all was gone from the memory of men. Because of Brandon, in whose arms she had lain so many nights through the years, with such an ache of need, such an arching of desire, every time he summoned her to him, whose voice was knowledge and wit and grace to her, water in the dryness of her days, whose laughter, when he set it free, when she could draw it forth from him, was like the healing sun slicing out of clouds, whose gray eyes were the troubling, unreadable color of the sea under the first cold slanting light of morning in spring or fall. In the oldest of all the stories told in Tigana, it was from the gray sea at dawn that Edeon the god had risen and come to Michaela, and lain with her on the long, dark, destined curving of the sand. Dianora knew that story as well as she knew her name, her true name. She also knew two other things at least as well. that her brother or her father would kill her with their hands if either were alive to see what she had become, and that she would accept that ending and know it was deserved. Her father was dead. Her heart would scald her at the very thought of her brother, so, even if death might spare him a grief so final as seeing where she had come. But each and every morning she prayed to the Triad, especially to Aedeon of the Waves, that he was overseas and so far away from where tidings might ever reach him of a Dianora with dark eyes like his own in the Saishan of the tyrant. Unless, said the quiet voice of her heart, unless the morning might yet come when she could find a way to do a thing here on the island that would still, despite all that had happened, despite the intertwining of limbs at night, and the sound of her own voice crying aloud in need assuaged, bring back another sound into the world, into the voices of men and women and children all over the Palm, and south over the mountains in Quilea, and north and west and east beyond all the seas, the sound of the name of Tigana, gone. Gone, but not if the goddesses and the god were kind, if there was any love left in them, or pity, not forever forgotten, or forever lost. And perhaps, and this was Dianora's dream on the nights she slept alone, after Shelto had massaged and oiled her skin, and had gone away with his candle to sleep outside her door, perhaps it would come to pass that if she could indeed find a way to do this thing, that her brother, far from home, would miraculously hear the name of Tigana spoken by a stranger in a world of strangers, in some distant royal court or bazaar, and somehow he would know, in a rush of wonder and joy, in the deep core of the heart she knew so well, that it was through her doing that the name was in the world again. She would be dead by then. She had no doubts as to that. Brandon's hate in this one thing, in the matter of his vengeance for Stevan, was fixed and unalterable. It was the one set star in the firmament of all the lands he ruled. She would be dead, but it would be all right, for Tigana's name would be restored, and her brother would be alive and would know it had been she. And Brandon would understand that she had found a way to do this thing, while sparing his life on all the nights, the numberless nights, when she could have slain him while he slept by her side after love. This was Dianora's dream. She used to be driven awake, tears cold on her cheeks, by the intensity of the feelings it engendered. No one ever saw those tears but Shelto, though, and Shelto she trusted more than anyone alive. She heard his quick, light footsteps at the doorway, and then briskly crossing the floor toward her balcony. No one else in the Saishan moved like Shelto. The castrates were notoriously prone to lassitude and to eating too much, the obvious substitutions for pleasure. Not Shelto, though. Slim as he'd been when she met him, he still sought out those errands the other castrates strove to avoid, trips up into the steep streets of the old town, or even farther north into the hills, or partway up Sangarios itself, in search of healing herbs, or leaves, or simply meadow flowers for her room. He seemed ageless, but he hadn't been young when Vencella assigned him to Dianora, and she guessed that he must be 60 now. If Vencella ever died, a hard thing to imagine, in fact, Shelto was certainly next in line to succeed him as head of the Saishan. They had never spoken about it, but Dianora knew, as surely as she knew anything, that he would refuse the position if it were offered to him, in order to remain bound to her. She also knew, and this was the thing that touched her, that this would be true even if Brandon stopped sending for her entirely, and she became merely another aging, ignored item of history in the Saishan wing. And this was the second thing she'd never expected to find when hate had carried her through autumn seas to Chiara on the tribute ship. Kindness and caring, and a friend behind the high walls and ornate screens of the place where women waited among men who had lost their manhood. Shelto's tread, rapid even after the long climb up the great staircase, and then another flight up to the Saishan, clicked across the mosaics of the balcony floor behind her. She heard him murmur kindly to the boy and dismiss him. He took another step forward and coughed once to announce himself. "Is it terribly hideous?" she asked without turning around. "It will do," Shelto said, coming to stand beside her. She looked over, smiling to see his close-cropped gray hair, the thin, precise mouth, and the terribly broken hook of his nose. Ages ago, he'd said when she'd asked, a fight over a woman back in Ygrath. He'd killed the other man, who happened to be a noble, which unfortunate fact had cost Shelto his sex and his liberty, and brought him here. Dianora had been more disturbed by the story than he seemed to be. On the other hand, she remembered thinking, it had been new to her, while for him it was only the familiar coinage of his life from a long time past. He held up the dark red gown they'd had made in the old town. From his smile, which matched her own, Dianora knew it had been worth cajoling Venchel for the funds to have this done. The head of the Saishan would want a favor later. He always did. But through such exchanges was the Saishan run, and Dianora, looking at the gown, had no regrets. "What is Soloris wearing?" she asked. "Hala wouldn't tell me," Shelto murmured regretfully. Dianora laughed aloud at the straight face he managed to maintain. "I'm quite sure he wouldn't," she said. "What is she wearing?" "Green," he said promptly. "High-waisted, high neck. 2 shades in pleats below the waist. Gold sandals. A great deal of gold everywhere else. Her hair will be up, of course. She has new earrings." Dianora laughed again. Shelto allowed himself a tiny smile of satisfaction. "I took the liberty," he added, "of purchasing something else while I was in town." He reached into the fold of his tunic and handed her a small box. She opened it and wordlessly held up the gem inside. In the bright morning light of the balcony, it dazzled and shone like a third red moon to join Vidomni and blue Ilarion. Shelto said, "I thought it would be better with the gown than anything Venchel would offer you from the Saishan jewels." She shook her head wonderingly. "It is beautiful, Shelto. Can we afford this? Will I have to go without chocolate for all the spring and summer?" "Not a bad idea," he said, ignoring her first question. "You ate 2 pieces this morning while I was gone." "Shelto," she exclaimed, "stop that. Go spy on Soloris and see what she's spending her chiaros on. I have my habits and my pleasures, and none of them, so far as I can see, are particularly evil. Do I look fat to you?" Almost reluctantly he shook his head. "I have no idea why not," he murmured ruefully. "Well, you keep thinking about it till you figure it out," she said with a toss of her head. "In the meantime, that reminds me. The boy this morning was fine, except that the calf was very weak. Will you speak to him about how I like it?" "I did. I told him to make it a little weak." "You what?" "Shelto, I absolutely—" "You always begin drinking more calf at the end of winter, when the weather begins to turn, and every spring you always have trouble sleeping at night. You know this is true, my lady. Either fewer cups or weaker calf. It is my duty to try to keep you rested and tranquil." Dianora was speechless for a second. "Tranquil!" she finally managed to exclaim. "I might have frightened that poor child to the tips of his fingernails. I would have felt terrible." "I had told him what to say," Shelto said placidly. "He would have blamed it on me." "Oh, really? And what if I'd reported it directly to Venchel instead?" Dianora retorted. "Shelto, he would have had that boy starved and lashed." Shelto's dignified little sniff conveyed quite clearly what he thought about the likelihood of her having done any such thing. His expression was so wryly knowing that, against her will, Dianora found herself laughing again. "Very well," she said, surrendering. "Then let it be fewer cups, because I do like it strong, Shelto. It isn't worth the drinking otherwise. Besides, I don't think that's why I can't sleep at night. This season simply makes me restless." "You were taken as tribute in the spring," he murmured. "Everyone in the Saishan is restless in the season they were taken." He hesitated. "I can't do anything about that, my lady, but I thought perhaps the Kav might be making it worse." There was concern and affection in his brown eyes, almost as dark as her own. "You worry too much about me," she said after a moment. He smiled. "Who else should I worry about?" There was a little silence. Dianora could hear the noises from far below in the square. "Speaking of worrying," said Shelto, in a transparent effort to change the mood, "we may be concentrating too much on what Solores is doing. We may want to start keeping an eye on the young one with the green eyes." "Iasika?" Dianora said, surprised. "Whatever for? Brandon hasn't even called her to him, and she's been here a month already." "Exactly," said Shelto. He paused, somewhat awkwardly, which piqued her curiosity. "What are you saying, Shelto?" I have been told by Tesios, who has been looking after her, that he has never seen or heard of a woman in the Saishan with such control of her body, or such capacity for the climax of love." He was blushing furiously, which made Dianora abruptly self-conscious too. It was a standard practice, with some quite unstandard variations, for the women of the Saishan to use their castrates to give them physical release if too much time went by between summonses to the other wing. Dianora had never asked Shelto for such a service. Something about the very idea disturbed her. It seemed an abuse, in a way she couldn't articulate. He had been a man, she reminded herself frequently, who had killed someone for love of a woman. Their relationship, close as it was, had never entered that dimension. It was strange, she thought, even amusing, how shy they could both become at the very mention of the subject. And Triad knew it came up often enough in the hothouse atmosphere of the Saishan. She turned back to the railing, looking down through the screen, to give him time to regain his composure. Thinking about what he'd said, though, she found herself feeling a certain amusement after all. She was already working out how and when to tell Brandon about this. "My friend," she said, "you may know me well, but in exactly the same way, and for many of the same reasons, I know Brandon very well." She glanced back at her castrate. "He is older than you, Shelto. He is almost 65, and for reasons I don't entirely understand, he has said he must live here in the Palm another 60 years or so. All the sorcery in the world would surely not avail him to prolong his life that long if Iasika is as exceptional as Tesios suggests. She would wear him out, however pleasantly, in a year or two." Shelto blushed again, and glanced quickly back over his shoulder. They were quite alone, though. Dianora laughed, partly out of genuine amusement, but more specifically to mask the recurring sorrow she felt whenever this one lie had to be told, the thing she still kept from Shelto, the one secret that mattered. Of course she knew why Brandon needed to stay here in the Palm, why he needed to use his sorcery to prolong his life here, in what was surely a place of exile for him, in a land of grief. He had to wait for everyone born in Tigana to die. Only then could he leave the peninsula where his son had been slain. Only then would the full measure of the vengeance he had decreed be poured out on the bloodied ground. For no one would be left alive in the world who had any true memory of Tigana before the fall, of Avale of the Towers, the songs and the stories and the legends, all the long, bright history. It would truly be gone then, wiped out. 70 or 80 years wreaking as comprehensive an obliteration as millennia had on the ancient civilizations no one could now recall. Whole cultures that were now only an awkwardly pronounced name of a place, or a deciphered pompous title, Emperor of all the earth, on a broken pottery shard. Brandon could go home after 60 years. He could do whatever he chose. By then, she would be long dead, and so too would be those from Tigana, even younger than she, those born up to the very year of the conquest, the last inheritors, the last children who could hear and read the name of the land that had been their own. 80 years Brandon was giving himself, more than enough given lifespans in the palm. 80 years to oblivion, to the broken, meaningless pottery shard. The books were gone already, and the paintings, tapestries, sculptures, music, torn or smashed or burned in the terrible year after Valentine's fall, when Brandon had come down upon them in the agony of a father's loss, bringing them the reciprocal agony of a conqueror's hate. The worst year of Dianora's life. Seeing so much of beauty and splendor crumble to rubble and dust, or burn down to ashes of loss. She'd been 15, then 16. Still too young to comprehend the full reality of what was being eradicated. For her father's death and the destruction of his art, the works of his hands and days, she could mourn bitterly. And so, too, for the deaths of friends and the sudden terrors of an occupied, impoverished city. The larger losses, the implications for the future, she couldn't really grasp back then. Many in the city had gone mad that year. Others had fled, taking their children away to try to shape a life far from the burning or the memory of burning, of hammers smashing into the statues of the princes in the long-covered loggia of the palace by the sea. Some had withdrawn so far into themselves, a madness of another kind, that only the merest spark was left within, to make them eat and sleep and somehow walk through the waste spaces of their days. Her mother had been one of those. On the balcony in Chiara, so many years later, Dianora looked up at Scelto and realized, from the blinking concern in his face, that she'd been silent for too long. She forced a smile. She'd been here for a long time. She was good at dissembling, at smiling when it was needful. Even with Scelto, whom she hated to deceive, and especially with Brandon, whom she had to deceive or die. Jessica is not a concern, she said mildly, resuming the conversation as if nothing had happened. Indeed, nothing had happened. Only old memories come back. Nothing of weight or import in the world. Nothing that mattered or could matter. Only loss. She said, skillfully laughing, "She is far too unintelligent to divert him, and too young to relax him as Dolores does. I'm glad of your information, though. I think we can use it. Tell me, is Tessios growing weary tending her? Should I speak to Vencel about assigning someone younger, or perhaps more than one?" She made him smile, even as he flushed again. It always seemed to go this way. If she could make them smile or laugh, it would brush away the clouds like a wind, a springtime or an autumn wind, leaving behind the high, clear blue of the sky. Dianora wished with an aching heart that she'd known how to do that 18 years ago, for her mother and her brother, for both of them so long ago. No laughter then, no laughter anywhere, and the blue skies a mockery, looking down upon ruin. Vencel, more awesomely obese every time she saw him, approved Solores's gown, Nesaya's, Kilmoene's, and then her own. Only the four of them, experienced enough to know how to cope with the exigencies of a formal reception, were going down to the audience chamber. The envy in the Saishan during the past week had been acute enough to produce a scent, Scelto had said wryly more than once. Dianora hadn't noticed. She was used to it. Vencel's shrewd eyes widened from deep in the manifold creases of his dark face as he studied her. She had the gem on her brow, set in a band of white gold that held back her hair. Sprawled on his couch of pillows, the head of the Saishan played with the billowing folds of his elephantine white robe. The sun, shining through the arch of a window behind him, glinted distractingly from his bald head.
"I do not recall that stone among our treasures," he murmured in his high, disconcerting voice.
It was a voice so utterly inconsequential that it might lead one to underestimate the speaker, which, as a good many people had discovered over the years, was a serious, sometimes a mortal mistake.
"It isn't," Dianora replied cheerfully, "though after we return this afternoon, may I ask you to guard it in my name among the other treasures?"
Shelto's suggestion, that. Venchel could be corrupt and venal about a great many things, but not when it came to the formal aspects of his office. He was too clever for that. Again, a truth some had paid the ultimate price to discover. He nodded benignly now.
"It seems a very fine stone from this distance."
Obediently, Dianora stepped nearer and inclined her head graciously to let him see it more clearly. The scent of tane flowers that he always wore after winter's end enveloped her. It was too sweet, but not unpleasant. She had feared Venchel once, a fear mixed of physical revulsion at his grossness and rumors of the things he liked to do with the younger castrates and some of the women who were in the Sai-Shan for purely political reasons, with no hope of ever seeing the outside world or the west wing of the palace and Brandon's chambers. Long ago, though, she and the Sai-Shan head had reached their understanding. Solores had the same unspoken pact with Venchel, and out of the delicate balance achieved thereby, the three of them controlled, as best they could, their enclosed, over-intense, incense-laden world of idle, frustrated women and half-men. With a surprisingly delicate finger, Venchel touched the gem on her brow. He smiled.
"A good stone,"
he said again, this time in judgment. His breath was fragrant.
"I must talk to Shelto about it. I know about such things, you see. Their stones come from the north, you see, from my own land. They are mined in Cardoon. For years and years I used to play with them as trinkets, a monarch's toys, in the day when I was more than I am now. For, as you know, I have been a king in Cardoon."
Dianora nodded gravely, for this too was part of the unspoken terms of her relationship with Venchel. That however many times he might speak this wild fabrication of a lie, and he said it many times a day in one variant or another, she was to nod knowingly, reflectively, as if pondering the message hidden in the grandeur of his fall. Only in her rooms alone with Shelto could she give way to fits of girlish giggling at the very thought of the vasty Sai-Shan head being more than he was now, or at the subversive, deadly imitation Shelto could give of Venchel's speech and gestures. "You do that wonderfully," she might say innocently, as Shelto dressed her hair or polished her curved slippers till they shone.
"It is a thing I know about, you see," he would reply, if certain they were alone, his voice pitched high above its normal range. He would gesticulate slowly, expansively. "For, as you are aware, I have been a king in Cardoon."
She would laugh like a little girl who knew just how naughty she was being, the more out of control because of that very fact. She had asked Brandon about it once. His Cardoon campaign had been only a marginal success, she learned. He was frank with her about such things by then. There was real magic in Cardoon, in that hot northern land across the sea, beyond the coastal villages and the desert wastes, a magic far greater than anything in the peninsula of the Palm, and equal to the sorcery of Igrath. Brandon had taken one city and established a tenuous control over some lands that lay on the fringes of the great desert stretching north. There had been losses, though, serious losses, she gathered. The Cardew had long been celebrated for their skill in battle, nor was this unknown in the Palm. Many of them had served as well-paid mercenaries in the warring provinces before the tyrants had come and made all such feuding irrelevant. Venchel had been a herald captured late in the campaign, Brandon told her. He'd already been unmanned, a thing they did to messengers in the north, for no reason Brandon had understood. It had been manifestly evident where the castrate belonged when brought back to Ygrath. He had already, Brandon confirmed, been enormous. Dianora straightened as Venchel withdrew his finger from the red gleam of the Veerstone. "Will you escort us down?" she asked. A ritual. "I think not," he said judiciously, as if actually giving thought to the matter. "Perhaps Shelto and Hala can manage that office between them. I have some matters that need my attention here this afternoon, you see." "I understand." Dianora glanced over at Soloris, and each of them raised a spread palm in respectful salute. In fact, Venchel hadn't left the Saishan wing in at least 5 years. Even when he toured the rooms on this floor, it was on a cleverly contrived rolling platform of cushions. Dianora could not remember the last time she'd actually seen him stand upright. Shelto and Soloris's Hala attended to virtually all the formal out-of-Saishan duties. Venchel believed in delegating. They went down the stairway that led out from the Saishan to the world. One flight below, they accepted the scrutiny, respectful but careful, of the 2 guards posted outside the heavy bronze doors that barred access to and from the level where the women were. Dianora responded to their cautious glances with a smile. One of them returned it shyly. The guards were changed often. She didn't know either of these 2, but a smile was a start at bonding, and a friend never hurt. Shelto and Hala, dressed unobtrusively in brown, led the 4 women out of the Saishan wing along the main corridor of the palace to the grand staircase in the center. There the 2 castrates paused to let the women precede them. With some pride, but not with hauteur, they were the captives and concubines of a conqueror. Dianora and Soloris led the way down the sweeping stair. They were noticed, of course. The women of the Saishan were always noticed when they came out. There were a number of people milling about in the marbled vestibule, waiting to enter the audience chamber. They made way for the 4 of them. Some of the newer men smiled in a manner that had taken Dianora some time to accept. Others knew her better, and their expressions were rather different. In the arched doorway to the largest of the formal reception rooms, she and Soloris paused again side by side, this time entirely for effect, the blood-red gown beside the green, and then walked together into the crowded room of state. As she did so, every single time she did so, Dianora offered an inward voicing of gratitude for the impulse that had led Brandon to change the rules for his Saishan here in the colony he now ruled. In Ygrath, she knew, this would never have been allowed. For a man other than the king or one of the castrates to see, let alone hold converse with a Saishan woman, was death for both of them. And, Venchel had told her once, for the head of the Saishan wing as well. Things had been different here in Kiara almost from the start. Over the years, Dianora had learned enough to know that some of her gratitude should go to Dorothea, Queen of Ygrath, and her decision to remain there with Gerald, her elder son, and not accompany her husband into his self-imposed exile abroad. Dorothea's choice, or, depending on to whom one listened, Brandon's decision not to demand the company of his queen. Somewhat instinctively, Dianora always preferred the latter version of the story, but she was wise enough to know why that was so, and this was one of the things she never spoke about with Brandon. Not that the matter was taboo. He wasn't that kind of man. It was simply that she wasn't sure if or how she could deal with whatever answer he gave her, if the question was ever asked. In any case, with Dorothea remaining in Ygrath, there were few high-born court ladies willing to risk the seas and the queen's displeasure in journeying to the colony in the Palm, which meant an extreme scarcity of women at Brandon's new court in Kiara, and this, in turn, led to a change in the role of the Saishan. The more so since, especially in the early years, Brandon had deliberately ordered the tribute ships to search out daughters of distinguished houses in Corte or Asoli. On Kiara he made the choices himself. From Lower Corte, which had once borne a different name, he took no women at all, as a matter of absolute policy. The hatred there ran both ways, and too deep, and the Sai-Shan was not a place to let it fester. He'd sent for only a few of the women from his Sai-Shan in Igrath, leaving it largely intact. The politics were straightforward. Control of the Sai-Shan was a symbol that would confirm the status and authority of Girald, now ruling as regent of Igrath in his father's name. With such changes here in the colony, the new Sai-Shan was a very different place from the old. Venchel and Shelto had both told her that. It had another kind of mood to it, a different character entirely. It also had, among all those women from Corte and Chiara and Asoli, and a handful from Igrath, one woman named Dianora, from Certando, from Barbadian-ruled Certando. Or so everyone in the palace thought. It had almost started a war, Dianora remembered. In the days after her brother left home, 16-year-old Dianora di Tigana, daughter of a sculptor who had died in the war, and of a mother who had scarcely spoken since that day, resolved that she would point her own life towards the killing of the tyrant on Chiara. Hardening herself, the way she heard that men in battle were forced to do, the way her father must have tried to do by the Daisa, she had begun preparing to leave her mother in the hollow echoing house that had once been a place crowded with joy, where the Prince of Tigana had walked in their courtyard, an arm flung about her father's shoulders, discussing and praising the works in progress there. Dianora could remember. Entering the audience chamber, she checked and approved her reflection in the wall of gold-plated mirrors on the far side of the room. Then her eyes sought, instinctively, those of Daemon of Igrath, the Chancellor, the second most powerful man in the court. He was, predictably, already looking towards Solores and herself, his glance precisely as bleak as it always was. It was a look that had bothered Dianora when first she came. She'd thought Daemon had taken a dislike to her, or worse, that he somehow suspected her. It wasn't long before she realized that he disliked and suspected virtually every person who entered this palace. Everyone received the same glacial, appraising scrutiny. It had been exactly so, she gathered, in Igrath as well. Daemon's loyalty to Brandon was fanatical and unwavering, and so was his zeal in protecting his king. Over the years, Dianora had developed a respect, grudging at first, and then less so, for the grim Igrathan. She counted it as one of her own triumphs that he seemed to trust her now. For years now, in fact, or she would never have been allowed to spend a night in Brandon's bed while he slept. A triumph of deception, she thought, with an irony whose teeth were all directed inward against herself. Daemon made an economical circling motion with his head, and then repeated the gesture for Solores. It was what they had expected. They were to mingle and converse. Neither of them was to take the chair set beside the island throne. They did sometimes, and so had the beautiful, unlamented Cloese before her surprising, untimely death. But Brandon was quite punctilious when guests from Igrath were among them. At such times, the seat beside him stood pointedly empty, for Dorothea, his queen. Brandon had not yet entered the room, of course, but Dianora saw Rune, the slack-limbed, balding fool, shamble towards one of the servers carrying wine. Rune, clumsy, grievously retarded, was clad sumptuously in gold and white, and so Dianora knew that Brandon would be as well. It was an integral part of the complex relationship of the sorcerer kings of Igrath and their chosen fools. For centuries in Igrath, the fool had served as shadow and projection for the king. He was dressed like his monarch, ate next to him at public functions, was there when honors were conferred or judgment passed, and every king's chosen fool was someone visibly, sometimes painfully afflicted or malformed. Rune's walk was sluggish, his features twisted and deformed, his hands dangled at awkward angles in repose, his speech was badly slurred. He recognized people in the court, but not invariably, and not always in the manner one might expect. which sometimes carried a message from the king. That part Dianora didn't entirely comprehend, and doubted she ever would. She knew that Rune's dim, limited mind was mostly under his own control, but she also knew that that was not completely so. There was sorcery at work in this, the subtle magic of Ygrath. This much she understood, that in addition to serving, very graphically, to remind their king of his mortality and his own limitations, the fools of Ygrath, dressed exactly like their lord, could sometimes also serve as a voice, an external conduit for the thoughts and emotions of the king, which meant that one could not always be sure whether Rune's words and actions, slurred or awkward as they might be, were his own or an important revelation of Brandon's mood, and that could be treacherous ground for the unwary. Right now, Rune seemed smiling and content, bobbing and bowing jerkily at every second person he encountered, his golden cap slipping off every time. He would laugh, though, as he bent to pick it up and set it again on his thinning hair. Every so often an over-anxious courtier, seeking to curry favor in any way he could, would hastily stoop to pick up the fallen cap and present it to the fool. Rune would laugh at that, too. Dianora had to admit that he made her uneasy, though she tried to hide that beneath the real pity she felt for his afflictions and his increasingly evident years. But the core truth for her was that Rune was intimately tied to Brandon's magic. He was an extension of it, a tool, and Brandon's magic was the source of all her loss and fear, and her guilt. So over the years she had become adroit at avoiding situations where she might find herself alone with the fool. His guileless eyes, unnervingly similar to Brandon's, gave her genuine trouble. They seemed, if she looked into them for too long, to have no depth, to be only a surface, reflecting her image back to her, in a fashion very different from that of the gold-plated mirrors, and at such times she did not like what she was made to see. From the doorway, with the polished grace of long experience, Solores drifted to her right as Dianora moved left, smiling at people she knew. Nesaya and Kilmoene, chestnut and amber-tressed, crossed the floor together, creating a palpable stir where they passed. Dianora saw the poet Duarde standing with his wife and daughter. The girl, about 17, was obviously excited. Her first formal reception, Dianora guessed. Duarde smiled unctuously across the room at her, and bowed elaborately. Even at a distance, though, she could read the discomfiture in his eyes. A reception on this scale for a musician from Ygrath had to be bitter gall for the most senior poet in the colony. All winter he had preened with pride over his verses that Brandon had sent east as a goad for the Barbadian when word had come in the fall of the death of Sandre Dastibar. Duarde had been insufferable for months. Today, though, Dianora could sympathize with him a little, even though he was a monumental fraud in her view. She'd told Brandon as much once, only to learn that he found the poet's pompousness amusing. For genuine art, he'd murmured, he looked elsewhere. And you destroyed it, she'd wanted to say. Wanted so much to say. Remembering with an almost physical pain the broken head and sundered torso of her father's last Aideon on the steps of the palace by the sea, the one for which her brother, finally old enough, had served as model for the young god. She remembered looking dry-eyed at the wreckage of that sculpted form, wanting to weep and not knowing where her tears were any more. She glanced back at Duarde's daughter, at her young, scarcely contained exhilaration. 17. Just after her own 17th naming day, she had stolen half of the silver from her father's hidden strong-box, begging pardon of his spirit and her mother's blessing in her heart, and asking the compassion of Aeana, who saw all beneath the shining of her lights. She'd gone without saying good-bye, though she had looked in a last time by carried candlelight upon the thin, worn figure of her mother, uneasily asleep in the wideness of her bed. Dianora was hardened. As for battle, she did not weep. 4 days later she'd crossed the border into Certando, having forded the river at a lonely place north of Avale. She'd had to be careful getting there. Igrathan soldiers were still ranging the countryside, and in Avale itself they were hammering at the towers, bringing them down. Some yet stood. She could see them from her crossing place, but most were rubble by then, and what she saw of Avale was through a screen of smoke. It wasn't even Avale by then either. The spell had been laid down, Brandon's magic. The city where the pall of smoke and summer dust hung so heavily was now called Stevanian. Dianora could remember not being able to understand how a man could name the ugly wreckage of a place once so fair after a child he had loved. Later that would become clearer to her. The name had nothing to do with Brandon's memory of Stevan. It was solely for those living there, and elsewhere in what had been Tigana, a constant, inescapable reminder of whose death had meant their ruin. The Tiganese now lived in a province named Lower Corte, and Corte had been their bitterest foe for centuries. The city of Tigana was the city of Lower Corte now. And Avale of the Towers was Stevanian. The vengeance of the king of Igrath went deeper than occupation and burning and rubble and death. It encompassed names and memory, the fabric of identity. It was a subtle thing, and merciless. There were a number of refugees in the summer Dianora went east, but none had anything remotely resembling her own fixed purpose, and so most of them went much further away, to the far side of the Certandan grainlands, to Ferro, Tregea, Ostibar itself. Willing, anxious even, to live under the spreading tyranny of the Barbadian lord, in order to put as much distance as they could between themselves and their images of what Brandon of Igrath had done to their home. But Dianora was clinging to those images. She was nursing them within her breast, feeding them with hate, shaping hatred with memory. Twin snakes inside her. She only went a handful of miles across the border into Certando. The late summer fields of corn had been yellow and tall, she remembered, but all the men were gone, away to the north and east, where Alberico of Barbadior, having carefully consolidated his conquests of Ferro and Ostibar, was now moving south. He was master of Certando by the end of the fall, and had taken Borifort in Tregea, the last major stronghold to stand against him, by the following spring, after a winter siege. Long before then, Dianora had found what she was looking for, in the western highlands of Certando. A hamlet, 20 houses and a tavern, south of Sinave and Forese, the two great forts that watched each other on either side of the border that divided Certando from what she learned to call Lower Corte. The land so near the southern mountains was not nearly as good as it was farther north. The growing season was shorter. Cold winds swept down from the Braccio and Sfaroni ranges, early in fall, bringing snow soon after, and a long white winter. Wolves would howl in the wintry nights, and sometimes in the morning strange footmarks could be found in the deep snow, marks that came down from the mountains and then returned. Once, long ago, the village had been near to one of the roads forking northeast from the main highway, down from the Sfaroni Pass, in the days when there was still overland trade with Quilea to the south. That was why the ancient tavern was so large in a village now so small, why it had 4 rooms upstairs for the travelers who had not come for a great many years. Dianora hid her father's silver south of the village, on a thickly wooded slope, away from the goatherd runs, and she went to work as a serving girl in the tavern. There was no money to pay her, of course. She worked for her room and the scanty board available that first summer and fall, and she labored in the fields with the other women and the young boys to bring home what they could of the harvest. She told them she was from the north, near Ferro, that her mother was dead and her father and brother had gone to war. She said her uncle had begun to abuse her, and so she had run away. She was good with accents, and she had the northern speech right enough for them to believe her, or at least to ask no questions. There were many transients in the palm in those days. Questions were seldom pushed too far. She ate little and worked as hard as any in the fields. There was actually little enough to do in the inn, with the men away to war. She slept in one of the rooms upstairs. She even had it to herself. They were kind enough to her after their fashion, and given the nature of things in that time. When the light and the place were right, morning usually, and in certain of the higher fields, she could look away to the west across the border, towards the river, and see the remaining towers and the smoke above what had been a valley. One morning, late in the year, she realized that she couldn't see anything any more, that she hadn't in fact seen anything for some time. The last tower was gone. Around that time the men had begun to come home, beaten and weary. There was work again in the kitchen, and waiting on tables or behind the counter of the bar. She was also expected, and had been preparing herself for this as best she could all through the fall, to take a man up to her room if he offered the going rate. Every village seemed to need one such woman, and she was the obvious candidate here. She tried to make herself not mind, but this was the most difficult thing yet. She had a mission, though, a reason for being here, a vengeance to enact, and this, even this, she would tell herself, going up the stairs with someone, was a part of it. She hardened herself, but not always, and not quite enough. Perhaps that showed through. Several men asked her to marry them. One day she caught herself thinking about one of them as she wiped down the tables after lunch. He was quiet and kind, shy when he took her upstairs, and his eyes would follow her movements in the tavern with a fierce concentration whenever he was there. That day was when she knew it was time for her to leave. She was a little surprised to realize that almost 3 years had gone by. It was spring. She slipped away one night, again without a farewell, remembering her arrival even as she went. Meadow flowers were blooming beside the path into the hills. The air was clean and mild. By the mingled light of the 2 moons, she found her buried silver and walked away without looking back, taking the road north towards the fort at Sinave. She was 19 years old. 19, and sometime in the past 2 years she had grown beautiful. Her angular boniness had softened, even as her face lost its last traces of girlhood. It was oval, wide at the cheekbones, almost austere. It changed when she laughed, though, and for some reason she still knew how to laugh, becoming warm and animated, the unexpected dance in her dark eyes seeming to promise things that went deeper than amusement. Men who had seen her laughing, or who had caused her to smile at them, would encounter that look again in their dreams, or in the memories that lay on the border of sleep and dream, years after Dianora had gone away. At Sinave the Barbadians disturbed her with their oppressive sighs and careless, casual brutality. She forced herself to be calm and to linger there. 2 weeks would be enough, she judged. She had to leave an impression and a memory. A carefully constructed memory of an ambitious, pretty country girl from some hamlet near the mountains, a girl usually silent during the tavern talk at night, but who, when she did speak, told vivid, memorable tales of her home village to the south, told them with the distinctively laconic diction and round vowels that would have marked her anywhere in the palm as being from the highlands of Certando. The tales were usually sad. Most stories were in those years. For once in a while Dianora would offer a wonderfully droll imitation of some highland rustic, voicing his considered opinion on great affairs in the wider world, and those at the table where she was sitting would laugh for a long time. She appeared to them to have some money, earned very likely in the way that pretty girls usually came to have some money. But she shared a room with another woman at the better of the 2 hostelries within the walls of the fort, and neither of them was ever seen to invite a man upstairs, or to accept an invitation to go elsewhere. The Barbadian soldiers might have been a problem. Indeed, they had been over the winter. but orders had come from Ostivar, and the mercenaries were under a tighter rein that spring. What she wanted to do, Dianora confided one night to the loosely knit group of young men and women she had joined, was to work in a tavern or dining place that saw a better class of person coming through its doors. She'd had 2 handsful and more, thank you, of the other sort of inn, she declared. Someone mentioned the Queen in Stevanian, across the border in Lower Corte. With a heartfelt inward sigh of relief, Dianora began asking questions about it. Questions to which she'd known the answers for 3 days, during which time she'd sat among these self-same people every night, planting subtle hints in the hope that the name might emerge spontaneously. Subtlety, she'd finally decided, was wasted among young Chertandans here on the border, and so she'd practically had to drag the conversation over to the subject she wanted. Now she listened, seemingly enraptured and wide-eyed, as 2 of her recent acquaintances animatedly described the newest, most elegant Igrathan innovation in Lower Corte, a dining place that boasted a master chef brought all the way from Igrath itself by the current governor of Stevanian and its distrata. The governor, it emerged, was notoriously fond of wine and food, and of good music played in comfortable chambers. He had helped establish the new chef in a set of rooms on the ground floor of a former banking house, and now he basked in the reflected glory of the most elaborate, most luxurious eating place in the Palm. He dined there himself several times a week, Dianora learned, for the 2nd time. She'd picked up all of this in gossip among the merchants during her days checking out the prices and styles of clothing available in Fort Sinave. She needed some things fit for the city, she knew. It might make a difference. From the very first time she'd heard the name, she'd realized that the Queen would be perfect for the next stage of her plan to change her past. What she learned from the merchants was that no one from Lower Corte was allowed to dine here. Traders from Corte were cordially greeted, as were those from farther afield, in Ossoly or Chiara itself. Any Igrathan, naturally, soldier, merchant, or whoever he might be, come to seek his fortune in the newest colony, was graciously ushered in to salute the portrait of Queen Dorotea that hung on the wall opposite the door. Even those merchants crossing the line that divided the eastern palm from the west were more than welcome to leave some of whatever currency they carried in the Queen. It was only the king's true enemies, the denizens of Lower Corte, of Stevanian itself, who were forbidden to stain or sully the ambience with their pustulant, air-murdering presence. They never did, Dianora learned from a Faroe trader, bound back north and east with leather from Stevanian that he expected to sell at a profit, even with that year's tariff levels. What the inhabitants of Stevanian had done in response to the ban was simply refuse to work for the new establishment, neither as servers or kitchen help or stable hands, nor even as musicians or artisans to help decorate and maintain the splendid rooms. The governor, when he learned what was happening, had vowed in red-faced rage to force the contemptible inhabitants to work wherever they were required by their masters of Igrath, forced them with dungeon and lash, and a death wheel or 3 if needed. The master chef, Arduini, had demurred. One did not, Arduini had said, in a much-quoted display of artistic temperament, build up and maintain an establishment of quality by using enforced, surly labor. His standards were simply too high for that. Even the stable boys at his restaurant, said Arduini of Igrath, were to be trained and willing, and to have a certain style to them. There had been widespread hilarity when that was reported, stylish stable hands indeed. But, Dianora learned, the amusement had turned to respect quite soon, because Arduini, pretentious or not, did know what he was doing. The Queen, the Faroe trader told her, was like an oasis amid the deserts of Kardun. In dispirited, broken Stevanian, it cast a warm glow of Igrathan civility and grace. The merchant lamented, though discreetly on this side of the border, the complete absence of any such traits in the Barbadians who had occupied his own province. But yes, he said, in response to Dianora's apparently casual question, Arduini was still struggling with staff problems. Stevanian was a backwater, and a backwater, moreover, in the most oppressively taxed and militarily subjugated province in the Palm. It was next to impossible to get people to travel there, or stay, and since none of the trickle of adventurers from Ygrath had come so far from home to wash dishes or clear tables or tend to a stable, however stylish a stable it might be, there appeared to be a chronic need for workers from elsewhere in the Palm. In that moment, Dianora had changed every plan she had. She cast the line of her life, with a silent prayer to Aedeon, in the direction of this chance information. She had been intending, with some real apprehension, to go northwest to Corte. That had always been the next to last destination in her plans. She had seriously wondered, almost every night as she lay awake, whether 3 years in Chertanda would be enough to shake off anyone pursuing the true history of her life. She'd had no good ideas about what else she could do, though. Now she did. And so it was that a few nights later, in the largest of the taverns in Fort Sinave, a cheerful crowd of young people watched their new friend drink more than was good for her for the first time since she'd arrived. More than one of the men saw cause for cautious optimism in that, with respect to possibilities later in the evening. "You've settled it, then," Dianora cried in her attractive South Country voice. She leaned for support against the shoulder of a bemused Cartwright. "Hand to the new plough for me tomorrow. I'm over the border as soon as I can to visit the Queen of Ygrath. Triad bless her days." Triad shelter and hold my soul, she was thinking, as she spoke, absolutely sober, cold to her bones with the sense of the words she was so glibly shouting. They silenced her, laughing uproariously, in part to cover her words. In Barbadian Chertando it was a long way from the path of wisdom to thus salute Ygrath's queen. Dianora giggled quite endearingly, but she subsided. The Cartwright and another man tried to see her up to her room afterwards, but found themselves charmingly put off in drinking together amid off-duty mercenaries in the one all-night tavern Fort Sinave possessed. She was just a little too untutored, too country, to succeed in her ambitious hopes, they agreed sagely. They also agreed, a few drinks later, that she had the most extraordinarily appealing smile. Something about her eyes, what happened to them when she was pleased. In the morning, Dianora was dressed and packed and waiting very early at the main gate of the fort. She struck a bargain for passage to Stevanian with a pleasant enough middle-aged merchant from Sensio, carrying Barbadian spices for the luxury trade. His only reason for going to dreary, flattened Stevanian, she learned as they started west, was because of the new restaurant, the Queen. She took that coincidence as a good omen, closing the fingers of her left hand over the thumb 3 times to make the wish come true. The roads were better than she remembered. Certainly the merchants traveling them seemed to feel safer. Rolling along in the cart, she asked the Sensian about it. He grinned sardonically. "The tyrants have cleaned out most of the highway brigands. Just a matter of protecting their own interests. They want to make sure no one else robs us before they do, with their border tariffs and taxes." He spat discreetly into the dust of the road. "Personally, I preferred the brigands. There were ways of dealing with them." Not long after that, she saw evidence of what he was talking about. They passed 2 death wheels beside the roadway, the bodies of would-be thieves spread-eagled upon them, spiraling lazily in the sun, severed hands rotting in their mouths. The smell was very bad. The Sensian stopped just across the border to do some dealing in the fort at Forese. He also paid his transit duties there scrupulously, waiting patiently in line to have his cart examined and levied. The death wheels, he pointed out to her after, in the acerbic Sensian manner, were not reserved for highway thieves and captured wizards. Thus delayed, they spent the night at a coach-house on the well-traveled road, joining a party of Faroe traders for dinner. Dianora excused herself early and went to bed. She paid for a room alone, and took the precaution of pushing an oak dresser in front of her door. Nothing disturbed her, though, except her dreams. She was back in Tigana, and yet she wasn't, because it wasn't there. She whispered the name to herself like a talisman or a prayer before falling into a restless sleep, shot through with images of destruction from the burning year. They spent the second night at another inn beside the river, just outside the walls of Stevanian, having arrived after sundown curfew closed the city gates. They ate alone this time, and she talked to the Sensian until late. He was decent and sober, belying the cliches about his decadent province, and it was clear that he liked her. She enjoyed his company, and she was even attracted to his dry, witty manner. She went to bed alone, though. This was not the village in Certando. She had no obligations. Or not those kinds of obligations. And as for pleasure, or the ordinary needs of human interaction, she would have been honestly uncomprehending if anyone had mentioned them to her. She was 19 years old, and in Tigana that had been. In the morning, just inside the city walls, she bade farewell to the Sensian, touching palm to palm only briefly. He seemed somewhat affected by the night before, but she turned and walked away before he could find whatever words his eyes were reaching for. She found a hostelry not far away, one where her family had never stayed. She wasn't really worried about being recognized, though. She knew how much she had changed, and how many girls named Dianora there were scattered across the palm. She paid in advance for 3 nights' lodging, and left her belongings there. Then she walked out into the streets of what had been a valley of the towers not very long ago. A valley on the green banks of the Sperion, just before the river turned west to find the sea. There was an ache building in her as she went, and what hurt most of all, she found, was how much the same a place could be after everything had changed. She went through the leather district and the wool district. She could remember skipping along beside her mother when they had all come inland to a valley to see one of her father's sculptures ceremoniously placed in some square or loggia. She even recognized the tiny shop where she'd purchased her first gray leather gloves, with coins hoarded from her naming day in the summer for just such a thing. Gray was a color for grown young women, not for little girls, the red-bearded artisan had teased. "I know," 6-year-old Dianora had said proudly that autumn long ago. Her mother had laughed. Once upon a time her mother had been a woman who laughed. Dianora could remember. In the wool quarter she saw women and girls working tirelessly, carding and spinning as they had for centuries in doorways open to the early summer, early morning light. Over by the river she could see and smell the dyeing sheds and yards. When Quilea beyond the mountains to the south had folded inward upon its matriarchy, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, Avale had lost a great deal. More perhaps than any other city in the Palm. Once poised directly on one of the 2 main trade routes through the mountains, it had found itself in danger of sudden inconsequentiality. With a collective ingenuity bordering on genius, the city had decisively shifted its orientation and focus. Within a generation, that city of banking and trade to north and south had become the principal center in all of the Palm for works in leather and for sumptuously dyed wool. Hardly missing a beat, Avale pursued its new prosperity and its pride, and the towers kept rising. With a catch to her heart, Dianora finally acknowledged that she had been carefully working her way around the edges of Stevanian, the outlying districts, the artisans' quarters, looking outwards only, and into doorways, not into the center, up towards the hill, where the towers were gone. And so, realizing that, she did look, standing stock still in the middle of a wide square at the bottom of the street of the Wool Guild. There was a small, very beautiful temple of Morion fronting the square, done in marble of a muted rose color. She gazed at it for a moment, then looked up and beyond. And in that moment Dianora had a truth brought home to her with finality. How something can seem quite unchanged in all the small surface details of existence, where things never really change, men and women being what they are, but how the core, the pulse, the kernel of everything can still have become utterly unlike what it had been before. The wide, beautiful streets seemed even wider than before, but that was because they were almost empty. There was a muted swell of noise over to her left where the riverside market still was, but the sound was not a fraction, her memory told her, not a fraction of what it had been in mornings that were lost. There were too few people. Too many were gone, or dead, and the Igrathan soldiers were all the more visible because of how empty the streets were. Dianora let her gaze travel past the temple, up the line of the broad boulevard beside it, towards the heart of the city. "We can and we will build wide and straight," the people of Avale had said, even in the very beginning, when towns everywhere else were tortuous warrens of twisty alleys and crooked lanes, easy to defend. "There will be no city like ours in all the world, and if need comes for defense, we will defend ourselves from our towers," which were gone. The squat, ugly skyline jarred Dianora with a painful discontinuity. It was as if the eye was tricked, looking ceaselessly for something it knew had to be there. From the earliest days of that broad, elegant city on the banks of the Sperion, towers had been associated with Avale. Assertions of Tiganese pride, sheer arrogance they called it in the provinces of Corte and Chiara and Ostibar. They were symbols of internecine rivalry as well, as each noble family or wealthy guild of bankers or traders or artisans thrust its own tower as high as, and then higher than, they could truly afford. Graceful or warlike, red stone or sandy or grey, the towers of Avale pushed up towards Eanna's heaven like a forest within the city walls. The domestic conflicts had actually become dangerous for a time, with murder and sabotage not nearly uncommon enough, and the best masons and architects claiming stupefying fees. It had been the third Prince Alessan in Tigana by the sea who had put an end to the insanity in the simplest possible way, more than 200 years ago. He commissioned Orsaria, the most celebrated of the architects, to build for him a palace in Avale. And that palace was to have a tower, said Prince Alessan, that would be, and would remain by force of law, the highest in the city. So it had been. The spire of the prince's tower, slender and graceful, wrapped in bands of green and white, to serve as a memory of the sea this far inland, put an end to the competition for the summit of Avale. And from then on also, by that Prince Alessan's example, which became custom and then tradition, the princes and princesses of Tigana were born in Avale, in the palace beneath that spire, to mark them as belonging to both of the cities, to Tigana of the waves and Avale of the towers. There had been over 70 towers once, Dianora knew, crowned in glory by that green and white preeminence. Once, 4 years ago. What, Dianora thought, her vision hurting for that absence, is a person who moves through her days as she has always moved, who speaks and walks and labors, eats, makes love, sleeps, sometimes even finds access to laughter, but whose heart has been cut out from her living body, leaving no scar at all to be seen, no wound by which to remember the sliding blade. The rubble had all been cleared away. There was no smoke, save from over by the dye works, to mar the clear blue of the sky. The day was mild and bright. Birds sang a welcome to the coming warmth. There was nothing at all to show that there had ever been towers in this place, in this low, steadily dwindling town of Stevanion, here in its remote corner of the peninsula of the Palm, in the most oppressed province of them all. What is such a person? Dianora thought again. that person whose heart was gone. She had no answer. How could she have an answer? Loss coiled to life within her, and hate followed it again, as if both of them were new-born, colder and sharper than before. She walked up that wide boulevard into the center of Stevanian. She passed the soldiers' barracks and the doors of the governor's palace. Not far away she found the queen. She was hired immediately. To start that same night, help was badly needed. Help was hard to find. Arduini of Igrath, who did all his own hiring, decided that this pretty creature from Certando had a certain style to her. She would have to do something, though, he admonished her, about that wretchedly vulgar Highland accent. She promised to try. Within 6 months she was speaking almost like a native of the city, he observed. By then he had her out of the kitchen and into the front room, waiting on tables, clad in the cream and dark brown colors around which he had designed his establishment, colors that happened to suit her very well. She was quiet, deft, unassuming, and polite. She remembered names and patrons' preferences. She learned quickly. 4 months later, in the spring before she turned 21, Arduini offered her the coveted position at the front of the Queen, greeting guests and supervising the staff in the 3 rooms of dining. She astonished him by refusing. She astonished a great many people. But Dianora knew that this would be far too prominent a position for her own purposes, which had not changed. If she was to travel north into Corte soon, and clearly marked by now as being from Certando, she needed to have been associated with the Queen, but not so very prominently. Prominent people had questions asked about them. That much she knew. So she feigned an attack of country girl anxiety the night Arduini made his offer. She broke 2 glasses and dropped a platter. Then she spilled Cencian green wine on the governor himself. Tearfully she went to Arduini and begged for more time to grow sure of herself. He agreed. It helped that he was in love with her by then. He invited her, gracefully, to become his mistress. In this, too, she demurred, pleading the inevitable tension that such a liaison would elicit within the staff, badly damaging the Queen. It was the right argument. His establishment was Arduini's true mistress. In fact, Dianora had resolved to let no man touch her now. She was in Igrathan territory, and she had a purpose. The rules had changed. She had tentatively decided to leave in the fall, north, towards Corte. She had been weighing possibilities and excuses for doing so, when events had overtaken her so spectacularly. Slowly circling the audience chamber, Dianora paused to greet Duarde's wife, whom she liked. The poet seized the opportunity to present his daughter. The girl blushed, but dipped her head, hands pressed together, in a creditable manner. Dianora smiled at her and moved on. A steward caught up to her, bearing kava in a black chalice set with red gemstones. A gift, years ago, from Brandon. It was her trademark on occasions such as this. She never drank anything stronger than kava at public receptions. With a guilty glance towards the doorway, where she knew Shelto would be stationed against the wall, she took a grateful sip of the hot drink. Praise the Triad and the growers of Tregea. It was dark and rich and very strong. "My dear Lady Dianora, you are looking more magnificent than ever." She turned, smoothly suppressing an expression of distaste. She had recognized the voice, Neso of Igrath, a minor nobleman from overseas, who had recently arrived at Brandon's court on the first ship of the season, solely in the hope of becoming a major nobleman in the colony. He was, so far as Dianora had been able to tell, talentless and venal. She smiled radiantly at him and allowed him to touch her hand. "My dear Neso, how kind of you to lie so skillfully to an aging woman." She rather liked saying that sort of thing, for, as Shelto had shrewdly observed once, if she was old, what did that make Solores? Neso hastened to offer all the emphatic, predictable denials. He praised her gown and the Veerstone, noting with a courtier's eye and tongue how exquisitely the stones of her chalice echoed her colors that day. Then, lowering his voice towards an unearned intimacy, he asked her for the 8th time at least if she happened to have heard anything further about the planned disposition of that very trivial office of taxing master in North Ossory. It was, in fact, a lucrative position. The incumbent had made his fortune, or enough for his own purposes evidently, and was returning to Ygrath in a few weeks. Dianora hated that sort of graft, and she had even been bold enough to say so to Brandon once. A little amused, which had irritated her, he had prosaically pointed out how difficult it was to get men to serve in places as devoid of attraction as the north of Ossory, without offering them a chance at modest wealth. His grey eyes, beneath the thick dark eyebrows, had rested upon her as she'd wrestled and then finally come to terms with the depressing truth inherent in this. She'd finally looked up and nodded a reluctant agreement, which made him burst into laughter. "I am so relieved," chuckled Brandon of Ygrath, "that my clumsy reasoning and government meet with your approval." She had gone red to the roots of her hair, but then, catching his mood, had laughed herself at the absurdity of her presumption. That had been several years ago. Now all she did was try, discreetly, to see that positions such as this one did not go to the most transparently greedy of the motley crew of petty Ygrathan courtiers from whom Brandon had to choose. Naso, she had resolved, was not getting this posting if she could help it. The problem was that Daemon seemed, for inscrutable reasons of his own, to be favoring Naso's appointment. She'd already asked Shelto to see if he could find out why. Now she let her smile fade to an earnestly benevolent look of concern as she gazed at the sleek, plump Ygrathan. Lowering her voice, but without leaning towards him, she murmured, "I am doing what I can. You should know that there seems to be some opposition." Naso's eyes narrowed on the far side of the curl of smoke rising from her cave. With practiced subtlety they flicked past her right shoulder, to where she knew Daemon would still be standing by the king's door. Naso looked back at her, eyebrows raised very slightly. Dianora gave a small, apologetic shrug. "Have you a suggestion?" Naso asked, his brow furrowed with anxiety. "I'd start by smiling a little," she said with deliberate tartness. There was no point in intriguing in such a way that the whole court knew of it. Naso forced an immediate laugh, and then applauded stagily, as if she'd offered an irresistible witticism. "Forgive me," he said, smiling as ordered. "This matters a great deal to me." "It matters a great deal more to the people of Ossory, you greedy blood-leech," Dianora thought. She laid a hand lightly on Naso's puffed sleeve. "I know it does," she said kindly. "I will do what I can, if circumstances allow me to." Naso, whatever he was no stranger to this sort of thing. Once more the false laugh greeted her non-existent jest. "I hope to be able to assist the circumstances," he murmured. She smiled again and withdrew her hand. It was enough. Shelto was going to receive some more money that afternoon. She hoped it would come to a decent part of the Vairstone's cost. As for Daemon, she would probably end up talking directly to him later in the week, or as directly as discussions ever got with that man. Sipping at her cave, she moved on. People came up to her wherever she went. It was bad politics in Brandon's court not to be on good terms with Dianora di Certando. Conversing absently and inconsequentially, she kept an ear pitched for the discreet raps of the herald's staff that would be Brandon's sole announcement. Rune, she noted, was making faces at himself in one of the mirrors and laughing at the effect. He was in high humor, which was a good sign. Turning the other way, she suddenly noticed a face she liked, one that was undeniably central to her own history. It could be said in many ways to have been the governor's own fault. So anxious was he to assuage the evident frustration of Romanus, captain of that year's tribute ship, that he ordered the Chertandan serving girl, who had apologized so very charmingly after the spilled wine incident some time ago, to bring rather more of the Queen's best vintages than were entirely good for any of them at the table. Romanus, young enough to still be ambitious, old enough to feel his chances slipping away, had made some pointedly acid remarks earlier in the day on board the river galley about the state of affairs in Stevanion and its environs. So much of a backwater, so desultory in its collection of duties and taxes, he murmured a little too casually, that he wasn't even sure if the galley run up river in spring was worth while, under the present administrative circumstances. The governor, long past the point of ambition, but needing a few more years here, skimming his share of border tariffs and internal levies, along with the criminal justice fines and confiscations, had winced inwardly and cursed the conjunctions of his planets. Why, when he strove so hard to be decent and uncontentious in everything he did, to leave any waters he entered as unruffled as possible, did he have so little luck? Short of a massive midsummer military assertion, there was no way to force more money or goods out of this impoverished region. If Brandon had seriously wanted to extract real wealth out of Stevanion, he would have been better advised not to have so successfully smashed the city and its destrata to its knees. Not that the governor would have even dreamt of letting such a furtive thought come anywhere near his lips, but the reality was that he was doing the best he could. If he squeezed the leather or the wool guilds any harder than he was, they would simply start to fold. Stevanion, already thinly inhabited, and particularly bereft of men in their prime years, would become a town of ghosts and empty squares, and he had explicit instructions from the king to prevent that. If the king's various orders and demands rammed so violently up against each other, in such patent contradiction, what, in all fairness, was a middle-echelon administrator to do? Not that such a plaint could be used with this bristly, unhappy Romanus. What care would the captain have for the governor's dilemmas? The tribute-ship captains were judged by what came home to Chiara in their holds. Their job was to put as much pressure on the local administrators as they could, even to the point sometimes of forcing them to surrender a portion of their own levies to bring the contents of the ship nearer to the mark. The governor had already resigned himself, dismally, to doing just that by the end of the week, if the last hurried sweep of the destrata that he'd ordered didn't produce enough to satisfy Romanus. It wouldn't, he knew. This was an ambitious captain he was dealing with, and there had been a tenuous harvest in Corte last fall, Romanus's next stop. His retirement estate in eastern Ygrath, on the promontory he'd already chosen in his mind, seemed farther away this evening than ever before. He signaled for another round of wine for all of them, inwardly grieving for the blue-green sea and the splendid hunting woods by the home he'd probably never be able to build. On the other hand, as they liked to say here, it appeared that his attempt to soothe the ire of this Romanus had been unexpectedly successful. The governor had asked his wonderful Arduini, the true and only joy there was for him in this benighted place, to prepare an evening meal for them of an unforgettable order. "All of my meals are unforgettable," Arduini had bridled predictably, but had been mollified by a judicious mixture of flattery, goldy gras, and a quiet reminder, almost certainly not the truth, the governor reflected unrepentantly, that their guest that evening had ready access to the ear of the king on Chiara. The meal had been an ascending series of revelations, the service prompt, soothing, and unobtrusive, the wines a sequence of complimentary grace notes to Arduini's undeniable artistry. Romanus, a man who appeared to keep his trim physique with some difficulty, had progressed from edginess through guarded appreciation to increasing pleasure, ending up in a volubly expansive good humor. Somewhere in the next-to-last bottle of dessert wine imported from back home in Ygrath, he had also become quite drunk, which was the only explanation, the only possible explanation, for the fact that, after the dinner was over and the Queen closed for the night, he'd had their evening's dark-haired waitress formally seized as tribute for Brandon in Chiara and bundled directly onto the galley in the river. The serving girl from Certondo. Certando, on the other side of the border, where Alberico of Barbadior held sway, not, alas, Brandon of Ygrath. The governor of Stevanion had been awakened at dawn from a fitful, wine-fogged slumber by a terrified, apologetic clerk of the council. Unclothed and without so much as a whiff of his morning cave, he had heard, through the ominous pounding of a colossal headache, the nature of the news. "Stop that galley!" he roared, as the horrifying implications fought their way through to register upon his slowly emerging consciousness. He had tried to roar anyway. What came forth was a pitiful squeal that had been none the less sufficiently explicit to send the clerk flying, his gown flapping in his haste to obey. They blocked the river Sperion, stopping Romanus just as he was raising anchor. Unfortunately, the tribute captain then proceeded to reveal a stubbornness that ran stupefyingly counter to the most rudimentary political good sense. He refused to surrender the girl. For one wild hallucinatory moment of insanity, the governor actually contemplated storming the galley. The river galley of Brandon, king of Ygrath, lord of Burach in Cardoon, tyrant of the western provinces of the peninsula of the Palm. Said galley then flying, rather pointedly, Brandon's own device, as well as the royal banner of Ygrath. Death wheels, the governor reflected, were lovingly made for minor functionaries who essayed such maneuvers. Desperately, his brain curdling in the unfair brightness of the morning sunlight by the river, the governor tried to find a way of communicating reason to a tribute captain seized by the manifest throes of a midsummer madness. "Do you want to start a war?" he shouted from the dock. He had to shout from the dock. They wouldn't let him on the galley. The wretched girl was nowhere to be seen, stowed, doubtless, in the captain's cabin. The governor wished she were dead. He wished that he himself was dead. He wished, in the most grievous inner sacrilege of all, that Arduini, the master chef, had never set foot in Stevanion. "And why," Captain Romanus called blandly from the middle of the river, "should my doing my precise duty by my king cause any such a thing?" "Has the sea salt rotted your miserable excuse for a brain?" the governor screamed, ill-advisedly. The captain's brow darkened. The governor pushed on, dripping with sweat in the sun. "She's a Chertandan, in the name of the 7 holy sisters of the god. Do you have any idea how easy it will be to goad Alberico into starting a border war over this?" He mopped at his brow with the square of red cloth a servant belatedly produced. Romanus, cursedly composed, despite having drunk at least as much as the governor the night before, seemed unimpressed. "As far as I'm concerned," he pronounced airily, the words drifting over the water, "she's living in Stevanion. She's working in Stevanion, and she was taken in Stevanion. By my reckoning, that makes her perfectly suitable for the Saishan, or whatever our king, in his wisdom, decides to do with her." He leveled a finger suddenly at the governor. "Now clear the river of these boats, or I will ram and sink them, in the name of each of the 7 sisters and the king of Ygrath. Unless," he added, leaning forward, lowering his hand to the railing, "you would care to far-speak Chiara, and have the king settle this himself." They had a saying here in the colony, naked between a fist and a fist. It was an exact phrase for the place where that insidious, cleverly calculated, viciously unfair proposition put the man to whom it was addressed. A phrase that described in precise and graphic terms where the governor of Stevanion abruptly felt himself to be. The red cloth swabbed repeatedly and ineffectually at his forehead and neck. One did not far-speak the king without it had been painstakingly impressed upon all the regional administrators in the Western Palm very compelling reason. The power demanded of Brandon to sustain such a link with his non-sorcerous underlings was considerable. One most particularly did not willingly undertake such a course of action in the very early morning hours when the king might be asleep. Most relevant of all, perhaps, one did not hasten to bespeak the mental presence of one's monarch with a mind clogged and befuddled with the miasmic aftermath of wine, and over an issue that, in essence, might be seen to involve no more than the tribute seizure of a common farm girl. That was one of the fists. The other was war on the border, with the brain-battering possibility of more than that. For who, in the name of the sisters and the god, knew how the devious pagan mind of Alberico of Barbadior worked, how he might regard, or decide to regard, an incident such as this? Despite Romanus's glib analysis, the fact that the girl worked in the Queen made it obvious that she wasn't really a lower courtian. In the name of the sisters, they couldn't even seize a lower courtian for tribute. They weren't allowed to, by order of the king. To take the woman, she had to be Chertandan. If Romanus wanted to argue she was a resident of Stevanian, well, that made her a lower courtian, which meant that they couldn't take her, which meant that... He didn't know what that meant. The governor held out his sopping kerchief, and it was exchanged for a fresh one. His brain felt as if it was frying in the sun. All he had wanted out of his declining years in service was the quiet, mildly lucrative postings his family's long, if fairly minor, support of Brandon's original claim to succession in Igrath had earned them. That was it, all he wanted, with a decent house on that eastern promontory one day, where he could watch the sun come up out of the sea and go hunting in the woods with his dogs. So very much to ask? Instead, a fist and a fist. He briefly considered washing his hands of the whole affair, and let the cursed inhabitants of this peninsula chew on that for a phrase, letting the imbecilic tribute captain row his galley down the river just as he pleased. In fact, he realized, lamentably too late, if he had stayed in bed and pretended he'd not received the message in time, he would have been entirely blameless in this affair of a drunken captain's blunder. He closed his eyes, tasting the exquisite vanished sweetness of such a possibility. Too late. He was standing by the riverside in the blinding light and the heat of the sun, and half a Stevanian had heard what he and Romanus had just shouted back and forth across the water. With a small diffident prayer to his own patron gods of food and forest, and a poignantly clear image of that seaside estate, the governor chose his fist. "Let me on board, then," he said as briskly as he could manage. "I'm not about to far-speak the king while standing on this dock. I want a chair and some quiet, and an extremely strong mug of whatever passes for cave on a galley." Romanus was visibly nonplussed. The governor was able to derive a certain sour pleasure from that. They gave him everything he asked for. The woman was taken below deck, and he was left alone in the captain's cabin. He took a deep breath, and then several more. He drank the cave, scalding his tongue, which as much as anything else woke him up. Then, for the first time in 3 years of office, he narrowed his mind down to a pinpoint image, as Brandon had taught him, and he framed, questioningly, the name of the king in his thoughts. With profoundly unsettling speed, Brandon's crisp, cool, always slightly mocking voice was in his head. It was dizzying. The governor fought to keep his composure. As carefully but as quickly as he could, speed mattered, they had all been taught, he outlined the situation they faced. He apologized twice, en route, but dared not risk the time required for a third, however much his lifetime's instincts bade him to. What good were a career diplomat's lifetime instincts when enmeshed in sorcery? He felt sick to his stomach with the strain and the discontinuity of the far-speaking. Then, with a surging of his spirit, with glory, with paeans of praise to 20 different deities chorusing within him, the governor of Stevanian was given to understand that his king was not angered. More, that he had been exactly correct in this far-speaking, that the political timing could not be better for such a testing of Alberico's resolve, that, accordingly, Romanus should indeed be allowed to take the girl as tribute, but, and the king stressed this, very clearly identified as a Chertandan who happened to be in lower corte. That fact was to be their claim of authority. No evasions about her being a resident of Stevanian or some such thing. They would see what sort of spirit this minor Barbadian sorcerer had, after all. The governor had done well, the king said. The image of the house by the sea grew almost incandescently vivid in the back of the governor's mind, even as he heard himself babbling, silently over the link Brandon made. his most abject protestations of love and obedience. The king cut him short. "We must end now," he said. "Do go easier on the wine down there." Then he was gone. The governor sat alone in the captain's cabin for a long time, trying to reassure himself that Brandon's last tone had been amused, not reproving. He was fairly certain it was. He was almost sure. A very tense period had ensued. The galley was allowed to leave that same morning. In the fortnight that followed, the king had far-spoken him twice. Once to order the border garrison at Forese quietly increased, but not by so much as to amount to further provocation in itself. The governor spent an anguished, sleepless night trying to calculate what number of soldiers would suit that command. Reinforcements from the city of Lower Corte arrived up the river to supplement his own forces in Stevanion. Later he was instructed by the king to watch for a possible Barbadian envoy from Certando, and to greet such a one with utmost cordiality, referring all questions to Chiara for resolution. He was also warned to be on full alert for a retaliatory border raid from Sinave, and to annihilate any and all Barbadian troops that might venture into Lower Corte. The governor had very little personal experience at annihilation, but he swore to obey. Merchants, he was told, were to be advised to delay their plans to travel east for a little while. No orders, nothing official, merely a piece of advice a prudent businessman might wish to heed. Most did. In the end, nothing happened. Alberico chose to entirely ignore the affair. Short of a willingness to have things escalate a long way, there was nothing else he could do without losing face. For a while there was speculation he might punish some merchant or itinerant musician from the Western Palm who happened to be in his provinces, but there was no sign of this either. The Barbadians simply treated the girl as having been an established resident of Lower Corte, exactly as Romanus had so blithely opined the morning he'd seized her. In the Igrothan provinces, though, the girl was deliberately described as Certandan from the start, the woman from Barbadian territory that Brandon had seized, mocking Alberico all the while. She was said to be beautiful as well. Romanus made his slow progression home through the rest of that summer and into the early fall. The galley took them down-river, and all the collected island tributes were transferred to the great tribute ship itself, with its broad, filling sails. Slowly it made its way up the coast, collecting taxes and tariffs at the designated places in Corte and Asoli. The harvest had indeed been bad in Corte. They had to struggle to meet the quotas there. Twice they rested at anchor for long periods, while the captain led a company to an inland post. And all the while Romanus searched for women who might be useful as more than hostages or symbols of Igrath's manifest dominance, women who might credit the Saishan itself, and so make the career of a certain tribute captain, who was just about ready for a landside posting after 20 years at sea. 3 possibilities were found. One was of noble birth, her existence revealed by an informer. She was taken only after her father's manor in Corte had been, somewhat regretfully, burned to the ground. At length, in the autumn turning of the year, beautiful even in flat, unlovely Asoli, when the rains chose to relent, the tribute ship slipped through the tricky passages of the Strait of Asoli and entered the waters of the Chiaran Sea. A few days later, red and gold sails billowing triumphantly, it had sailed into the great harbor of the island, celebrated in song for more years than could be counted. The tribute ship of Romanus had carried gold and gems and silver and coinage of various kinds. It bore leather from Stevanion and wood carvings from Corte, and great huge wheels of Saul cheese from the west coast of Asoli. They had spices and herbs and knives, stained glass and wool and wine. There were 2 women from Corte and 1 from Asoli, and besides these 3, there was another woman, and this one was different. This one was the dark-haired, brown-eyed beauty, known throughout the peninsula by the time their voyage ended, as the woman who'd come near to starting a war. Dianora di Certando, her name was. Dianora, who had intended to come to the island from the very first, from the earliest glimmerings of her plan, when she had sat alone before a dead fire one summer night in her father's silent house, who had hardened herself, as men in battle were said to have to do, to the thought of being captured and brought here and locked for life inside the Saishan of the tyrant. She had worked it out that far 5 years ago, a girl with death in her heart, with a father dead and a brother gone, and a mother gone even farther away, images of all three of them rising in her dreams from the ashes of the burning in her land. And death was still there, still with her on that ship. She still had those dreams, but with them now, as fabled Chiara drew nearer under the brightness of the sky, was something else, a bemused and almost numbed incredulity at how the line of her life had run, how things had fallen out so completely wrong, and yet so precisely as she had planned from the first. She had tried to see that as an omen, closing her left hand 3 times over her thumb to make her wish come true, as she entered that new world. Chapter 8. It was strange, Dianora thought, still moving through the crowded audience chamber, as spring sunlight filtered down on Brandon's court from the stained-glass windows above, how the so-clear portents of youth were alchemized by time into the many-layered ambiguities of adult life. Sipping from her jeweled cup, she considered the alternative, that she had simply allowed things to become nuanced and difficult, that the real truths were exactly the same as they had been on the day she arrived, that all she was doing was hiding from what she had become and what she had not yet done. It was the central question of her life, and once more she pushed it away to the edges of her awareness. Not today, not in any daytime. Those thoughts belonged to nights alone in the Saishan, when only Shelto by her door might know how sleepless she was, or find the tracks of tears along her cheeks when he came to wake her in the morning. Night thoughts, and this was bright day, in a very public place. So she walked over towards the man she'd recognized and let her smile reach her eyes. Balancing her chalice gracefully, she sketched a full Igrathan salute to the portly, soberly dressed personage with 3 heavy gold chains about his neck. "Greetings," she murmured, straightening and moving nearer. "This is a surprise. It is rare indeed that the so-busy warden of the 3 harbors deigns to spare a moment from his so-demanding affairs to visit old friends." Unfortunately, Romanus was as hard to ruffle or disconcert as he had ever been. Dianora had been trying to get a rise out of him ever since the night he'd had her bundled like a brown heifer out of the street in front of the Queen and onto the river galley. Now he simply grinned, heavier with the years gone by and, latterly, his shore-bound duties, but unmistakably the man who'd brought her here. One of the few men from Igrath she genuinely liked. "Not so much flavor from you, girl," he mock-growled. "It is not for idle women who do nothing all day but put their hair up and down and up again for exercise, to criticize those of us who have stern and arduous tasks that shorten our nights and put gray in our hair." Dianora laughed. Romanus's thick black curls, the envy of half the Saishan, showed not a trace of gray. She let her gaze linger expressively on his dark locks. "I'm a liar," Romanus conceded with untroubled equanimity, leaning forward so only she could hear. "It's been a dead quiet winter. Not much to do at all. I could have come to visit, but you know how much I hate these goings-on at court. My buttons pop when I bow." Dianora laughed again and gave his arm a quick squeeze. Romanus had been kind to her on the ship, and courteous and friendly ever since, even when she'd been merely another new body, if a slightly notorious one, in the Saishan of the king. She knew he liked her, and she also knew, from Daemon himself, that the former tribute ship captain was an efficient and a fair administrator. She had helped him get the posting 4 years ago. It was a high honor for a seaman, supervising harbor rules and regulations at the 3 main ports of Chiara itself. It was also, to judge from Romanus's slightly threadbare clothing, a little too near the seat of power for any real gains to be extracted. Thinking, she clicked her tongue against her upper teeth, a habit Brandon teased her about. He claimed it always signaled a request or a suggestion. He knew her very well, which frightened her at least as much as it did anything else.
"This is the merest thought," she said now to Romanus quietly. "But would you have any interest at all in living in North Ossory for a few years? Not that I want to get rid of you. It's a dreadful place, everyone knows that. But there are opportunities, and I'd as soon a decent man reaped them as some of the greedy clutch that are hovering about here."
"The taxing office?" he asked very softly. She nodded. His eyes widened slightly, but, schooled to discretion, he gave no other sign of interest or surprise. What he did do, an instant later, was glance quickly beyond her shoulder towards the throne. Dianora was already turning by then, an inexplicable sense, almost an antenna, having alerted her. So she was facing the island throne and the doorway behind it by the time the herald's staff rapped the floor twice, not loudly, and Brandon came into the room. He was followed by the two priests and the priestess of Aedeon. Rune shambled quickly over to stand nearby, dressed identically to the king, except for his cap. The truer measure of power, Brandon had once said to her, wouldn't be found in having 20 heralds deafen a room by proclaiming one's arrival. Any fool in funds for a day could rivet attention that way. The more testing course, the truer measure, was to enter unobtrusively and observe what happened. What happened was what always happened. The audience chamber had been collectively poised as if on the edge of a cliff for the past 10 minutes, waiting. Now, just as collectively, the court plummeted into obeisance. Not one person in the whole crowded room was still speaking by the time the herald's muted staff of office proclaimed the king. In the silence, the two discreet raps on the marbled floor sounded like echoing thunder. Brandon was in high good humor. Dianora could have told that from halfway across the room, even if she hadn't had a hint from Rune already. Her heart was beating very fast. It always did whenever Brandon entered a room where she was, even after 12 years. Even still, and despite everything. So many lines of her life led to or from this man, or came together, hopelessly intertwined, in him. He looked to Daemon first, as always, and received the other's expressionless bow, sketched low in the Igrathan fashion. Then, as always, he turned and smiled at Solores. Then at Dianora. Braced as she was, as she always tried to be, she still could not quite master what happened to her when the grey eyes found and held her own. His glance was like a touch, a gliding presence, fiery and glacial both, as Brandon was. And all this from a look across a very crowded room. Once, in bed years before, she had dared to ask him a question that had long troubled her. "Is there sorcery involved when you love me here, or when we first meet in a public place?" She hadn't known what answer she wanted, or what to expect by way of reaction. She'd thought he might be flattered by the implication, or at least amused. You could never be sure with Brandon, though. His mind ran through too many different channels, and with too much subtlety. Which is why questions, especially revealing ones, were dangerous. This had been important to her, though. If he said yes, she was going to try to use that to kindle her killing anger again, the anger she seemed to have lost here in the strange world that was the island. Her expression must have been very grave. He turned on his pillow, head propped on one hand, to regard her from beneath level brows. He shook his head. "Not in any way you are thinking. Nothing that I control or shape with my magic, other than the matter of children. I will not have any more heirs, you know that." She did know that. All his women did. He said, after a pause, carefully, "Why do you ask? What happens to you?" For a second she thought she'd heard uncertainty in his voice, but one could never be sure of such things with Brandon. "Too much," she'd answered. "Too much happens." And she'd been speaking for that one time the unshielded truth of a no longer innocent heart. There was an acute understanding in his clear eyes, which frightened her. She moved herself, moved by all the layers of her need, to slide over against his body again, and then above and upon it, that it might begin once more the whole process. All of it, betrayal and memory mixed with yearning, as in the amber-colored wine the triad were said to drink, too potent for mortals to taste. "Are you truly serious about that posting in Ossory?" Romanus's voice was soft. Brandon had not gone to the throne, but was making a relaxed circuit of the room, more evidence of his benign mood. Roone, with his lopsided smile, shambled in his wake. "I confess I had never even given it a thought," the former tribute captain added. With an effort, Dianora forced her thoughts back to him. For a second she had forgotten her own query. Brandon did that to her. It was not a good thing, she thought. For many reasons it was not a good thing. She turned again to Romanus. "I'm quite serious," she said, "but I'm not sure if you would want the position, even if it were possible. You have more status where you are, and this is Chiara, after all. Ossory can offer you some chance at wealth, but I think you have an idea what would be involved. What matters to you, Romanus?" It was more bluntly put than courtesy would have deemed appropriate, especially with a friend. He blinked and fingered one of his chains of office. "Is that what it comes down to?" he asked hesitantly. "Is that how you see it? Can a man not perhaps be moved by the prospect of a new challenge, or even, at the risk of sounding foolish, by the desire to serve his king?" Her turn to blink. "You shame me," she said simply, after a moment. "Romanus, I swear you do." She stilled his quick protests with a hand on his sleeve. "Sometimes I wonder what is happening to me. All the intriguing that goes on here." She heard footsteps approaching, and what she said next was spoken as much to the man behind as to the one in front of her. "Sometimes I wonder what this court is doing to me." "Should I be wondering as well?" asked Brandon of Igrath. Smiling, he joined them. He did not touch her. He very seldom touched the Saishan women in public, and this was an Igrathan reception. They knew his rules. Their lives were shaped by his rules. "My lord," she said, turning and sketching her salutation. She kept her voice airily provocative. "Do you find me more cynical than I was when this terrible man brought me here?" Brandon's amused glance went from her to Romanus. It was not as if he'd needed the reminder of which tribute captain had brought him Dianora. She knew that, and he knew she did. It was all part of their verbal dance. His intelligence stretched her to her limits, and then changed what those limits were. She noticed, perhaps because the subject had come up with Romanus, that there was as much gray in his beard now as black. He nodded judiciously, simulating a deep concern over the question. "I would have to say so, yes. You have grown cynically manipulative in almost exactly the same proportion as the terrible man has grown fat." "So much?" Dianora protested. "My lord, he is very fat." Both men chuckled. Romanus patted his belly affectionately. "This," he said, "is what happens when you feed a man cold salt meat for 20 years at sea, and then expose him to the delights of the king's city." "Well, then," said Brandon, "we may have to send you away somewhere until you are sleek as a seal again." "My lord," said Romanus instantly, "I am yours to command in all things." His expression was sober and intense. Brandon registered that, and his tone changed as well. "I know that," he murmured. "I would that I had more of you at court, at both of my courts. Portly or sleek, Romanus, I am not unmindful of you, whatever our Dianora may think." Very high praise, a promise of sorts, and a dismissal for the moment. Bright-eyed Romanus bowed formally and withdrew. Brandon walked a couple of paces away, Roone shuffling along beside him. Dianora followed as she was expected to. Once out of earshot of anyone but the fool, Brandon turned to her. He was, she was sorry to see, suppressing a smile. "What did you do? Offer him North Ossory?" Dianora heaved a heartfelt sigh of frustration. This happened all the time. "Now that," she protested, "is unfair. You are using magic." He let the smile come. She knew that people were watching them. She knew what they would say amongst each other. "Hardly," Brandon murmured. "I wouldn't waste it or drain myself on something so transparent." "Transparent?" she bridled. "Not you, my cynical manipulator. But Romanus was too serious too quickly when I jested about posting him away. And the only position of significance currently available is North Ossory. And so—" He let the sentence trail off. Laughter lingered in his eyes. "Would he be such a bad choice?" Dianora asked defiantly. It was genuinely disconcerting how easily Brandon could sound the depths of things. If she allowed herself to dwell on that, she could become frightened again. "What do you think?" he asked by way of reply. "I? Think?" She lifted her plucked eyebrows in exaggerated arches. "How should a mere object of the king's occasional pleasure venture to have an opinion on such matters?" "Now that," said Brandon, nodding briskly, "is an intelligent observation. I shall have to consult Solores instead." "If you get an intelligent observation out of her," Dianora said tartly, "I shall hurl myself from the Saishan balcony into the sea." "All the way across the harbor square?" "A long leap," said Brandon mildly. "So," she replied, "is an intelligent observation for Solores." And at that he laughed aloud. The court was listening. Everyone heard. Everyone would draw their own conclusions, but they would all be the same conclusion in the end. Shelto, she reflected, was likely to receive discreet contributions from sources other than Neso Evigrath before the day was out. "I saw something interesting on the mountain this morning," Brandon said, his amusement subsiding. "Something quite unusual." This, she realized, was why he'd wanted to speak to her alone. He'd been up on Sangarios that morning. She was one of the very few who knew about it. Brandon kept this venture quiet, in case he should fail. She'd been prepared to tease him about it. At the beginning of spring, just as the winds began to change, before the last snows melted in Certanto and Tregea, and the southern reaches of what had been Tigana, came the 3 Ember days that marked the turning of the year. No fires not already burning were lit anywhere in the palm. The devout fasted for at least the first of the 3 days. The bells of the Triad temples were silent. Men stayed within their doors at night, especially after darkfall on the first day, which was the Day of the Dead. There were Ember days in autumn as well, halfway through the year, when the time of mourning came for Edeon, slain on his mountain in Tregea, when the sun began to fade as Eanna mourned, and Morian folded in upon herself in her halls underground. But the spring days inspired a colder dread, especially in the countryside, because so much depended upon what would follow them. Winter's passing, the season of sowing, and the hope of grain, of life, in the summer's fullness to come. In Chiara there was an added ritual, different from anything elsewhere in the palm. On the island, the tale was told that Edeon and Eanna had first come together in love for 3 full days and nights on the summit of Sangarios, that in the surging climax of her desire on the 3rd night, Eanna of the Lights had created the stars of heaven and strewn them like shining lace through the dark. And the tale was told that 9 months later, which is 3 times 3, the triad was completed when Morian was born in the depths of winter in a cave on that same mountain. And with Morian had come both life and death into the world, and with life and death came mortal man to walk under the newly named stars, the 2 moons of the night's warding, and the sun of day. And for this reason had Chiara always asserted its preeminence among the 9 provinces of the palm, and for this reason as well did the island name Morian as guardian of its destiny. Morian of portals, who had sway over all thresholds, for everyone knew that all islands were worlds unto themselves, that to come to an island was to come to another world, a truth known under the stars and moons, if not always remembered by the light of day. Every 3 years, then, at the beginning of each year of Morion, on the first of the springtime Ember days, the young men of Chiara would vie with each other in a dawn race up to the summit of Sangarios, there to pluck a blood-dark sprig of sonrai, the intoxicating berries of the mountain, under the watchful eye of the priests of Morion, who had kept vigil on the peak all night long, among the waking spirits of the dead. The first man down the mountain was anointed Lord of Sangarios until the next such run in 3 years' time. In the old days, the very old days, the Lord of Sangarios would have been hunted down and slain on his mountain by the women 6 months later, on the first of the Ember days of fall. Not any more. Not for a long time. Now the young champion was likely to find himself in fierce demand as a lover by women seeking the blessing of his seed. A different sort of hunt, Dianora had said to Brandon once. He hadn't laughed. He didn't find the ritual amusing. In fact, 6 years ago the King of Ygrath had elected to run the course himself, the morning before the actual race. He had done it again 3 years past. No small achievement, really, for a man of his years, considering how hard and how long the runners trained for this. Dianora didn't know what to find more whimsical, the fact that Brandon would do this thing in such secrecy, or the ebullient masculine pride he'd felt both times he'd made it up to the summit of Sangarios and down again. In the audience chamber, Dianora asked the question she was clearly expected to ask. "What did you see, then?" She did not know, for mortals seldom do know, when they approach a threshold of the goddess, that the question would mark the turning of her days. "Something unusual," Brandon repeated. "I had, of course, outstripped the guards running with me." "Of course," she murmured, giving him a sidelong glance. He grinned. "I was alone on the path, part of the way up. The trees were still very thick on either side, mountain ash mostly, some sequoias." "How interesting," she said. This time he quelled her with a look. Dianora bit her lip and schooled her expression dutifully. "I looked over to my right," Brandon said, "and saw a large grey rock, almost like a platform at the edge of the trees. And sitting on the rock there was a creature. A woman, I would swear, and very nearly human." "Very nearly?" She wasn't teasing any more. Within the actual archway of a portal of Morion, we sometimes do know that a thing of importance is happening. That's what was unusual. She certainly wasn't entirely human, not with green hair and such pale skin. Skin so white, I swear I saw blue veins beneath, Dianora. And her eyes were unlike any I'd ever seen. I thought she was a trick of light, the sun filtering through trees. But she didn't move or change in any way, even when I stopped to look at her." And now Dianora knew exactly where she was. The ancient creatures of water and wood and cave went back in time as far as the Triad did, almost, and from the description she knew what he had seen. She knew other things as well, and was suddenly afraid. "What did you do?" she asked, as casually as she could. "I wasn't sure what to do. I spoke. She didn't answer. So I took a step towards her, and as soon as I did, she leaped down from the rock and backed away. She stopped among the trees. I held out my open palms, but she seemed to be startled by that, or offended, and a moment later she fled." "Did you follow?" "I was about to, but by then one of the guards had caught up to me." "Did he see her?" she asked, too quickly. Brandon gave her a curious look. "I asked. He said no, though I think he would have answered that way regardless. Why do you ask?" She shrugged. "It would have confirmed she was real," she lied. Brandon shook his head. "She was real. This was no vision. In fact," he added, as if the thought had just occurred to him, "she reminded me of you." "With, what was it, green skin and blue hair?" she replied, letting her court instincts guide her now. Something large was happening here, though. She labored to hide the turmoil she felt. "I thank you so much, my gracious lord. I suppose if I talked to Shelto and Venchel, we could achieve the skin color, and blue hair should be easy enough, if it excites you so dramatically." He smiled, but did not laugh. "Green hair, not blue," he said almost absently. "And she did, Dianora," he repeated, looking at her oddly. "She did remind me of you. I wonder why. Do you know anything about such creatures?" "I do not," she said. "In Chertanda we have no tales of green-haired women in the mountains." She was lying. She was lying as well as she could, wide-eyed and direct. She could scarcely believe what she had just heard, what he had seen. Brandon's good humor was still with him. "What mountain tales do you have in Chertando?" he queried, smiling expectantly. "Stories of hairy things that walk on legs like tree stumps and eat goats and virgins in the night." His smile broadened. "Are there any?" "Goats, yes," she said with a straight face. "Fewer virgins. Hairy creatures with such specific appetites are not an incentive to chastity. Are you sending out a party to search for this creature?" A question so important she held her breath, awaiting his reply. "I think not," Brandon said. "I suspect such things are only seen when they want to be." Which she knew for a fact was absolutely true. "I haven't told anyone but you," he added unexpectedly. There was no dissembling in the expression she felt come over her face at that. But over and above everything else, there was something new inside her with these tidings. She badly needed to be alone to think. A vain hope. She wouldn't get that chance for a long time yet today. Best to push his story as far back as she could, with all the other things she was always pushing to the edges of her mind. "Thank you, my lord," she murmured, aware that they had been talking privately for some time, aware as ever of how that would be construed. "In the meantime," Brandon suddenly said in a quite different tone, "you still have not yet asked me how I did on the run. Soloris, I have to tell you, made it her first question." Which carried them back to familiar ground. "Very well," she said, feigning indifference. "Do tell me. Halfway? 3/4?" A glint of royal indignation flickered in the grey eyes. "You are presumptuous sometimes," he said. "I indulge you too much. I went, if you please, all the way to the summit, and came down again this morning with a cluster of sonrai berries. I will be extremely interested to see if any of tomorrow's runners are up and down as quickly." "Well," she said quickly, unwisely, "they won't have sorcery to help them." "Dianora, have done!" And that tone she recognized and knew she'd gone too far. As always at such moments, she had a dizzying sense of a pit gaping at her feet. She knew what Brandon needed from her. She knew the reason he granted her license to be outrageous and impertinent. She had long understood why the wit and edge she brought to their exchanges were important to him. She was his counterbalance to Soloris's soft, unquestioning, undemanding shelter. The two of them, in turn, balancing Damon's ascetic exercise of politics and government. And all three of them in orbit around the star that Brandon was, the voluntarily exiled sun, removed from the heavens it knew, from the lands and seas and people, bound to this alien peninsula by loss and grief and revenge decreed. She knew all this. She knew the king very well. Her life depended on that. She did not often stray across the line that was always there, invisible but inviolate. When she did, it was likely to be over something as apparently trivial as this. It was such a paradox for her, how he could shrug off or laugh at, or even invite, her caustic commentary on court and colony, and yet bridle like a boy with affronted pride if she teased about his ability to run up and down a mountain in a morning. At such times he had only to say her name in a certain way, and endless chasms opened before her in the delicately inlaid floor of the audience chamber. She was a captive here, more slave than courtesan, at the court of a tyrant. She was also an impostor, living an ongoing lie while her country slowly died away from the memories of men. And she had sworn to kill this man, whose glance across a room was as wildfire on her skin or amber wine in her mortal blood. Chasms everywhere she turned. And now this morning he had seen a Ryselka. He, and very possibly a second man as well. Fighting back her fear, she forced herself to shrug casually, to arch her eyebrows above a face schooled to bland unconcern. "This amuses me," she said, reaching for self-possession, knowing precisely what his need in her was, even now, especially now. "You profess to be pleased, even touched, by Soloris's doubtlessly agitated query about your mountain run. The first thing she asked, you say. How she must have wondered whether or not you succeeded. And yet when I, knowing as surely as I know my own name that you were up on the summit this morning, treat it lightly, as something small, never in doubt, why then the king grows angry. He bids me sternly to have done. But tell me, my lord, in all fairness, which of us truly has honoured you more?" For a long time he was silent, and she knew that the court would be avidly marking the expression on his face. For a moment she cared nothing for them, or even for her past, or his encounter on the mountainside. There was one specific chasm here that began and ended in the depths of the grey eyes that were now searching her own. When he spoke it was in a different voice again, but this tone she happened to know exceedingly well, and in spite of everything that had just been said, and in spite of where they were and who was watching them, she felt herself go weak suddenly. Her legs trembled, but not with fear now. "I could take you," said Brandon, King of Ygrath, thickly, his face flushed, "on the floor of this room right now, before all of my gathered court." Her throat was dry. She felt a nerve flutter beneath the skin of her wrist. Her own color was high, she knew. She swallowed with some difficulty. "Perhaps tonight would be wiser," she murmured, trying to keep her tone light but not really managing it, unable to hide the swift response in her eyes, spark to spark like the onset of a blaze. The jeweled carved chalice trembled in her hand. He saw that, and she saw that he did, and that her response, as always, served as kindling for his own desire. She sipped at her drink, holding it with both hands, clinging to self-control. "Better tonight, surely," she said again, overwhelmed as always by what was happening to her. She knew what he needed her to say, though, now, at this moment, in this room of state thronged with his court and emissaries from home. She said it, looking him in the eyes, articulating carefully. "After all, my lord, at your age you should marshal your strength. You did run part way up a hill this morning." An instant later, for the second time, the Chiaran court of Brandon of Ygrath saw their king throw back his handsome bearded head, and they heard him laugh aloud in delight. Not far away, Rune the Fool cackled in simultaneous glee. "Isola of Ygrath!" This time there were trumpets and a drum, as well as the herald's staff resounding as it struck the floor by the double doors at the southern end of the audience chamber. Standing most of the way towards the throne, Dianora had time to observe the stately progress of the woman Brandon had called the finest musician in Ygrath. The assembled court of Chiara was lined several rows deep, flanking the approach to the king. "A handsome woman still," murmured Neso of Ygrath, "and she's 50 years old if she's a day." Somehow he had managed to end up next to her in the front row. His unctuous tone irritated her, as always, but she tried not to let it show. Isola was clad in the simplest possible robe of dark blue, belted at the waist with a slender gold chain. Her hair, brown with hints of grey, was cut unfashionably short, although the spring and summer fashion might change after today, Dianora thought. The colony always took its cue in these matters from Ygrath. Isola walked confidently, not hurrying, down the aisle formed by the courtiers. Brandon was already smiling a welcome. He was always immensely pleased when one or another of Igrath's artists made the long, often dangerous sea voyage to his second court. Several steps behind Isola, and carrying her lute in its case as if it were an artifact of immeasurable worth, Dianora saw, with genuine surprise, the poet Camena di Chiara, clad in his ubiquitous triple-layered cloak. There were murmurs from the assembly. She wasn't the only one caught off guard by this. Instinctively she threw a glance across the aisle to where Duarde stood with his wife and daughter. She was in time to see the spasm of hate and fear that flickered across his face as his younger rival approached. An instant later the revealing expression was gone, replaced by a polished mask of sneering disdain at Camena's vulgar lowering of himself to serve as porter for an Igrathan. Still, Dianora considered, this was an Igrathan court. Camena, she guessed in a flash of intuition, had probably had one of his verses set to music. If Isola was about to sing a song of his, it would be a dazzling coup for the Chiaran poet, more than sufficient to explain why he would offer to further exalt Isola and Igrathan artists by serving as a bearer for her. The politics of art, Dianora decided, was at least as complex as that of provinces and nations. Isola had stopped, as was proper, about 15 steps from the dais of the island throne, very close to where Dianora and Neso stood. Neatly she proceeded to perform the triple obeisance. Very graciously, a mark of high honor, Brandon rose to his feet to bid her welcome. He was smiling. So was Rune, behind him and to his left. For no reason she would ever afterwards be able to name or explain, Dianora turned from monarch and musician back to the poet bearing the lute. Camena had stopped a further 6 paces behind Isola, and had knelt on the marble floor. What detracted from the grace of the tableau was the dilation of his eyes. "Nilf leaves," Dianora concluded instantly. "He's drugged himself." She saw beads of perspiration on the poet's brow. It was not warm in the audience chamber. "You are most welcome, Isola," Brandon was saying with genuine pleasure. "It has been far too long since we have seen you or heard you play." Dianora saw Camena make a small adjustment in the way he held the lute. She thought he was preparing to open the case. It did not look like an ordinary lute, though. In fact, afterwards she was able to know one thing only with certainty. It had been the story of the Ruselka that made her so sharp to see. The story, and the fact that Brandon wasn't certain if the second man, his guard, had seen her or not. One man meant a fork in the path. 2 men meant a death. Either way, something was to happen. And now it did. All eyes but hers were on Brandon and Isola. Only Dianora saw Camena slip the velvet cover off the lute. Only Dianora saw that it was not in fact a lute, and only she had heard Brandon's tale of the Ruselka. "Die, Isola of Igrath!" Camena screamed hoarsely. His eyes bulged as he hurled the velvet away and leveled the crossbow he carried. With the lightning reaction of a man half his years, Brandon reflexively threw out his hand to cast a sorcerer's shield around the threatened singer. Exactly as he was expected to do, Dianora realized. "Brandon, no!" she screamed. "It's you!" And seizing the gape-mouthed Neso of Igrath by the near shoulder, she propelled herself and him both into the aisle. The crossbow bolt, aimed meticulously to the left of Isola on a line for Brandon's heart, buried itself instead in the shoulder of a stupefied Neso. He shrieked in pain and shock. Her momentum drove Dianora stumbling to her knees beside Isola. She looked up, and for the rest of her days never forgot the look she met in the singer's eyes. She turned away from it. The emotion, the hatred, was too raw. She felt physically ill, trembling with aftershock. She forced herself to stand. She looked at Brandon. He hadn't even lowered his hand. There was still the shimmer of a protective barrier around Isola, who had never been in danger at all. The guards had Camena by now. He'd been dragged to his feet. Dianora had never seen anyone look so white. Even his eyes were white from the drug. For a moment she thought he was going to faint, but then Kamena threw his head back as far as he could in the iron grip of the Igrafan soldiers. He opened his mouth as if in agony. "Kiara!" he cried once, and then, "Freedom for Kiara!" before they silenced him brutally. The echoes rang for a long time. The room was large, and the stillness was almost absolute. No one dared to move. Dianora had a sense that the court wasn't even breathing. No one wanted the slightest attention drawn to them. On the mosaic-inlaid floor, Neso moaned again in fear and pain, breaking the tableau. 2 soldiers knelt to tend to him. Dianora was still afraid she was going to be sick. She couldn't make her hands stop trembling. Isola of Igrath had not moved. She could not move, Dianora realized. Brandon was holding her in a mind lock like a flower pressed flat on a sheet. The soldiers lifted Neso and helped him from the room. Dianora stepped back herself, leaving Isola alone before the king, 15 very proper paces away. Kamena was a tool, Brandon said softly. Kiara has virtually nothing to do with this. Do not think that I am unaware of that. I can offer you nothing now but an easier death. You must tell me why you did this. His voice was rigidly measured, careful and uninflected. Dianora had never heard such a tone from him. She looked at Rune. The fool was weeping, tears streaking his distorted features. Brandon lowered his hand, freeing Isola to move and speak. The blazing flash of hatred left her features. In its place was a defiant pride. Dianora wondered if she had actually thought the deception would work, if after the king had been slain she had actually expected to walk freely from this room. And if not, if she had not expected to do so, what did that mean? Holding herself very straight, Isola gave part of an answer. "I am dying," she said to Brandon. "The physicians have given me less than a season before the growth inside reaches my brain. Already there are songs I can no longer remember, songs that have been mine for 40 years. "I am sorry to hear it," said Brandon, formally, his courtesy so perfect it seemed a violation of human nature. He said, "All of us die, Isola, some very young. Not all of us plot the death of our king. You have more to tell me before I may grant you release from pain." For the first time Isola seemed to waver. She lowered her gaze from his eerily serene grey eyes. Only after a long moment did she say, "You had to have known that there would be a price for what you did." "Exactly what is it that I did?" Her head came up. "You exalted a dead child above the living one, and revenge above your wife, and more highly than your own land. Have you spared a thought, a fraction of a thought, for any of them while you pursued your unnatural vengeance for Stevan?" Dianora's heart thudded painfully. It was a name not spoken in Kiara. She saw Brandon's lips tighten in a way she had seen only a handful of times. But when he spoke, his voice was as rigidly controlled as before. "I judged that I had considered them fairly. Gerald has governance in Igrath, as he was always going to have. He even has my Saishan, as a symbol of that. Dorothea I invited here several times a year, for the first several years. Invited here that she might wither and grow old while you kept yourself young. A thing no sorcerer king of Igrath has ever done before, lest the gods punish the land for that impiety. But for Igrath you never spared a thought, did you? And Gerald, he is no king. His father is. That is your title, not his. What does the key to a Saishan mean against that reality? He is even going to die before you, Brandon, unless you are slain.
And what will happen then? It is unnatural. It is all unnatural. And there is a price to be paid." "There is always a price," he said softly. "A price for everything, even for living. I had not expected to pay it in my own family." There was a silence. "Isola, I must extend my years to do what I am here to do." "Then you pay for it," Isola repeated. "And Gerald pays, and Dorothea, and Igrath." And Tigana, Dianora thought, no longer trembling, her own ache come back like a wound in her. "Tigana pays too, in broken statues and fallen towers, in children slain, and a name gone." She watched Brandon's face, and Rune's. "I hear you," the king said at length to the singer. "I have heard more than you have chosen to say. I need only one thing further. You must tell me which of them did this." It was said with visible regret. Rune's ugly face was screwed up tightly. His hands gestured with a random helplessness. "And why?" said Isola, drawing herself up and speaking with the frigid hauteur of one who had nothing left to lose. "Should you imagine their purposes to be at odds in this? Why the one or the other, King of Igrath?" Her voice rang out, harsh as the message it bore. Slowly he nodded. The hurt was clear in him now. Dianora could see it in the way he stood and spoke, however much he controlled himself. She didn't even need to look at Rune. "Very well," Brandon said. "And you, Isola, what could they have offered to make you do this thing? Can you really hate me so much?" The woman hesitated only for an instant. Then, as proudly, as defiantly as before, she said, "I can love the Queen so much." Brandon closed his eyes. "How so?" "In all the ways that you forsook when you chose exile here, and love of the dead over the heart and the bed of your wife. In any normal, any halfway normal time, there would have been a reaction to this from the court. There would have had to be. Dianora heard nothing, though, only the sound of a great many people breathing carefully as Brandon opened his eyes again to look down upon the singer. There was an unveiled triumph in the Igrathan woman's face. "She was invited here," he repeated almost wistfully. "I could have compelled her, but I chose not to do so. She had made her feelings clear, and I left the choice to her. I thought it was the kinder, fairer action. It would appear that my sin lies in not having ordered her to take ship for this peninsula." So many different griefs and shapes of pain seemed to be warring for preeminence within Dianora. Behind the king she could see Daemon. His face was a sickly grey. He met her eyes for only an instant, then quickly looked away. Later she might think of ways to use this sudden ascendancy over him, but right now she felt only pity for the man. He would offer to resign tonight, she knew. Offer probably to kill himself after the old fashion. Brandon would refuse, but after this nothing would be quite the same. For a great many reasons. Brandon said, "I think you have told me what I had need to know." "The Kiaran acted alone," Isola volunteered unexpectedly. She gestured at Kamena, in the bone-cracking grip of the soldiers behind her. "He joined us when he visited Igrath 2 years ago. Our purposes appeared to march together this far." Brandon nodded. "This far," he echoed quietly. "I thought that might be the case. Thank you for confirming it," he added gravely. There was a silence.
You promised me an easy death," Isolde said, holding herself very straight. "I did," Brandon said. "I did promise you that." Dianora stopped breathing. The king looked at Isolde without expression for what seemed an unbearably long time. "You can have no idea," he said at last, in a voice little above a whisper, "how happy I was that you had come to make music for me again." Then he moved his right hand, in exactly the same casual gesture he would use to dismiss a servant or a petitioner. Isolde's head exploded like an overripe fruit smashed with a hammer. Dark blood burst from her neck as her body collapsed like a sack. Dianora was standing too near. The blood of the slain woman spattered thickly on her gown and face. She stumbled backwards. A hideous illusion of reptilian creatures was coiling and twisting in the place where Isolde's head had been mashed to a formless, oozing pulp. There was screaming everywhere, and a frenzied pandemonium as the court backed away. One figure suddenly ran forward. Stumbling, almost falling in its haste, the figure jerked out a sword. Then awkwardly, with great, clumsy, two-handed slashes, Rune the Fool began hacking at the dead body of the singer. His face was weirdly distorted with rage and revulsion. Foam and mucus ran from his mouth and nose. With one savage butcher's blow, he severed an arm from the woman's torso. Something dark and green and blind appeared to undulate from the stump of Isolde's shoulder, leaving a trail of glistening black slime. Behind Dianora, someone gagged with horror. "Stefan!" she heard Rune cry brokenly. And amid nausea and chaos and terror, an overwhelming pity suddenly laid hard siege to her heart. She looked at the frantically laboring fool, clad exactly like the king, bearing a king's sword. Spittle flew from his mouth. "Music! Stefan! Music! Stefan!" Rune shouted obsessively, and with each slurred, ferocious articulation of the words, his slender, jeweled court sword went up and down, glinting brilliantly in the streaming light, hewing the dead body like meat. He lost his footing on the slippery floor and fell to his knees with the force of his own fury. A grey thing with eyes on waving stalks appeared to attach itself like a blood-leech to his knee. "Music," Rune said one last time, softly, with unexpected clarity. Then the sword slipped through his fingers, and he sat in a puddle of blood beside the mutilated corpse of the singer. His balding head slewed awkwardly down and to one side, his white and gold court garments hopelessly soiled, weeping as though his heart was broken. Dianora turned to Brandon. The king was motionless, standing exactly as he had been throughout, his hands relaxed at his sides. He gazed at the appalling scene in front of him with a frightening detachment. "There is always a price," he said quietly, almost to himself, through the incessant screaming and tumult that filled the audience chamber. Dianora took one hesitant step towards him then, but he had already turned, and, with Daemon quickly following, Brandon left the room through the door behind the dais. With his departure, the slithering, oleaginous creatures immediately disappeared, but not the mangled body of the singer, or the pitiful, crumpled figure of the fool. Dianora seemed to be alone near them. Everyone else had surged back towards the doors. Isolde's blood felt hot where it had landed on her skin. People were tripping and pushing each other in their frantic haste to quit the room, now that the king was gone. She saw the soldiers hustling Carmena di Chiara away through a side door. Other soldiers came forward with a sheet to cover Isolde's body. They had to move Rune away to do it. He didn't seem to understand what was happening. He was still weeping, his face grotesquely screwed up like a hurt child's. Dianora moved a hand to wipe at her cheek, and her fingers came away streaked with blood. The soldiers placed the sheet over the singer's body. One of them gingerly picked up the arm Rune had severed and pushed it under the sheet as well. Dianora saw him do that. There seemed to be blood all over her face. On the very edge of losing all control, she looked around for help, any kind of help. "Come, my lady," said a desperately needed voice that was somehow by her side. "Come, let me take you back to the Saishan." "Oh, Shelto," she whispered. "Please, please do that, Shelto." The news blazed through the dry tinder of the Saishan, setting it afire with rumor and fear. An assassination attempt from Igrath, with Kiaran participation, and it had very nearly succeeded. Shelto hustled Dianora down the corridor to her rooms, and with a bristling protectiveness slammed the door on the nervous, fluttering crowd that clung and hovered in the hallway like so many silk-clad moths. Murmuring continuously, he undressed and washed her, and then wrapped her carefully into her warmest robe. She was shivering uncontrollably, unable to speak. He lit the fire and made her sit before it. In docile submission, she drank the magoti tea he prepared as a sedative. 2 cups of it, one after the other. Eventually the trembling stopped. She still found it difficult to speak. He made her stay in the chair before the fire. She didn't want to leave it anyway. Her brain felt battered, numb. She seemed to be utterly incapable of marshalling any understanding, of shaping an adequate response to what had just happened. One thought only kept driving the others away, pounding in her head like the hammer of a herald's staff on the floor. A thought so impossible, so disabling, that she tried, with all she could, through the blinding pulse of an onrushing headache, to block it out. She couldn't. The hammering crashed through, again and again. She had saved his life. Tigana had been a single pulse beat away from coming back into the world. The pulse beat of Brandon that the crossbow would have ended. Home was a dream she'd had yesterday, a place where children used to play, among towers near the mountains, by a river, on curving sweeps of white or golden sand, beside a palace at the edge of the sea. Home was a longing, a desperate dream, a name in her dreams. And this afternoon she had done the one thing she could possibly have done, to bar that name from the world, to lock it into a dream, until all the dreams, too, died. How was she to deal with that? How possibly cope with what it meant? She had come here to kill Brandon of Igrath, to end his life, that lost Tigana might live again. And instead... The shivering started once more. Fussing and murmuring, Shelto built up the fire and brought yet another blanket for her knees and feet. When he saw the tears on her face, he made a queer, helpless sound of distress. Someone knocked loudly on her door some time later, and she heard Shelto driving them away with language she had never known him to use before. Gradually, very slowly, she began to pull herself together. From the color of the light that gently drifted down through the high windows, she knew that the afternoon would be waning towards dusk. She rubbed her cheeks and eyes with the backs of her hands. She sat up. She had to be ready when twilight came. Twilight was when Brandon sent to the Saishan. She rose from her chair, pleased to find that her legs were steadier. Shelto rushed up, protesting, but when he saw her face he quickly checked himself. Without another word he led her through the inner doors and down that hallway to the baths. His ferocious glare silenced the attendants there. She had a sense that he would have struck them if they had spoken. She had never heard of him doing a single violent act, not since he had killed a man and lost his own manhood. She let them bathe her, let the scented oils soften her skin. There had been blood on it that afternoon. The waters swirled around her and then away. The attendants washed her hair. After, Shelto painted the nails of her fingers and toes, a soft shade, dusty rose, far from the color of blood, far from anger or grief. Later she would paint her lips the same shade. She doubted they would make love, though. She would hold him and be held. She went back to her room to wait for the summons. From the light she knew when evening had fallen. Everyone in the Saishan always knew when evening fell. The day revolved towards and then away from the hour of darkness. She sent Shelto outside to receive the word when it came. A short time after, he came back and told her that Brandon had sent for Solores. Anger flamed wildly within her. It exploded like the head of Isola of Ygrath in the audience chamber. Dianora could scarcely draw breath, so fierce was her sudden rage. Never in her life had she felt anything like this white-hot cauldron in her heart. After Tigana fell, after her brother was driven away, her hatred had been a shaped thing, controlled, channeled, driven by purpose, a guarded flame that she'd known would have to burn a long time. This was an inferno, a cauldron boiling over inside her, prodigious, overmastering, sweeping all before it like a lava flow. Had Brandon been in her room at that moment, she could have ripped his heart out with her nails and teeth, as the women tore Aedeon on the mountainside. She saw Shelto take an involuntary backward step away from her. She had never known him to fear her or anyone else before. It was not an observation that mattered now. What mattered, all that mattered, the only thing, was that she had saved the life of Brandon of Ygrath today, trampling into muck and spattered blood the clear, unsullied memory of her home and the oath she'd sworn in coming here so long ago. She had violated the essence of everything she once had been, violated herself more cruelly than had any man who'd ever lain with her for a coin in that upstairs room in Certando. And in return, Brandon had just sent for Solores di Corte, leaving her to spend tonight alone. Not a thing he should have done. It did not matter that even within the fiery heat of her own blazing, Dianora could understand why he might have done this thing, understand how little need he would have tonight for wit or intelligence, for sparkle, for questions or suggestions, or desire. His need would be for the soft, unthinking, reflexive gentleness that Solores gave, that she herself apparently did not. The cradling worship, tenderness, the soothing voice. He would need shelter tonight. She could understand. It was what she needed, too, needed desperately, after what had happened. But she needed it from him. And so it came to be that, alone in her bed that night, sheltered by no one and by nothing, Dianora found herself naked and unable to hide from what came when the fires of rage finally died. She lay unsleeping through the first and then through the second chiming of the bells that marked off the triads of the dark hours. But before the third chiming that heralded the coming of grey dawn, two things had happened within her. The first was the inexorable return of the single strand of memory she'd always been careful to block out from among all the myriad griefs of the year Tigana was occupied. But she truly was unsheltered and exposed in the dark of that Ember night, drifting terribly far from whatever moorings her soul had found. While Brandon, on the far wing of the palace, sought what comfort he could in Solores di Corte, Dianora lay as in an open space and alone, unable to deflect any of the images that now came sweeping back from years ago. Images of love and pain, and the loss of love in pain that were far too keen, too icy keen a wind in the heart, to be allowed at any normal time. But the finger of death had rested on Brandon of Ygrath that day, and she alone had guided it away, steering the king past the darkest portal of Morian, and tonight was an Ember night, a night of ghosts and shadows. It could not be anything like a normal time, and it was not. What came to Dianora, terribly, one after another in unceasing progression, like waves of the dark sea, were her last memories of her brother, before he went away. He had been too young to fight by the Deisa. No one under 15, Prince Valentine had proclaimed before riding sternly north to war. Alessane, the prince's youngest child, had been taken away south in hiding by Denolion, the high priest of Eanna, when word came that Brandon was coming down upon them. That was after Stavon had been slain, after the one victory. They had all known, the weary men who had fought and survived, and the women and the aged and the children left behind, that Brandon's coming would mark the end of the world they had lived in and loved. They hadn't known then how literally true that was, what the sorcerer king of Ygrath could do, and what he did. This they were to learn in the days and months that followed, as a hard and brutal thing that grew like a tumor and then festered in the souls of those who survived. The dead of Deisa are the lucky ones. So it was said more and more often, in whispers and in pain, in the year Tigana died, by those who endured the dying. Dianora and her brother were left with a mother whose mind had snapped like a bowstring with the tidings of second Deisa. Even as the vanguard of the Ygrathans entered the city itself, occupying the streets and squares of Tigana, the noble houses and the delicately colored palace by the sea, she seemed to let slip her last awareness of the world, to wander, mute and gentle, through a space neither of her children could travel to with her. Sometimes she would smile and nod at invisible things as she sat amid the rubble of their courtyard that summer, with smashed marble all around her, and her daughter's heart would ache like an old wound in the rains of winter. Dianora set herself to run the household as best she could, though 3 of the servants and apprentices had died with her father. 2 others ran away not long after the Ygrathans came, and the destruction began. She couldn't even blame them. Only one of the women and the youngest of the apprentices stayed with them. Her brother and the apprentice waited until the long wave of burnings and demolition had passed. Then they sought work clearing away rubble or repairing walls as a limited rebuilding started under Ygrathan orders. Life began to return towards a normality, or what passed for normality, in a city now called Lower Corte, in a province of that name. In a world where the very word Tigana could not be heard by anyone other than themselves. Soon they stopped using it in public places. The pain was too great. The twisting feeling inside that came with the blank look of incomprehension on the faces of the Ygrathans, or the traders and bankers from Corte, who had swarmed quickly down to seek what profit they could among the rubble in the slow rebuilding of a city. It was a hurt for which truly there was no name. Dianora could remember, with jagged, sharp-edged clarity, the first time she'd called her home Lower Corte. They all could, all the survivors. It was, for each of them, a moment embedded like a fishhook in the soul. The dead of Deisa, first or second, were the lucky ones, so the phrase went that year. She watched her brother come into a bitter maturity that first summer and fall, grieving for his vanished smile, laughter lost, the childhood too soon gone, not knowing how deeply the same hard lessons and absences were etched in her own hollow, unlovely face. She was 16 in the late summer. He turned 15 in the fall. She made a cake on his naming day, for the apprentice, the one old woman, her mother, her brother, and herself. They had no guests. Assembly of any kind was forbidden throughout that year. Her mother had smiled when Dianora gave her a slice of the dark cake, but Dianora had known the smile had nothing to do with any of them. Her brother had known it too. Preternaturally grave, he had kissed his mother on the forehead, and then his sister, and had gone out into the night. It was, of course, illegal to be abroad after nightfall, but something kept driving him out to walk the streets, past the random fires that still smoldered on almost every corner. It was as if he was daring the Ygrathan patrols to catch him, to punish him for having been 14 in the season of war. 2 soldiers were knifed in the dark that fall. 20 death wheels were hoisted in swift response. 6 women and 5 children were among those bound aloft to die. Dianora knew most of them. There weren't so very many people left in the city. They all knew each other. The screaming of the children, then their diminishing cries, were things she needed shelter from in her nights forever after. No more soldiers were killed. Her brother continued to go out at night. She would lie awake until she heard him come in. He always made a sound, deliberately, so she would hear him and be able to fall asleep. Somehow he knew she would be awake, though she had never said a word. He would have been handsome, with his dark hair and deep brown eyes, if he hadn't been so thin, and if the eyes were not shadowed and ringed by sleeplessness and grief. There was not a great deal of food that first winter. Most of the harvest had been burned, and the rest confiscated. But Dianora did the best she could to feed the 5 of them. About the look in his eyes there was nothing she could do. Everyone had that look that year. She could see it in her mirror. The following spring the Ygrathan soldiers discovered a new form of sport. It had probably been inevitable that they would, one of the evil growths that sprang from the deep-sown seeds of Brandon's vengeance. Dianora remembered being at an upstairs window the day it began. She was watching her brother and the apprentice, no longer an apprentice, of course, walking through a sun-brightened early morning across the square on their way to the site where they were laboring. White clouds had been drifting by overhead, scudding with the wind. A small cluster of soldiers came from the opposite side and accosted the 2 boys. Her window was open to air the room and catch the freshness of the breeze. She heard it all. "Help us!" one of the soldiers bleated with a smirk she could see from her window. "We're lost," he moaned, as the others quickly surrounded the boys. He drew sly chuckles from his fellows. One of them elbowed another in the ribs. "Where are we?" the soldier begged. Eyes carefully lowered, her brother named the square and the streets leading from it. "That's no good," the soldier complained. "What good are street names to me? I don't even know what cursed town I'm in." There was laughter. Dianora winced at what she heard in it. "Lower Corte," the apprentice muttered quickly, as her brother kept silent. They noticed the silence, though. "What town?" "You tell me," the spokesman said more sharply, prodding her brother in the shoulder. "I just told you. Lower Corte," the apprentice intervened loudly. One of the soldiers cuffed him on the side of the head. The boy staggered and almost fell. He refused to lift a hand to touch his head. Her pulse pounding with fright, Dianora saw her brother look up then. His dark hair gleamed in the morning sunlight. She thought he was going to strike the soldier who had dealt that blow. She thought he was going to die. She stood up at her window, her hands clenched on the ledge. There was a terrible silence in the square below. The sun was very bright. "Lower Corte," her brother said, as though he were choking on the words. Laughing raucously, the soldiers let them go. For that morning. The 2 boys became the favorite victims of that company, which patrolled their district between the palace by the sea and the center of town where the 3 temples stood. None of the temples of the Triad had been smashed, only the statuary that stood outside and within them. 2 had been her father's work, a young, seductively graceful Morian, and a huge primal figure of Eanna, stretching forth her hands to make the stars. The boys began leaving the house earlier and earlier as spring wore on, taking roundabout routes in an attempt to avoid the soldiers. Most mornings, though, they were still found. The Ygrathans were bored by then. The boys' very efforts to elude them offered sport. Dianora used to go to that same upstairs window at the front of the house when they left by way of the square, as if by watching whatever happened, sharing it, she could somehow spread the pain among 3, not 2, and so ease it for them. The soldiers almost always accosted them just as they reached the square. She was watching on the day the game changed to something worse. It was afternoon that time, a half-day of work only, because of a Triad holiday, part of the aftermath to the springtime Ember days. The Igrathans, like the Barbadians to the east, had been scrupulous not to tamper with the Triad and their clergy. After their lunch, the two boys went out to do an afternoon's work. The soldiers surrounded them in the middle of the square. They never seemed to tire of their sport, but that afternoon, just as the leader began his familiar litany of being lost, a group of 4 merchants came trudging up the hill from the harbor, and one of the soldiers had an inspiration born of sheerest malice. "Stop!" he rasped. The merchants did, very abruptly. One obeyed Igrathan commands in lower Corte, wherever one might be from. "Come here," the soldier added. His fellows made way for the merchants to stand in front of the boys. A premonition of something evil touched Dianora in that moment, like a cold finger on her spine. The 4 traders reported that they were from Ossoly. It was obvious from their clothing. "Good," the soldier said. "I know how grasping you lot are. Now listen to me. These brats are going to name their city and their province to you. If you can tell me what they say, on my honor and in the name of Brandon, King of Igrath, I'll give the first man who says the name back to me 20 gold Igraz." It was a fortune. Even from where she sat, high up and screened behind her window, Dianora could see the Ossoly traders react. That was before she closed her eyes. She knew what was coming and how it was going to hurt. She wanted her father alive in that moment, with a longing so acute she almost wept. Her brother was down there, though, among soldiers who hated them. She forced back her tears and opened her eyes. She watched. "You," said the soldier to the apprentice. They always started with him. "Your province had another name once. Tell them what it was." She saw the boy, Nado was his name, go white with fear or anger or both. The 4 merchants, oblivious to that irrelevance, leaned forward, straining with anticipation. Dianora saw Nado look at her brother for guidance, or perhaps for dispensation. The soldier saw the glance. "None of that," he snapped. Then he drew his sword. "For your life, say the name." Nado very clearly said, "Tigana." And of course not one of the merchants could say back the word he spoke. Not for 20 golden Igraz, or 20 times so many. Dianora could read the bafflement, the balked greed in their eyes, and the fear that confronting sorcery always brought. The soldiers laughed and jostled each other. One of them had a shrill cackle like a rooster. They turned to her brother. "No," he said flatly, before they could even command him. "You have had your sport. They cannot hear the name. We all know it. What is left to prove?" He was 15 and much too thin, and his dark brown hair was too long over his eyes. It had been over a month since she'd cut it for him. She'd been meaning to do so all week. One of her hands was squeezing the window ledge so tightly that all the blood had rushed away. It was white as ice. She would have cut it off to change what was happening. She noticed other faces at other windows, along the street and across the square. Some people had stopped down below as well, seeing the large clustering of men, sensing the sudden tension that had taken shape. Which was bad, because with an audience the soldiers would now have to clearly establish their authority. What had been a game when done in private was something else now. Dianora wanted to turn away. She wanted her father back from the Deisa. She wanted Prince Valentin back and alive. Her mother back from whatever country she wandered through. She watched, to share it, to bear witness and remember, knowing even then that such things were going to matter, if anything mattered, in the days and years to come. The soldier with the drawn blade placed the tip of it very carefully against her brother's breast. The afternoon sunlight glinted from it. It was a working blade, a soldier's sword. There came a small sound from the people gathered around the edges of the square. Her brother said, a little desperately, "They cannot hold the name. You know they cannot. You have destroyed us. Is it necessary to go on causing pain?"
Is it necessary?" "He is only 15, Dianora prayed, gripping the ledge like death, her hand a claw. "He was too young to fight. He was not allowed. Forgive him this, please." The 4 Assolini traders, as one man, stepped quickly out of range. One of the soldiers, the one with the high laugh, shifted uncomfortably, as if regretting what this had come to. But there was a crowd gathered. The boy had had his fair chance. There was really no choice now. The sword pushed delicately forward a short way and then withdrew. Through a torn blue tunic, a welling of blood appeared and hung a moment, bright in the springtime light, as if yearning towards the blade, before it broke and slid downwards, staining the blue. "The name," said the soldier quietly. There was no levity in his voice now. He was a professional, and he was preparing himself to kill, Dianora realized. A witness, a memory. She saw her younger brother spread his feet then, as if to anchor himself in the ground of the square. She saw his hands clench into fists at his sides. She saw his head go back, lifting towards the sky, and then she heard his cry. He gave them what they demanded of him. He obeyed the command, but not sullenly or diffidently, and not in shame. Rooted in the land of his fathers, standing before the home of his family, he looked towards the sun and let a name burst forth from his soul. "Tigana!" he cried, that all should hear. All of them, everyone in the square. And again, louder yet, "Tigana!" And then a third, a last time, at the very summit of his voice, with pride, with love, with a lasting, unredeemed defiance of the heart. "Tigana!" Through the square that cry rang, along the streets, up to the windows where people watched, over the roofs of houses running westward to the sea, or eastward to the temples, and far beyond all of these. A sound, a name, a hurled sorrow in the brightness of the air. And though the 4 merchants could not cling to the name, though the soldiers could not hold it, the women at the windows and the children with them, and the men riveted stone still in street and square could hear it clearly and clutch it to themselves, and they could gather and remember the pride at the base of that spiraling cry. And that much, looking around, the soldiers could see plainly and understand. It was written in the faces gathered around them. He had done only what they themselves had ordered him to do, but the game had been turned inside out. It had turned out wrong in some way they could but dimly comprehend. They beat him, of course, with their fists and feet and with the flats of their cared-for blades. Nado, too, for being there and so a part of it. The crowd did not disperse, though, which would have been the usual thing when a beating took place. They watched in a silence unnatural for so many people. The only sound was that of the blows falling, for neither boy cried out, and the soldiers did not speak. When it was over, they scattered the crowd with oaths and imprecations. Crowds were illegal, even though they themselves had caused this one to form. In a few moments, everyone was gone. There were only faces behind half-drawn curtains at upstairs windows, looking down on a square empty, save for 2 boys lying in the settling dust, blood bright on their clothing in the clear light. There had been birds singing all around and all through what had happened. Dianora could remember. She forced herself to remain where she was, not to run down to them, to let them do this alone, as was their right. And at length she saw her brother rise, with the slow, meditated movements of a very old man. She saw him speak to Nado, and then carefully help him to his feet. And then, as she had known would happen, she saw him, begrimed and bleeding and hobbling very badly, lead Nado east, without a backwards look, towards the site where they were assigned to work that day. She watched them go. Her eyes were dry. Only when the 2 of them turned the corner at the far end of the square,
and so were gone from sight, did she leave her window. Only then did she loosen her white-clawed hold on the wood of the window ledge, and only then, invisible to everyone with her curtains drawn, did she allow her tears to fall, in love and for his hurts and terrible pride. When they came home that night, she and the servant woman heated water and drew baths for them, and afterwards they dealt with the wounds and the black and purpling bruises as best they could. Later, over dinner, Nardo told them he was leaving. That same night, he said. It was too much, he said, awkwardly twisting in his seat, speaking to Dianora, for her brother had turned his face away at Nardo's first announcement. There was no life to be made here, Nardo said with passionate urgency, through a torn and swollen mouth. Not with the viciousness of the soldiers, and the even more vicious taxes. If a young man such as himself, was to have any hope of doing something with his life, Nardo said, he had to get away. Desperately his eyes besought her understanding. He kept glancing nervously over to where her brother had now fully turned his back on both of them. "Where will you go?" Dianora had asked him. Ossoli, he'd told her. It was a hard, wet land, unbearably hot and humid in summer. Everyone knew that. But there was room there for new blood. The Ossolini made people welcome, he'd heard, more so than in the Barbadian lands to the east. He would never, ever go to Corte or Chiara. People from Tigana did not go there, he said. Her brother made a small sound at that, but did not turn. Nardo glanced over at him again and swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. 3 other young men had made plans, he said to Dianora. Plans to slip out from the city tonight and make their way north. He'd known about it for some time, he said. He hadn't been sure. He hadn't known what to do. What had happened this morning had made up his mind for him. Eana light your path, Dianora had said, meaning it. He had been a good apprentice, and then a brave and loyal friend. People were leaving all the time. The province of Lower Corte was a bad place in a very bad time. Nardo's left eye was completely swollen shut. He might easily have been killed that afternoon. Later, when he'd packed his few belongings and was ready to leave, she gave him some silver from her father's hidden store. She kissed him in farewell. He'd begun weeping then. He commended himself to her mother and opened the front door. On the threshold he'd turned back again, still crying. "Goodbye," he'd said, in anguish, to the figure staring stonily into the fire on the front-room hearth. Seeing the look on Nardo's face, Dianora silently willed her brother to turn around. He did not. Deliberately he knelt and laid another log on the fire. Nardo stared at him a moment longer, then he turned to look at Dianora, failed to achieve a tremulous, tearful smile, and slipped out into the dark and away. Much later, when the fire had been allowed to die, her brother went out as well. Dianora sat and watched the embers slowly fade. Then she looked in on her mother and went to bed. When she lay down, it seemed to her that a weight was pressing upon her body, far heavier than the quilted comforter. She was awake when he came in. She always was. She heard him step loudly on the landing, as was his habit, to let her know he was safely home. But she didn't hear the next sound, which should have been the opening and closing of his bedroom door. It was very late. She lay still for another moment, surrounded and mastered by all the griefs of the day. Then, moving heavily, as if drugged or in a waking dream, she rose and lit a candle. She went to her door and opened it. He was standing in the hallway outside, and by the flickering of the light she bore, she saw the river of tears that was pouring without surcease down his bruised, distorted face. Her hands began to shake. She could not speak. "Why didn't I say good-bye to him?" she heard him say in a strangled voice. "Why didn't you make me say good-bye to him?" She had never heard so much hurt in him, not even when word had come that their father had died by the river. Her heart aching, Dianora put the candle down on a ledge that once had held a portrait bust of her mother by her father. She crossed the narrow distance and took her brother in her arms, absorbing the hard racking of his sobs. He had never cried before, or never so that she could see. She guided him into her room and lay down beside him on her bed, holding him close. They wept together thus for a very long time. She could not have said how long. Her window was open. She could hear the breeze sigh through the young leaves outside. A bird sang, and another answered it from across the lane. The world was a place of dreaming or of sorrow, one or both of those, one or both. In the sanctuary of night she slowly pulled his tunic over his head, careful of his wounds, and then she slipped free of her own robe. Her heart was beating like the heart of a captured forest creature. She could feel the race of his pulse when her fingers touched his throat. Both of the moons had set. The wind was in all the leaves outside. And so, in all that darkness, dark over and about and close gathered around them, the full dark of moonless night and the darkness of their days, the two of them sought a pitiful, illicit shelter in each other from the ruin of their world. "What are we doing?" her brother whispered once. And then, a space of time later, when pulse beats had slowed again, leaving them clinging to each other in the aftermath of a headlong, terrifying need, he had said, one hand gentle in her hair, "What have we done?" And all these long years later, alone in the Saishan on the island, as this most hidden memory came back, Dianora could remember her reply. "Oh, Bayard," she'd said, "what has been done to us?" It lasted from that first night through the whole of spring and into the summer. The sin of the gods, it was named, what they did. For Aedeon and Eanna were said to have been brother and sister at the beginning of time, and Morian was their child. Dianora didn't feel like a goddess, and her mirror offered no illusions, only a too-thin face with enormous staring eyes. She knew only that her happiness terrified her, and consumed her with guilt, and that her love for Bayard was the whole of her world. And what frightened her almost as much was seeing the same depth of love, the same astonished passion, in him. Her heart misgave her constantly, even as they reached for their fugitive joy. Too bright this forbidden flame, in a land where any kind of brightness was lost or not allowed. He came to her every night. The woman slept downstairs. Their mother slept and woke in her own world. In the dark of Dianora's room they escaped into each other, reaching through loss and the knowledge of wrong in search of innocence. He was still driven to go out some nights to walk the empty streets, not as often as before, for which she gave thanks and sought a kind of justification for herself. A number of young men had been caught after curfew and killed on the wheels that spring. If what she was doing kept him alive, she would face whatever judgment lay in wait for her in Morian's halls. She couldn't keep him every night, though. Sometimes a need she could not share or truly understand would drive him forth. He tried to explain how the city was different under the two moons, or one of them, or the stars. How softer light and shadow let him see it as Tigana again. How he could walk silently down towards the sea and come upon the darkened palace, and how the rubble and ruin of it could somehow be rebuilt in his mind in darkness, towards what it had been before. He had a need for that, he said. He never baited the soldiers, and promised her he never would. He didn't even want to see them, he said. They crashed into the illusions he wanted. He just needed to be abroad, inside his memory of the city that had gone. Sometimes, Bayard told her, he would slip through gaps he knew in the harbor walls and walk along the beach, listening to the sea. By day he labored, a thin boy at a strong man's job, helping to rebuild what they were permitted to rebuild. Rich merchants from Corte, their ancient enemies, had been allowed to settle in the city, to buy up the smashed buildings and residential palaces very inexpensively, and to set about restoring them for their own purposes. Bayard would come home at the end of a day, sometimes with gashes and fresh bruises, and once the mark of a whip across his shoulders. She knew that if one company of soldiers had ended their sport with him, there were others to pick it up. It was only happening here, she'd heard. Everywhere else the soldiers restrained themselves, and the king of Igrath was governing with care to consolidate his providences against Barbadior. In Lower Corte they were special, though. They had killed his son. She would see those marks on Bayard, and she had not the heart to ask him to deny himself his lost city at night when the need rose in him. Even though she lived 100 terrors and died 100 deaths every time the front door closed behind him after dark, until she heard it open again and heard his loved, familiar footsteps on the stairs, and then the landing, and then he came into her room to take and hold her in his arms. It went on into summer, and then it ended. It all ended, as her knowing heart had forewarned her from that first time in darkness, listening to the birds singing and the wind in the trees outside. He came home no later than he usually did from walking abroad, one night when blue Ilarion had been riding alone through a high lacework of clouds. It had been a beautiful night. She had sat up late by her window, watching the moonlight falling on the rooftops. She'd been in bed when he came home, though, and her heart had quickened with the familiar intermingling of relief and guilt and need. He had come into her room. He didn't come to bed. Instead, he sank into the chair she'd sat in by the window. With a queer, numb feeling of dread, she had struck tinder and lit her candle. She sat up and looked at him. His face was very white. She could see that even by candlelight. She said nothing. She waited. "I was on the beach," Bayard said quietly. "I saw a Riselka there." She had always known it would end, that it had to end. She asked the instinctive question, "Did anyone else see her?" He shook his head. They looked at each other in silence. She was amazed at how calm she was, how steady her hands were upon the comforter. And in that silence a truth came home to her, one she had probably known for a long time. "You have only been staying for me, in any case," she said. A statement, no reproach in it. He had seen a Riselka. He closed his eyes. "You knew?" "Yes," she lied. "I'm sorry," he said, looking at her. But she knew that this would be easier for him if she were able to hide how new and deathly cold this actually was for her. A gift, perhaps the last gift she would give him. "Don't be sorry," she murmured, her hands lying still where he could see them. "Truly, I understand." Truly she did, though her heart was a wounded thing, a bird with one wing only, fluttering in small circles to the ground. "The Riselka," he began, and halted. It was an enormous, frightening thing, she knew. "She makes it clear," he went on earnestly, "the fork of the prophecy, that I have to go away." She saw the love for her in his eyes. She willed herself to be strong enough. strong enough to help him go away from her.
"Oh, my brother," she was thinking, "and will you leave me now?" She said, "I know she makes it clear, Bayard. I know you have to leave. It will be marked on the lines of your palm." She swallowed. This was harder than she could ever have imagined. She said, "Where will you go?" "My love," she added, but not aloud, only inside, in her heart. "I've thought about that," he said. He sat up straighter now. She could see him taking strength from her calm. She clung to that with everything she had. "I'm going to look for the prince," he said. "What? Alessandre? We don't even know if he's alive," she said, in spite of herself. "There's word he is," Bayard said, "that his mother is in hiding with the priests of Eana, and that the prince has been sent away. If there is any hope, any dream for us, for Tigana, it will lie with Alessandre." "He's 15 years old," she said, could not stop herself from saying. "And so are you," she thought. "Bayard, where did our childhood go?" By candlelight his dark eyes were not those of a boy. "I don't think age matters," he said. "This is not going to be a quick or an easy thing, if it can ever be done at all. He will be older than 15 when the time comes." "So will you," she said. "And so will you," Bayard echoed. "Oh, Dia, what will you do?" No one else but her father ever called her that. Stupidly, it was the name that nearly broke her control. She shook her head. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Look after Mother. Mary. There is money for a while yet, if I'm careful." She saw his stricken look and moved to quell it. "You are not to worry about it, Bayard. Listen to me. You have just seen a Rusalka. Will you fight your fate to clear rubble in this city for the rest of your days? No one has easy choices any more, and mine will not be as hard as most. I may," she had added, tilting her head defiantly, "try to think of some way to chase the same dream as you." It astonished her, looking back, that she had actually said this on that very night, as if she herself had seen the Rusalka, and her own path had been made clear, even as Bayard's forked away from her. Lonely and cold in the Saishan, she was not half so cold or alone as she had been that night. He had not lingered once she'd given her dispensation. She had risen and dressed and helped him pack a very few things. He had flatly refused any of the silver. She assembled a small satchel of food for his first sunrise on the long road alone. At the doorway, in the darkness of the summer night, they had held each other close, clinging without words. Neither wept, as if both knew the time for tears had passed. "If the goddesses love us, and the god," Bayard said, "we will surely meet again. I will think of you each and every day of my life. I love you, Dianora." "And I, you," she'd said to him. "I think you know how much. Eana light your path and bring you home." That was all she'd said, all she could think to say. After he'd gone, she had sat in the front room, wrapped in an old shawl of her mother's, gazing sightlessly at the ashes of last night's fire until the sun came up. By then the hard kernel of her own plan had been formed. The plan that had brought her here, all these years after, to this other lonely bed, on an Ember night of ghosts when she should not have had to be alone. Alone with all her memories, with the reawakening they carried, and the awareness of what she had allowed to happen to her here on the island, here in Brandon's court, here with Brandon. And so it was that two things came to Dianora that Ember night in the Saishan.
The memories of her brother had been the first, sweeping over her in waves, image after image, until they ended with the ashes of that dead fire. The second, following inexorably, born of that same long-ago year, born of memory, of guilt, of the whirlwind hurts that came with lying here alone and so terribly exposed on this night of all nights. The second thing, spun forth from all these interwoven things, was finally the shaping of a resolution, a decision after so many years, a course of action she now knew she was going to take, had to take, whatever might follow. She lay there, chilled, hopelessly awake, and she was aware that the cold she felt came far more from within than without. Somewhere in the palace, she knew, the torturers would be attending to Camena di Chiara, who had tried to kill a tyrant and free his home, who had done so knowing he would die, and how he would die. Even now they would be with him, administering their precise measures of pain. With a professional pride in their skill, they would be breaking his fingers one by one, his wrists and his arms, his toes and ankles and legs. They would be doing it carefully, even tenderly, solicitously guarding the beat of his heart, so that after they had broken his back, which was always the last, they could strap him alive on a wheel and take him out to the harbor square to die in the sight of his people. She would never have dreamt Camena had such courage or so much passion in his heart. She had derided him as a poseur, a wearer of three-layered cloaks, a minor, trivial artist angling for ascension at court. Not any more. Yesterday afternoon had compelled a new shape to her image of him. Now that he had done what he had done, now that his body had been given to the torturers, and then the wheel, there was a question that could no more be buried than could her memories of Bayard. Not tonight, not unsheltered as she was, and so awake. What, the thought came knifing home like a winter wind in the soul, did Camena's act make her? What did it make of that long-ago quest a 16-year-old girl had so proudly set herself, the night her brother went away, the night he'd seen a Rusalka under moonlight by the sea, and gone in search of his prince? She knew the answers. Of course she did. She knew the names that belonged to her, the names she had earned here on the island. They burned like sour wine in a wound. And burning inside, even as she shivered, Dianora strove one more time to school her heart to begin the deathly, hard, never yet successful journey back to her own dominion from that room on the far wing of the palace where lay the king of Igrath. That night was different, though. Something had changed that night, because of what had happened, because of the finality, the absoluteness of what she herself had done in the audience chamber. Acknowledging that, trying to deal with it, Dianora began to sense, as if from a very great distance, her heart's slow, painful retreat from the fires of love. A returning, and then a turning back, to the memory of other fires at home. Fields burning, a city burning, a palace set aflame. No comfort there, of course. No comfort anywhere at all. Only an absolute reminder of who she was and why she was here. And lying very still in darkness on an Ember night, when country doors and windows were all closed against the dead and the magic in the fields, Dianora told over softly to herself the whole of the old foretelling verse. One man sees a Rusalka, his life forks there. 2 men see a Rusalka, one of them shall die. 3 men see a Rusalka, one is blessed, one forks, one shall die. 1 woman sees a Rusalka, her path comes clear to her. 2 women see a Rusalka, one of them shall bear a child. 3 women see Ariselka. One is blessed, one is clear, one shall bear a child. In the morning, she said to herself, amid cold and fire and all the myriad confusions of the heart, in the morning it will begin as it should have begun and ended long ago. The Triad knew how bitter, how impossible all choices had seemed to her. How faint and elusive had been her dream within these walls, of making it all come right for all of them. But of one truth she was now finally certain. She had needed something to be made clear along the twisting paths to betrayal that seemed to have become her life. And from Brandon's own lips she had learned how that clear path might be offered her. In the morning she would begin. Until then she could lie here, achingly awake and alone, as on another night at home so many years ago. And she could remember. Part 3. Ember to Ember. Chapter 9. It was cold in the gully by the side of the road. There was a thin, sheltering line of birch trees between them and the gates of the Nieveline estate, but even so the wind was a knife whenever it picked up. There had been snow last night, a rare thing this far north, even in midwinter. It had made for a white, chilled second night of riding from Ferrot town, where they had started, but Alessan had refused to slow their pace. He had said increasingly little as the night wore on, and Bayard said little at the best of times. Devon had swallowed his questions and concentrated on keeping up. They had crossed the Ostibar border in darkness and arrived at the Nieveline lands just after dawn. The horses were tethered in a grove about a half-mile to the southwest, and the 3 men had made their way to this gully on foot. Devon dozed off at intervals through the morning. The snow made the landscape strange and crisp and lovely when the sun was out, but around mid-afternoon the gray clouds had gathered heavily overhead, and it was only cold now, not beautiful at all. It had snowed again, briefly, about an hour before. When Devon heard the jingle of horses approaching through the grayness, he realized that the Triad, for once, were holding open palms toward them, or that, alternatively, the goddesses and the god had decided to give them a chance to do something fatally rash. He pressed himself as flat as he could to the wet ground of the gully. He thought of Catriana and the Duke, warm and sheltered with Taccio in Ferrot. A company of about a dozen Barbadian mercenaries materialized out of the gray landscape. They were laughing and singing in boisterous exuberance. Their horses' breath and their own made white puffs of smoke in the cold. Flat in the gully, Devon watched them go by. He heard Bayard's soft breathing beside him. The Barbadians stopped at the gates of what had once been Nieveline lands. They weren't any more, of course, not since the confiscations of the fall. The company leader dismounted and strode to the locked gates. With a flourish that drew cheers and laughter from his men, he unlocked the iron gates with 2 keys on an ornate chain. First Company, Alessan murmured under his breath. His first words in hours. He chose Corellius. Sandre said he would. They watched the gates swing open and saw the horses canter through. The last man locked the iron gates behind him. Bayard and Alessan waited another few moments, then rose to their feet. Devon stood up as well, wincing at how stiff he felt. "We'll need to find the tavern in the village," Bayard said, his voice so unusually grim that Devon glanced sharply at him in the growing gloom. The other man's features were unreadable. "Not to go inside, though," Alessan said. "What we do here, we do unknown." Bayard nodded. He pulled a much-creased paper from an inner pocket of his sheepskin vest. "Shall we start with Rovigo's man?" Rovigo's man turned out to be a retired mariner who lived in the village a mile to the east. He told them where the tavern was. He also, for a fairly significant sum of money, gave them a name, that of a known informer for Granchal, and his second company of Barbadians. The old sailor counted his money, spat once, meaningfully, then told them where the man lived, and something of his habits. Bayard killed the informer, strangling him 2 hours later, as he walked along a country lane from his small farm towards the village tavern. It was full dark by then. Devon helped him carry the body back towards the Nieveline gates and hide it in the gully. Bayard didn't speak, and Devon could think of nothing to say. The informer was a paunchy, balding man of middle years. He didn't look especially evil. He looked like a man surprised on the way to his favorite tavern. Devon wondered if he'd had a wife and children. They hadn't asked Rovigo's man about that. He was just as happy they hadn't. They rejoined Alessan at the edge of the village. He was keeping watch on the tavern from there. Without speaking, he pointed to a large dun-colored horse among those tethered outside the inn. A soldier's horse. The three of them doubled back west 1/2 mile and lay down to wait again, prone and watchful by the side of the road. Devon realized he wasn't cold anymore, or tired. He hadn't had time to think about such things. Later that night, under the cold white gaze of Vidomni, in the clearing winter sky, Alessan killed the man they'd been waiting for. By the time Devon heard the soft jingle of the soldier's horse, the prince was no longer by his side, and it had been mostly accomplished. Devon heard a soft sound, more like a cough than a cry. The horse snorted in alarm, and Devon belatedly rose up to try to deal with the animal. By then, though, he realized that Bayard wasn't beside him either. When he finally clambered out of the ditch to the road, the soldier, wearing the insignia of the second company, was dead, and Bayard had the horse under control. The man, obviously off duty, from the casual look of his uniform, had evidently been on his way back to the border fort. The Barbadian was a big man. They all were. But this one's face seemed very young under the moonlight. They threw the body across his horse and made their way back to the Nieveline gates. They could hear the men of the first company singing loudly from the manor house along the curving drive. The sound carried a long way in the stillness of the wintry air. There were stars out now beside the moon. The clouds were breaking up. Bayard pulled the Barbadian off the horse and leaned him against one of the gate pillars. Alessan and Devon claimed the other dead man from where they had left him in the gully. Bayard tethered the Barbadian's horse some distance off the road. Some distance, but not too far. This one was meant to be found later. Alessan touched Devon briefly on the shoulder. Using the skills Mara had taught him, it seemed several lifetimes ago, Devon picked the 2 elaborate locks. He was glad to be able to make a contribution. The locks were showy, but not difficult. The arrogant Nieveline had not had much fear of trespassers. Alessan and Bayard each shouldered a body and carried them through. Devon swung the gates silently shut, and they entered the grounds. Not toward the manor, though. They let the pale moonlight lead them over the snow to the barns. There they found trouble. The largest barn was locked from the inside, and Bayard pointed silently, with a grimace, to a spill of torchlight that showed from under the double doors. He mimed the presence of a guard. The 3 of them looked up. There was, clearly illuminated by Vidomni's glow, a single small window open, high up on the eastern side. Devon looked from Alessan to Bayard, and then back to the prince. He looked at the bodies of the 2 men already dead. He pointed to the window, and then to himself. After a long moment, Alessan nodded his head. In silence, listening to the ragged singing from over in the manor house, Devon climbed the outer wall of the Nieveline barn. By moonlight and by feel, he deciphered hand and footholds in the cold. When he reached the window, he looked over his shoulder and saw Ilarion, just rising in the east. He slipped through and into the upper loft. Below, a horse whickered softly, and Devon caught his breath. His heart thudding, he froze where he was, listening. There was no other response. In the sudden, seductive warmth of the barn, he crawled cautiously forward and looked down. The guard was comprehensively asleep. His uniform was unbuttoned, and the lantern on the floor by his side illuminated an empty flask of wine. He must have lost a dice roll, Devon thought, to have been posted so boringly on guard against nothing, here among the horses and the straw. He went down the ladder without a sound, and in the flickering light of that barn, amid the smell of hay and animals and spilled red wine, Devon killed his first man, plunging his dagger into the Barbadian's throat as the man slept. It was not the way his dreams of valiant deeds had ever had him doing this. It took him a moment to fight back the churning nausea that followed. It's the smell of the wine, he tried to tell himself. There was also more blood than he'd thought there would be. He wiped his blade clean before he opened the door for the other two. "Well done," Baird said, taking in the scene. He briefly laid a hand on Devon's shoulder. Alessandro said nothing, but by the wavering light Devon read a disquieting compassion in his eyes. Baird had already set about doing what they had to do. They left the guard where he was, to be burned. The informer and the soldier from the second company they dragged towards one of the outbuildings. Baird studied the situation carefully for a few moments, refusing to be rushed. Then he placed the two bodies in a particular way and wedged the door in front of them convincingly shut, with what Devon assumed would later appear to be a dislodged beam. The singing from the manor had gradually been fading away. Now it had come down to a single voice, drunkenly caroling a melancholy refrain about love lost long ago. Finally, that voice, too, fell silent, which was Alessandro's cue. At his signal, they simultaneously set fire to the dry straw and wood in the guarded barn and two of the adjacent outbuildings, including the one where the dead men were trapped. Then they fled. By the time they were off the property, the Nieveline barns were an inferno of flame. Horses were screaming. There was no pursuit. They hadn't expected any. Alessandro and Sandre had worked it out very carefully back in Ferrot. The charred bodies of the informer and the second company soldier would be found by Corellius's men. The mercenaries of the first company would draw the obvious conclusion. They reclaimed their horses and headed west. They spent the night outside again in the cold, taking turns on watch. It had gone very well. It seemed to have gone exactly as planned. Devon wished they'd been able to free the horses, though. Their screaming ran through his fitful dreams in the snow. In the morning, Alessandro bought a cart from a farmer near the border of Ferrot, and Baird bargained with a woodcutter for a load of fresh-cut logs. They paid the new transit duty and sold the wood at the first port across the border. They also bought some winter wool to carry to Ferrot town, where they were to rejoin the others. There was no point, Alessandro said, in missing a chance at a profit. They did have responsibilities to their partners. In fact, a disconcerting number of untoward events had ruffled the Eastern Palm in the autumn and winter that followed the unmasking of the Sandreni conspiracy. In themselves, none of them amounted to very much. Collectively, they unsettled and irritated Alberico of Barbadior to the point where his aides and messengers began finding their employment physically hazardous, insofar as their duties brought them into proximity with the tyrant. For a man noted for his composure and equanimity, even back in Barbadior, when he'd been only the leader of a middle-ranking family of nobility, Alberico's temper was shockingly close to the surface all winter long. It had begun, his aides agreed amongst each other, after the Sandreni traitor, Tommaso, had been found dead in the dungeons when they came to bring him to the professionals. Alberico, waiting in the room of the implements, had been terrifyingly enraged. Each of the guards, from Siferval's third company, had been summarily executed, including the new captain of the guard. The previous one had killed himself the night before. Siferval himself was summoned back to Astibar from Certondo for a private session with his employer that left him limp and shaking for hours afterwards. Alberico's fury had seemed to border on the irrational. He had clearly, his aides decided, been radically unsettled by whatever had happened in the forest. Certainly he didn't look well. There was something odd about one of his eyes, and his walk was peculiar. Then, in the days and weeks that followed, it became manifest, as the local informers for each of the three companies began to bring in their reports, that Astibar town simply did not believe, or chose not to believe, that anything had happened in the forest, that there had been any Sandreni conspiracy at all. Certainly not with the lords Scalvaglia and Nievole, and most certainly not led by Tommaso Bar Sandre. People were commenting cynically all over the city, the word came. Too many of them knew of the bone-deep hatred that divided those three families. Too many knew the stories about Sandre's middle son, the alleged leader of this alleged plot. He might kidnap a boy from a temple of Morion, Ostibar was saying, but plot against a tyrant, with Nievole and Scalvaglia? No, the city was simply too sophisticated to fall for that. Anyone with the slightest sense of geography or economics could see what was really going on. How, by trumping up this threat from 3 of the 5 largest landowners in the Distrata, Alberico was merely creating a sleek cover for an otherwise naked land grab. It was only sheerest coincidence, of course, that the Sandreni estates were central, the Nievoline farms lay to the southwest along the Ferrot border, and Scalvaglia's vineyards were in the richest belt in the north, where the best grapes for the blue wine were grown. An immensely convenient conspiracy, all the taverns and carve-rooms agreed. And every single conspirator was dead overnight as well. Such swift justice, such an accumulation of evidence against them. There had been an informer among the Sandreni, it was proclaimed. He was dead, of course. Tommaso Bar Sandre had led the conspiracy, they were told. He, too, most unfortunately, was dead. Led by Ostibar itself, all 4 provinces of the Eastern Palm reacted with bitter, sardonic disbelief. They may have been conquered, ground under the heavy Barbadian heel, but they had not been deprived of their intelligence or rendered blind. They knew a tyrant's scheming when they saw it. Tommaso Bar Sandre, as a skilled, deadly plotter? Ostibar, reeling under the economic impact of the confiscations and the horror of the executions, still found itself able to mock. And then there arrived the first of the viciously funny verses from the West, from Chiara itself, written by Brandon himself, some said, though rather more likely commissioned from one of the poets who hovered about that court. Verses lampooning Alberico as seeing plots hatching in every barnyard, and using them as an excuse to seize fowls and vegetable gardens all over the Eastern Palm. There were also a few, not very subtle, sexual innuendos thrown in for good measure. The poems, posted on walls all over the city, and then in Tregea and Certando and Ferrot, were torn down by the Barbadians almost as fast as they went up. Unfortunately, they were memorable rhymes, and people didn't need to read or hear them more than once. Alberico would later acknowledge to himself that he'd lost control a little. He would also admit inwardly that a great deal of his rage stemmed from a fierce indignation and the aftermath of fear. There had been a conspiracy, led by that mincing Sandreni. They had very nearly killed him in that cursed cabin in the woods. This once he was telling the absolute truth. There was no pretense or deception. He had every claim of justice on his side. What he didn't have was a confession, or a witness, or any evidence at all. He'd needed his informer alive. Or Tommaso. He'd wanted Tommaso alive. His dreams that first night had been shot through with vivid images of Sandre's son, bound and stripped and curved invitingly backwards on one of the machines. In the aftermath of the pervert's inexplicable death, and the unanimous word from all 4 provinces that no one believed a word of what had happened, Alberico had abandoned his original, carefully measured response to the plot. The lands were seized, of course, but in addition all the living members of all 3 families were searched out and death-wheeled in Ostibar. He hadn't expected there to be quite so many, actually, when he gave that order. The stench had been deplorable, and some of the children lived an unconscionably long time on the wheels. It made it difficult to concentrate on business in the state offices above the Grand Square. He raised taxes in Ostibar and introduced for the first time transit duties for merchants crossing from one of his provinces to another, along the lines of the existing tariff levied for crossing from the eastern to the western palm. Let them pay, literally, if they chose not to believe what had happened to him in that cabin. He did more. half the massive Nieveline grain harvest was promptly shipped home to Barbadior. For an action conceived in anger, he considered that one to be inspired. It had pushed the price of grain down back home in the Empire, which hurt his family's two most ancient rivals, while making him exceptionally popular with the people, insofar as the people mattered in Barbadior. At the same time, here in the Palm, Ostibar was forced to bring in more grain than ever from Certando and Ferrot, and with the new duties, Alberico was going to rake a healthy cut of that inflated price as well. He could almost have slaked his anger, almost have made himself happy, watching the effects of all this ripple through, if it wasn't that small things kept happening. For one, his soldiers began to grow restless. With an increase in hardship came an increase in tension. More incidents of confrontation occurred, especially in Tregea, where there were always more incidents of confrontation. Under greater stress, the mercenaries demanded, predictably, higher pay, which, if he gave it to them, was going to soak up virtually everything he might gain from the confiscations and the new duties. He sent a letter home to the Emperor, his first request in over 2 years, along with a case of Ostibar blue wine, from what were now his own estates in the north. He conveyed an urgent reiteration of his plea to be brought under the imperial aegis, which would have meant a subsidy for his mercenaries from the treasury in Barbadior, or even imperial troops under his command. As always, he stressed the role he alone played in blocking Ygrathan expansion in this dangerous halfway peninsula. He might have begun his career here as an independent adventurer, he conceded, with what he saw as a nice turn of phrase, but as an older, wiser man, he wished to bind himself more tightly and more usefully to his emperor than ever before. As for wanting to be emperor, and wanting the cloak of imperial sanction thrown over him, however belatedly, well, such things surely did not have to be put into a letter. He received, by way of reply, an elegant wall-hanging from the emperor's palace, commendations on his loyal sentiments, and polite regret that circumstances at home precluded the granting of his request for financing, as usual. He was cordially invited to sail home to all suitable honors and leave the tiresome problems of that far land overseas to a colonial expert appointed by the emperor. That, too, was as usual. Turn your new territory over to the empire, surrender your army, come home to a parade or two, then spend your days hunting and your money on bribes and hunting gear. Wait for the emperor to die without naming a successor, then knife and be knifed in the brawl to succeed him. Alberico sent back sincerest thanks, deep regrets, and another case of wine. Shortly thereafter, at the end of the fall, a number of men in the disgruntled, out-of-favor 3rd Company withdrew from service and took late-season ship for home. The commanders of the 1st and 2nd used that same week to formally present, purely coincidence of course, their new wage demands, and to casually remind him of past promises of land for the mercenaries, starting, it was suggested delicately, with their commanders. He'd wanted to order the 2 of them throttled. He'd wanted to fry their greedy, wine-sodden brains with a blast of his own magic. But he couldn't afford to do it, added to which, exercising his powers was still a process of some real strain, so soon after the encounter in the woods that had nearly killed him. The encounter that no one in this peninsula even believed had taken place. What he had done was smile at the 2 commanders and confide that he had already marked off in his mind a significant portion of the newly claimed Nieveline lands for one of them. Siferval, he said, more in sorrow than in anger, had been put out of the running by the conduct of his own men. But these 2, well, it would be a hard choice. He would be watching them closely over the next while, and would announce his decision in due course. How long a while, exactly, had pursued Corellius of the First? Truly, he could have killed the man even as he stood there, helmet under his arm, eyes hypocritically lowered in a show of deference. Oh, spring, perhaps, he'd said airily, as if such matters should not be of great moment to men of good will. Sooner would be better, had said Granchal of the Second softly. Alberico had chosen to let his eyes show just a little of what he felt. There were limits. sooner would let whichever of us you choose have time to see to the proper handling of the land before spring planting," Granchal explained hastily, a little ruffled as he should be. "Perhaps it is so," Alberico had said noncommittally. "I will give thought to this. By the way," he added as they reached the door, "Carelius, would you be good enough to send me that very competent young captain of yours, the one with the forked black beard? I have a special confidential task that needs a man of his evident qualities." Carelius had blinked and nodded. It was important, very important, not to let them grow too confident, he reflected after they had gone and he'd managed to calm himself. At the same time, only a genuine fool antagonized his troops. The more so if he had ultimate plans to lead them home, by invitation of the Emperor preferably, but not necessarily. Not, to be sure, necessarily. On further reflection, triggered by that line of thought, he did raise taxes in Tregea, Certando, and Ferrot to match the new levels in Ostibar. He also sent a courier to Siferval of the Third in the Certandan highlands, praising his recent work in keeping that province quiet. You lashed them, then enticed them. You made them fear you, and know that their fortunes could be made if you liked them enough. It was all a matter of balance. Unfortunately, small things continued to go wrong with the balancing of the eastern palm, as autumn turned into winter in the unusually cold weeks that followed. Some cursed poet in Ostibar chose that dank and rainy season to begin posting a series of elegies to the dead Duke of Ostibar. The Duke had died in exile, the head of a scheming family, most of whom had been executed by then. Verses lauding him were manifestly treasonous. It was difficult, though. Every single writer brought in during the first sweep of the carve rooms denied authorship, and then, with time to prepare, every writer in the second sweep claimed to have written the verses. Some advisers suggested peremptory wheels for the lot of them, but Alberico had been giving thought to a larger issue, to the marked difference between his court and the Igrathans. On Chiara, the poets vied for access to Brandon, quivering like puppies at the slightest word of praise from him. They wrote paeans of exultation to the tyrant and obscene, scathing attacks on Alberico at request. Here, every writer in the eastern palm seemed to be a potential rabble-rouser, an enemy of the state. Alberico swallowed his anger, lauded the technical skill of the verses, and let both sets of poets go free. Not before suggesting, however, as benignly as he could manage, that he would enjoy reading verses as well crafted on one of the many possible themes of rich satiric possibility having to do with Brandon of Igrath. He had managed a smile. He would be very pleased to read such verses, he'd said, wondering if one of these cursed writers with their lofty airs could take a hint. None did. Instead, a new poem appeared on walls all over the city 2 mornings later. It was about Tommaso Barsandre, a lament about his death, and claiming, unbelievably, that his perverse sexuality had been a deliberately chosen path, a living metaphor for his conquered, subjugated land, for the perverse situation of Ostibar under tyranny. He'd had no choice after that, once he'd understood what the poet was saying. Not bothering with inquiries again, he'd had a dozen writers pulled at random out of the carve rooms that same afternoon, and then broken, wristed, and sky-wheeled among the still crowded bodies of the families of the conspirators before sundown. He closed all carve rooms for a month. No more verses appeared. In Ostibar. But the same evening his new taxes were proclaimed in the market square in Tregea, a black-haired woman elected to leap to her death from one of the 7 bridges in protest against the measures. She made a speech before she jumped, and she left behind, the gods alone knew how she'd come into possession of them, a complete sheaf of the Sandraini elegies from Ostibar. No one knew who she was. They dragged the icy river for her body, but it was never found. Rivers ran swiftly in Tregea, out of the mountains to the eastern sea. The verses were all over that province within a fortnight, and had crossed to Certando and southern Ferrot before the first heavy snows of the winter began to fall. Brandon of Igrath sent an elegantly fur-clad courier to Ostibar with an elegantly phrased note lauding the elegies as the first decent creative work he'd seen emanating from Barbadian territory. He offered Alberico his sincerest congratulations. Alberico sent a polite acknowledgment of the sentiments, and offered to commission one of his newly competent verse-makers to do a work on the glorious life and deeds in battle of Prince Valentin di Tigana. Because of the Igrathan's spell, he knew, only Brandon himself would be able to read that last word, but only Brandon mattered. He thought he'd won that one, but for some reason the woman's suicide in Tregea left him feeling too edgy to be pleased. It was too intense an action, harking back to the violence of the first year after he'd landed here. Things had been quiet for so long, and this level of intensity, of very public intensity, never boded well. Briefly, he even considered rolling back the new taxes, but that would look too much like a giving in rather than a gesture of benevolence. Besides, he still needed the money for the army. Back home, the word was that the Emperor was sinking more rapidly now, that he was seen in public less and less often. Alberico knew he had to keep his mercenaries happy. In the dead of winter, he made the decision to reward Corellius with fully half of the former Nievoline lands. The night after the announcement was made public, among the troops first, then cried in the grand square of Ostibar, the horse barn and several of the outbuildings of the Nievoline family estate were burned to the ground. He ordered an immediate investigation by Corellius, then wished a day later that he hadn't. It seemed that they had found 2 bodies in the smoldering ruins, trapped by a fallen beam that had barred a door. One was that of an informer linked to Granchal and the 2nd Company. The other was a Barbadian soldier, from the 2nd Company. Corellius promptly challenged Granchal to a duel at any time and place of the latter's choosing. Granchal immediately named a date and place. Alberico quickly made it clear that the survivor of any such combat would be death-wheeled. He succeeded in halting the fight, but the 2 commanders stopped speaking to each other from that point on. There were a number of small skirmishes among men of the 2 companies, and one in Tregea that was not so small, leaving 15 soldiers slain and twice as many wounded. 3 local informers were found dead in Feroz d'Estrada, stretched on farmers' wagon wheels in a savage parody of the tyrant's justice. They couldn't even retaliate. That would involve an admission that the men had been informers. In Certondo, 2 of Siferval's 3rd Company went absent from duty, disappearing into the snow-white countryside, the first time that had ever happened. Siferval reported that local women did not appear to be involved. The men had been extremely close friends. The 3rd Company commander offered the obvious, disagreeable hypothesis. Late in the winter, Brandon of Igrath sent another suave envoy with another letter. In it he profusely thanked Alberico for his offer of verses, and said he'd be delighted to read them. He also formally requested 6 Chertondan women, as young and comely as the one Alberico had so kindly allowed him to take from the eastern palm some years ago, to be added to his Saishan. Unforgivably, the letter somehow became public information. Laughter was deadly. To quell it, Alberico had 6 old women seized by Siferval in southwestern Certondo. He ordered them blinded and hamstrung, and set down under a courier's flag on the snow-clad border of Lower Corte, between the forts at Sinave and Forese. He had Siferval attach a letter to one of them, asking Brandon to acknowledge receipt of his new mistresses. Let them hate him, so long as they feared. On the way back east from the border, Siferval said in his report he had followed an informer's tip and found the 2 runaway soldiers living together at an abandoned farm. They had been executed on the site, with one of them, the appropriate one, Siferval had reported, castrated first, so that he could die as he'd lived. Alberico sent his commendations. It was an unsettling winter, though. Things seemed to be happening to him, instead of moving to a measure he dictated. Late at night, and then at other times as well, more and more as the palm gradually turned towards a distant rumor of spring, Alberico found himself thinking about the 9th province that no one yet controlled, the one just across the bay, Sensio. The gray-eyed merchant was making a great deal of sense. Even as he found himself reluctantly agreeing with the man, Etocho wished the fellow had chosen someone else's roadside tavern for his midday repast. The talk in the room was veering in dangerous directions, and Triad knew enough Barbadian mercenaries used the main highway between Ostibar and Feroe towns. If one of them stopped in here now, he would be unlikely in the extreme to indulge the current tenor of the conversation as merely an excess of springtime energy. Etocho's license would probably be gone for a month. He kept glancing nervously towards the door. "Double taxation now," the lean man was saying bitterly as he pushed a hand through his hair. "After the kind of winter we've just had? After what he did to the price of grain? So we pay at the border, and now we pay at the gates of a town, and where in the name of Maury and his prophet?" There were truculent murmurs of agreement all around the room. In a tavern full of merchants on the road, agreement was predictable. It was also dangerous. Etocho, pouring drinks, was not the only man keeping an eye on the door. The young fellow leaning on the bar looked up from his crusty roll and wedge of country cheese to give him an unexpectedly sympathetic look. "Prophet," a wool merchant from northern Feroe said sarcastically. "Why should Barbadior care if we make a profit?" "Exactly." The gray eyes flashed in vigorous agreement. "The way I hear it, all he wants to do is soak the palm for everything he can in preparation for a grab at the Emperor's tiara back in Barbadior." "Shush!" Etocho muttered under his breath, unable to stop himself. He took a quick, rare pull at a mug of his own beer and moved along the bar to close the window. It was a shame, because the spring day was glorious outside, but this was getting out of hand. "Next thing you know," the lean trader was saying now, "he'll just go right ahead and seize the rest of our land like he's already started to do in Ostibar. Any wagers we're servants or slaves within 5 years?" One man's contemptuous laughter rode over the snarling chorus of response triggered by that. The room fell abruptly silent as everyone turned to confront the person who appeared to find this observation diverting. Expressions were grim. Etocho nervously wiped down the already clean bar top in front of him. The warrior from Cardoon continued laughing for a long time, seemingly oblivious to the stares he was receiving. His sculpted black features registered genuine amusement. "What," said the gray-eyed one coldly, "is so very funny, old man?" "You are," said the old Cardew cheerfully. He grinned like a death's head. "All of you. Never seen so many blind men in one room before." "You care to explain exactly what that means?" the Feroe wool merchant rasped. "You need it explained?" the Cardew murmured, his eyes wide in mock surprise. "Well now, why in the name of your gods or mine, or his, should Alberico bother trying to enslave you?" He jabbed a bony finger towards the trader who'd started all this. "If he tried that, my guess is there's still enough manhood in the Eastern Palm, barely, that you might take offense. Might even rise up." He said that last in an exaggerated parody of a secretive whisper. He leaned back, laughing again at his own wit. No one else did. Etocho looked nervously at the door. "On the other side of the coin," the Cardew went on, still chuckling, "if he just slowly squeezes you dry with taxes and duties and confiscations, he can get to exactly the same place without making anyone mad enough to do anything about it. I tell you, gentlemen," he took a long pull at his beer, "Alberico of Barbadior's a smart man." "And you," said the gray-eyed man, leaning across his own table, bristling with anger, "are an arrogant, insolent foreigner." The Cardew's smile faded. His eyes locked on those of the other man, and Etocho was suddenly very glad the warrior's curved sword was checked with all the other weapons behind the bar. "I've been here some 30 years, the black man said softly. "About as long as you've been alive, I'd wager. I was guarding merchant trains on this road when you were wetting your bed at night. And if I am a foreigner, well, last time I inquired, Cardoon was a free country. We beat back our invader, which is more than anyone here in the palm can say."
"You had magic," the young fellow at the bar suddenly burst out, over the outraged din that ensued. "We didn't. That's the only reason. The only reason." The Cardew turned to face the boy, his lip curling in contempt. "You want to rock yourself to sleep at night thinking that's the only reason. You go right ahead, little man. Maybe it'll make you feel better about paying your taxes this spring, or about going hungry because there's no grain here in the fall. But if you want to know the truth, I'll give it to you free of charge." The noise level had abated as he spoke, but a number of men were on their feet, glaring at the Cardew. Looking around the room, as if dismissing the boy at the bar as unworthy of his attention, he said very clearly, "We beat back Brandon of Igrath when he invaded us because Cardoon fought as a country, as a whole. You people got whipped by Alberico and Brandon both because you were too busy worrying about your border spats with each other, or which duke or prince would lead your army, or which priest or priestess would bless it, or who would fight on the center and who on the right, and where the battlefield would be, and who the gods loved best. Your 9 provinces ended up going at the sorcerers one by one, finger by finger, and they got snapped to pieces like chicken bones. I always used to think," he drawled into what had become a quiet room, "that a hand fought best when it made a fist." He lazily signaled Etocho for another drink. "Damn your insolent Cardew hide," the gray-eyed man said in a strangled voice. Etocho turned from the bar to look at him. "Damn you forever to Morian's darkness for being right." Etocho hadn't expected that, and neither had the others in the room. The mood grew grimly introspective, and, Etocho realized, more dangerous as well, entirely at odds with the brightness of the spring outside, the cheerful warmth of the returned sun. "But what can we do?" the young fellow at the bar said plaintively to no one in particular. "Curse and drink and pay our taxes," said the wool merchant bitterly. "I must say I do sympathize with the rest of you," said the lone trader from Sensio smugly. It was an ill-advised remark. Even Etocho, notoriously slow to rouse, was irritated. The young man at the bar was positively enraged. "Why, you... I don't believe it! What right do you have?" He hammered the bar in incoherent fury. The plump Sensian smiled in the superior manner all of them seemed to have. What right indeed? The gray eyes were icy as they returned to the fray. Last time I looked, Sensio traders all had their hands jammed so deep in their pockets paying tribute money east and west that they couldn't even get their equipment out to please their wives. A raucous, bawdy shout of laughter greeted that. Even the old Cardew smiled thinly. "Last I looked," said the Sensian, red-faced, "the governor of Sensio was one of our own, not someone shipped in from Igrath or Barbadio." "What happened to the duke?" the Faroe merchant snapped. "Sensio was so cowardly your duke demoted himself to governor so as not to upset the tyrants. Are you proud of that?" "Proud?" the lean merchant mocked. "He's got no time to be proud of anything. He's too busy looking both ways to see which emissary from which tyrant he should offer his wife to." Again coarse, bitter laughter. "You've a mean tongue for a conquered man," the Sensian said coldly. The laughter stopped. "Where are you from that you're so quick to cut at other men's courage?" "Tregea," said the other quietly. "Occupied Tregea," the Sensian corrected viciously. "Conquered Tregea, with its Barbadian governor." "We were the last to fall," the Tregean said a little too defiantly. "Bori Fort held out longer than anywhere else." "But it fell," the Sensian said bluntly, sure of his advantage now. "I wouldn't be so quick to talk about other men's wives, not after the stories we all heard about what the Barbadians did there. And I also heard that most of your women weren't that unwilling to be—" "Shut your filthy mouth!" the Tregean snarled, leaping to his feet. "Shut it or I'll close it for you permanently, you lying Sensian scum!"
A babble of noise erupted, louder than any before. Furiously clanging the bell over the bar, Etortio fought to restore order. "Enough!" he roared. "Enough of this, or you're all out of here right now!" A dire threat, and it quelled them. Enough for the Cardew warrior's sardonic laughter to be audible again. The man was on his feet. He dropped coins on the table to pay his account, and surveyed the room, still chuckling, from his great height. "See what I mean?" he murmured. "All these stick-like little fingers jabbing and poking away at each other. You've always done that, haven't you? Guess you always will, until there's nothing left here but Barbadior and Igrath." He swaggered to the bar to claim his sword. "You," said the grey-eyed Trajan suddenly, as Etortio handed over the curved, sheathed blade. The Cardew turned slowly. "You know how to use that thing as well as you use your mouth?" the Trajan asked. The Cardew's lips parted in a mirthless smile. "It's been reddened once or twice." "Are you working for anyone right now?" Insolently, appraisingly, the Cardew looked down on the other man. "Where are you going?" "I've just changed my plans," the other replied. "There's no money to be made up in Faroe Town, not with double duties to be paid. I reckon I'll have to go farther afield. I'll give you going rates to guard me south to the Chertondan Highlands." "Rough country there," the Cardew murmured reflectively. The Trajan's face twitched with amusement. "Why do you think I want you?" he asked. After a moment the smile was returned. "When do we go?" the warrior said. "We're gone," the Trajan replied, rising and paying his own account. He claimed his own short sword, and the two of them walked out together. When the door opened, there was a brief, dazzling flash of sunlight. Etortio had hoped the talk would settle down after that. It didn't. The youngster at the bar mumbled something about uniting in a common front, a remark that would have been merely insane if it wasn't so dangerous. Unfortunately, from Etortio's point of view at any rate, the comment was overheard by the Faroe wool trader, and the mood of the room was so aroused by then that the subject wouldn't die. It went on all afternoon, even after the boy left as well. And that night, with an entirely different crowd, Etortio shocked himself by speaking up during an argument about ancestral primacy between an Ostibarian wine dealer and another Sensian. He made the same point the tall Cardew had made, about 9 spindly fingers that had been broken one by one because they never formed a fist. The argument made sense to him. It sounded intelligent in his own mouth. He noticed men nodding slowly, even as he spoke. It was an unusual, flattering response. Men had seldom paid any attention to Etortio, except when he called time in the tavern. He rather liked the new sensation. In the days that followed, he found himself raising the point whenever the opportunity arose. For the first time in his life, Etortio began to get a reputation as a thoughtful man. Unfortunately, one evening in summer, he was overheard by a Barbadian mercenary standing outside the open window. They didn't take away his license. There was a very high level of tension across the whole of the Palm by then. They arrested Etortio and executed him on a wheel outside his own tavern, with his severed hands stuffed in his mouth. A great many men had heard the argument by then, though. A great many had nodded, hearing it. Devon joined the other four about a mile south of the Crossroads Inn, on the dusty road leading to Chertondo. They were waiting for him. Catriona was alone in the first cart, but Devon climbed up beside Bayard in the second. "Bubbling like a pot of cave," he said cheerfully in response to a quizzical eyebrow. Alessan rode up on one side. He'd buckled on his sword, Devon saw. Bayard's bow was on the cart, just behind the seat and within very quick reach. Devon had had occasion, several times in 6 months, to see just how quick Bayard's reach could be. Alessan smiled over at him, riding bareheaded in the bright afternoon. "I take it you stirred the pot a little after we left." Devon grinned. "Didn't need much stirring. The two of you have that routine down like professional players by now. "So do you," said the Duke, cantering up on the other side of the cart. "I particularly admired your spluttering anger this time. I thought you were about to throw something at me."
Devon smiled up at him. Sandre's teeth flashed white through the improbable black of his skin. "Don't expect to recognize us," Baird had said when they'd parted in the Sandreni woods half a year ago. So Devon had been prepared, somewhat, but not enough. Baird's own transformation had been disconcerting, but relatively mild. He'd grown a short beard and removed the padding from the shoulders of his doublet. He wasn't as big a man as Devon had first thought. He'd also somehow changed his hair from bright yellow to what he said was his natural dark brown. His eyes were brown now as well, not the bright blue of before. What he had done to Sandre d'Astibar was something else entirely. Even Alessan, who'd evidently had years to get used to this sort of thing, gave a low whistle when he first saw the Duke. Sandre had become, amazingly, an aging black fighting man from Cardoon, across the northern sea. One of a type that Devon knew had been common on the roads of the Palm 20 or 30 years ago, in the days when merchants went nowhere except in company with each other, and Cardew warriors, with their wickedly curved blades, were much in demand as insurance against outlaws. Somehow, and this was the uncanny thing, with his own beard shaven and his white hair tinted a dark gray, Sandre's gaunt black face and deep-set fierce eyes were exactly those of a Cardew mercenary, which, Baird had explained, had been almost the first thing he'd noticed about the Duke when he'd seen him in daylight. It was what had suggested the rather comprehensive disguise. "But how?" Devon remembered gasping. "Lotions and potions," Alessan had laughed. It turned out, as Baird explained later, that he and the prince had spent a number of years in Quilea after Tigana's fall. Disguises of this sort, colorings for skin and hair, even tints for eyes, were a perfected, important art south of the mountains. They assumed a central role in the mysteries of the Mother Goddess and in the less secret rites of the formal theater, and they had played pivotal, complex parts in the tumultuous religion-torn history of Quilea. Bayard did not say what he and Alessan had been doing there, or how he had come to learn this secret craft or possess the implements of it. Catriana didn't know either, which made Devon feel somewhat better. They'd asked Alessan one afternoon, and had received, for the first time, an answer that was to become routine through the fall and winter. In the spring, Alessan told them. In the spring a great deal would be made clearer, one way or another. They were moving towards something of importance, but they would have to wait until then. He was not going to discuss it now. Before the Ember days of spring, they would leave their current Ostibar-Tregea-Ferro loop and head south across the wide grain lands of Certando. And at that point, Alessan had said, a great many things might change. One way or another, he'd repeated. He hadn't smiled saying any of this, though he was a man with an easy smile. Devon remembered how Catriana had tossed her hair then, with a knowing, almost an angry look in her blue eyes. "It's Eleanor, isn't it?" she demanded, virtually an accusation. "It's that woman at Castle Borso." Alessan's mouth had twisted in surprise and then amusement. "Not so, my dear," he'd said. "We'll stop at Borso, but this has nothing to do with her at all. If I didn't know better, if I didn't know your heart belonged only to Devon, I'd say you sounded jealous, my darling." The jibe had entirely the desired effect. Catriana had stormed off, and Devon, almost as embarrassed himself, had quickly changed the subject. Alessan had a way of doing that to you. Behind the deep, effortless courtesy and the genuine camaraderie, there existed a line they learned not to try to cross. If he was seldom harsh, his jests, always the first measure of control, could sting memorably. Even the Duke had discovered that it was best not to press Alessan on certain subjects, including this one, it emerged. When asked, Sandre said he knew as little as they did about what would happen come spring. Thinking about it, as fall gave way to winter and the rains and then the snows came,
Devon was deeply aware that Alessan was the prince of a land that was dying a little more with each passing day. Under the circumstances, he decided, the wonder wasn't that there were places they could not trespass upon, but rather how far they could actually go before reaching the guarded regions that lay within. One of the things Devon began to learn during that long winter was patience. He taught himself to hold his questions for the right time, or to restrain them entirely and try to work out the answers for himself. If fuller knowledge had to wait for spring, then he would wait. In the meantime, he threw himself, with an unleashed, even an unsuspected passion, into what they were doing. A blade had been planted in his own soul that starry autumn night in the Sandrani woods. He'd had no idea what to expect when they'd set out 5 days later with Rovigo's horse-drawn cart and 3 other horses, bound for Ferrot town with a bed and a number of wooden carvings of the Triad. Tacho had written Rovigo that he could sell Ostibarian religious carvings at a serious profit to merchants from the Western Palm, especially because, as Devon learned, duty was not levied on Triad-related artifacts, part of a successful attempt by both sorcerers to keep the clergy placated and neutralized. Devon learned a great deal about trade that fall and winter, and about certain other things as well. With his new hard-won patience, he would listen in silence as Alessan and the Duke tossed ideas back and forth on the long roads, turning the rough coals of a concept into the diamonds of polished plans. And even though his own dreams at night were of raising a surging army to liberate Tigana and storm the fabled harbor walls of Chiara, he quickly came to understand, on the cold paths of day, that theirs would have to be a wholly different approach. Which was, in fact, why they were still in the east, not the west, and doing all they could, with the small glittering diamonds of Alessan and Sandre's plans, to unsettle things in Alberico's realm. Once Catriana confided to him, on one of the days when, for whatever reason, she deemed him worth speaking to, that Alessan was in fact moving much more aggressively than he had the year before, when she'd first joined them. Devon suggested it might be Sandre's influence. Catriana had shaken her head. She thought that was a part of it, but that there was something else, a new urgency from a source she didn't understand. "We'll find out in the spring," Devon had shrugged. She'd glared at him, as if personally affronted by his equanimity. It had been Catriana, though, who'd suggested the most aggressive thing of all as winter began, the faked suicide in Tregea, along with the idea of leaving behind her a sheaf of the poems that the young poet had written about the Sandrani. Adriano was his name, Alessan had informed them, unwontedly subdued. The name was on the list of the 12 poets Rovigo had reported as being randomly death-wheeled during Alberico's retaliation for the verses. Alessan had been unexpectedly disturbed by that news. There was other information in the letter from Rovigo, aside from the usual covering business details. It had been held for them in a tavern in North Tregea that served as a mail drop for many of the merchants in the northeast. They had been heading south, spreading what rumors they could about unrest among the soldiers. Rovigo's latest report suggested, for the second time, that an increase in taxes might be imminent to cover the mercenaries' newest pay demands. Sandre, who seemed to know the tyrant's mind astonishingly well, agreed. After dinner, when they were alone around the fire, Catriana had made her proposal. Devon had been incredulous. He'd seen the height of the bridges of Tregea and the speed of the river waters below, and it was winter by then, growing colder every day. Alessan, still upset by the news from Ostivar, and evidently of the same mind as Devon, vetoed the idea bluntly. Catriana pointed out 2 things. One was that she had been brought up by the sea. She was a better swimmer than any of them, and better than any of them knew. The second thing was that, as Alessan knew perfectly well, she said, a leap such as this, a suicide, especially in Tregea, would fit seamlessly into everything they were trying to achieve in the Eastern Palm. "That," Devon remembered Sandre saying after a silence, "is true, I'm sorry to say." Alessan had reluctantly agreed to go to Tregea itself, for a closer look at the river and the bridges. 4 evenings later, Devon and Bayard had found themselves crouched amid twilight shadows along the river bank in Tigana town, at a point that seemed to Devon terribly far away from the bridge Catriona had chosen, especially in the windy cold of winter, in the swiftly gathering dark, beside the even more swiftly racing waters that were rushing past them, deep and black and cold. While they waited, he had tried, unsuccessfully, to sort out his complex mixture of feelings about Catriona. He was too anxious, though, and too cold. He only knew that his heart had leaped, moved by some odd, tripled conjunction of relief and admiration and envy, when she swam up to the bank, exactly where they were. She even had the wig in one hand, so it would not be tangled up somewhere and found. Devon stuffed it into the satchel he carried, while Bayard was vigorously chafing Catriona's shivering body and bundling her into the layers of clothing they'd carried. As Devon looked at her, shaking uncontrollably, almost blue with the cold, her teeth chattering, he had felt his envy slipping away. What replaced it was pride. She was from Tigana, and so was he. The world might not know it yet, but they were working together, however elliptically, to bring it back. The following morning their 2 carts had slowly rattled out of town, going north and west to Ferrot again with a full load of mountain cove. A light snow had been falling. Behind them the city was in a state of massive ferment and turmoil because of the unknown dark-haired girl from the Distrata who had killed herself. After that incident, Devon had found it increasingly hard to be sharp or petty with Catriona, most of the time. She did continue to indulge herself in the custom of deciding that he was invisible every once in a while. It had become difficult for him to convince himself that they had actually made love together, that he had really felt her mouth soft on his, or her hands in his hair as she gathered him into her. They never spoke of it, of course. He didn't avoid her, but he didn't seek her out. Her moods swung too unpredictably. He never knew what response he'd get. A newly patient man, he let her come to ride a cart or sit before a tavern fire with him when she wanted to. She did, sometimes. In Ferrot town that winter, for the 3rd time, after the leap in Tigana, they had all been wonderfully fed by Ingonida, still in raptures over the bed they'd brought her. Tacho's wife continued to display a particularly solicitous affection for the Duke in his dark disguise, a detail which Alessandro took some pleasure in teasing Sandre about when they were alone. In the meantime, the rotund, red-faced Tacho copiously wined them all. There had been another mail packet waiting from Rovigo in Ostibar, which, when opened, proved to contain 2 letters this time, one of which gave off, even after its time in transit, an extraordinary effusion of scent. Alessandro, his eyebrows elaborately arched, presented this pale blue emanation to Devon with infinite suggestiveness. Ingonida crowed and clasped her hands together in a gesture doubtless meant to signify romantic rapture. Tacho, beaming, poured Devon another drink. The perfume, unmistakably, was Selvaina's. Devon's expression, as he took cautious possession of the envelope, must have been revealing, because he heard Catriona giggle suddenly. He was careful not to look at her. Selvaina's missive was a single headlong sentence, much like the girl herself. She did, however, make one vivid suggestion that induced him to decline when the others asked innocently if they might peruse his communication. In fact, though, Devon was forced to admit that his interest was rather more caught by the 5 neat lines Alais had attached to her father's letter. In a small, business-like hand, she simply reported that she'd found and copied another variant of the Lament for Aedeon at one of the gods' temples in Ostibar, and that she looked forward to sharing it with all of them when they next came east. She signed it with her initial only. In the body of the letter, Rovigo reported that Ostibar was very quiet since the 12 poets had been executed among the families of the conspirators in the Grand Square, that the price of grain was still going up, that he could usefully receive as much green Sensian wine as they could obtain at current prices, that Alberico was widely expected to announce, very soon, a beneficiary among his commanders for the greater part of the confiscated Nievoline lands, and that his best information was that Censian linens were still underpriced in Ostibar, but might be due to rise. It was the news about the Nievoline lands that triggered the next stage of spark-to-spark discussion between Alessan and the Duke, and those sparks had led to the blaze. The five of them did a fast run along the well-maintained highway north to Censio with more of the religious artifacts. They bought green wine with their profit on the statuettes, bargained successfully for a quantity of linens. Bayard, somewhat surprisingly, had emerged as their best negotiator in such matters, and doubled quickly back to Taccio, paying the huge new duties at both the provincial border forts and the city walls. There had been another letter waiting. Among the various masking pieces of business news, Rovigo reported that an announcement on the Nievoline lands was expected by the end of the week. His source was reliable, he added. The letter had been written 5 days before. That night Alessan, Bayard, and Devon had borrowed a third horse from Taccio, who was deeply happy to be told nothing of their intentions, and had set out on the long ride to the Ostibar border, and then across to a gully by the road that led to the Nievoline gates. They were back 7 days later with a new cart and a load of unspun country wool for Taccio to sell. Word of the fire had preceded them. Word of the fire was everywhere, Sandre reported. There had already been a number of tavern brawls in Ferrot town between men of the first and second companies. They left the new cart with Taccio and departed, heading slowly back towards Tregea. They didn't need 3 carts. They were partners in a modest commercial venture. They made what slight profit they could, given the taxes and duties that trammeled them. They talked about those taxes and duties a great deal, often in public, sometimes more frankly than their listeners were accustomed to hearing. Alessan quarreled with the sardonic Cardew warrior in a dozen different inns and taverns on the road, and hired him a dozen different times. Sometimes Devon played a role, sometimes Bayard did. They were careful not to repeat the performance anywhere. Catriana kept a precise log of where they had been and what they had said and done there. Devon had assured her they could rely on his memory, but she kept her notes nonetheless. In public, the Duke now called himself Thomas. Sandre was an uncommon enough name in the palm, and for a mercenary from Cardoon it would be sufficiently odd to be a risk. Devon remembered growing thoughtful when the Duke had told them his new name back in the fall. He'd wondered what it was like to have had to kill his son, even to outlive his sons, to know that the bodies of everyone even distantly related to himself were being spread-eagled alive on the death wheels of Barbadior. He tried to imagine how all of that would feel. Life, the processes of living and what it did to you, seemed to Devon to grow more painfully complex all through that fall and winter. Often he thought of Mara, arbitrarily cut off on the way to her maturity, to whatever she had been about to become. He missed her with a dull ache that could grow into something heavy and difficult at times. She would have been someone to talk to about such things. The others had their own concerns, and he didn't want to burden them. He wondered about Aleas, Bren Rovigo, if she would have understood these things he was wrestling with. He didn't think so. She had lived too sheltered, too secluded a life for such thoughts to trouble her. He dreamt of her one night, though, an unexpectedly intense series of images. The next morning he rode beside Catriana in the lead cart, unwontedly quiet, stirred and unsettled by the nearness of her, the crimson fall of her hair in the pale winter landscape. Sometimes he thought about the soldier in the Nievoline barn, who had lost a roll of dice and carried a jug of wine to a lonely place away from the singing, and had had his throat slit there while he slept. Had that soldier been born into the world only to become a rite of passage for Devon di Tigana? That was a terrible thought. Eventually, mulling it over through the long, cold winter rides, Devon worked his way through to deciding it was untrue. The man had interacted with other people through his days, had caused pleasure and sorrow, doubtless, and had surely known both things. The moment of his ending was not what defined his journey under Eanna's lights, or however that journey was named in the empire of Barbadior. It was difficult to sort out, though. Had Stefan of Igrat lived and died, so that his father's grief might work the destruction of a small province and its people and their memories? Had Prince Valentin di Tigana been born, only to swing the killing blade that caused this to happen? And what about his youngest son, then? And what about the youngest son of the Ossolini farmer who had fled from Avale when it became Stevanian? Truly, it was hard to puzzle through. In Sensio one morning, with the first elusive hints of spring softening the northern air, Bayard had come back from the celebrated weapons market with a bright, beautifully balanced sword for Devon. There was a black jewel in the hilt. He offered no explanation, but Devon knew it had to do with what had happened in the Nieveline barn. The gift did nothing to answer any of his new questions, but it helped him none the less. Bayard began giving him lessons during their midday breaks on the road. Devon worried about Bayard, in part because he knew that Alessandre did. His first impression in the cabin had been mostly wrong. A big, blond man, intimidatingly cool and competent. But Bayard was dark-haired, and not actually large at all, and though his competence ran to such an astonishing number of things that it could still be intimidating after 6 months, he wasn't really cool, only guarded, careful, closed tightly around the kernel of the hurt he had lived with for a long time. In some ways, Devon realized, Alessandre had it easier than Bayard. The prince could find a temporary release in talk, in laughter, and most of all, and almost always, in music. Bayard seemed to have no release at all. He walked through a world shaped and reshaped every single moment around the knowledge that Tigana was gone. It would drive him out at night sometimes, away from sleep, or from a fire they'd built up by a road. He would rise without warning, neatly, quietly, and go out into the darkness alone. Devon would watch Alessandre watching Bayard as he went away. "I knew a man like him once," Sandre said gravely one night after Bayard had left a warm room in a tavern for a fog-shrouded winter night in the Trajean hills near Borifort. "He used to have to go away by himself to fight off a need to kill." That would be a part of it, Alessandre had said. Thoughts of winter, mood of a winter's night. But it was spring now, and as the sap of the earth rose green gold to the warming light, so did Devon feel his own mood lifting to the stir and quickening of the world through which they rode. "Wait for springtime," Alessandre had said amid the browns and reds of autumn trees and the bare harvested vines. And spring was upon them now, with the Ember days approaching fast, and at long last, they were on the road for Certando, and whatever answers lay there. Devon could not quell, and did not want to quell, the sense rising within him like sap in the green woods, that whatever was going to happen was going to begin to happen soon. In the second cart beside Bayard, he felt gloriously, importantly alive. Ahead of them, the glint of afternoon sunlight in Catriana's hair was doing something strange and wonderful to his blood. He was aware of Bayard giving him a curious scrutiny, and caught a half-smile playing across the other's face. He didn't care. He was even glad. Bayard was his friend. Devon began a song, a very old ballad of the road, the song of the wayfarer. "I'm a long way from the house where I was born, and this is just another winding trail. But when the sun goes down, both of the moons will rise, and Eanna's stars will hear me tell my tale." Alessandre, whatever his mood might be, was almost always ready to join in a song, and sure enough, Devon had the Trajean pipes with him by the second verse. He looked over and caught a wink from the prince riding beside them. Catriana glanced back at them reprovingly. Devon grinned at her and shrugged, and Alessandre's pipes suddenly spun into a wilder dance of invitation. Catriana tried and failed to suppress a smile. She joined them on the third verse, and then led them into the next song. Later, in the summer, Devon would revive that image of the 5 of them in the first hour of the long ride south, and the memory would make him feel very old. He was young that day. In a way, they all were, briefly. Even Sandre, joining in on the choruses he knew in a passable baritone voice, reborn into his new identity, with a new hope to his long, unfading dream. Devon took the third song back from Catriana, and sent his high, clear voice along the road before them to lead the way down the sunlit, winding trail to Certando, to the lady of Castle Borso, whoever she might be, and to whatever it was that Alessan had to find in the highlands. First, though, nearing sundown, they overtook a traveler on the road. In itself, that wasn't unusual. They were still in Ferrol, in the populated country north of Fort Chorone, where busy highways from Tregea and Corte met the north-south road they were on. Solitary travelers, on the other hand, were sufficiently rare for Devon to join Bayard in scanning the sides of the road to see if others were hidden in ambush. A routine precaution, but they were in country where thieves would not survive long, and in any case it was still daylight. Then, as they drew nearer, Devon saw the small harp slung over the man's back. A troubadour. Devon grinned. They were almost always good company. The man had turned and was waiting for them to catch up. The deep bow he offered Catriana as she pulled the lead cart to a halt beside him was of such courtly grace it almost looked like a parody on the lonely road. "I've been enjoying the sound of you for the last mile," he said, straightening. "I must say I'm enjoying the sight of you even more." He was tall, no longer young, with long graying hair and quick eyes. He gave Catriana the sort of smile for which the troubadours of the palm were notorious. His teeth were white and even in a leathery face. "Heading south with the spring?" she asked, smiling politely at his flattery. "The old route?" "I am indeed," he replied. "The old route at the usual time. And I'd hate to tell someone as young and beautiful as you how many years I've been doing it." Devon jumped down from beside Bayard and strolled closer to the man to confirm something. "I could probably guess," he said, grinning, "because I think I remember you. We did a wedding season in Certando together. Did you play harp for Bournet de Corte 2 years ago?" The sharp eyes looked him up and down. "I did," the troubadour admitted after a moment. "I'm Erlaine Dicensio, and I was with damned Bournet for a season, all right. Then he cheated me of my wages, and I decided I was happier on my own again. I thought those were professional voices behind me." "You are—" "Devin Dossoli." The lie came easily. "I was with Menico di Ferro for a few years." "And have clearly moved on to other better things," Erlaine said, glancing at their laden carts. "Is Menico still on the road? Is he any fatter than he was?" "Yes to both," Devon said, concealing the guilt that still assailed him when he thought of his former troop leader. "So is Bournet, last I heard." "Rot him," Erlaine said mildly. "He owes me money." "Well," Alessan said, looking down from his horse, "we can't do anything about that. But if you like, we can run you up to Chorone and a bed before curfew. You can ride with Bayard," he added quickly, as Erlaine glanced at the empty seat beside Catriana. "I would be most profoundly grateful," Erlaine began. "I don't like Fort Chorone," Sandre broke in suddenly. "They cheat you there, and too many people learn what you're carrying and where you're going. Too many of the wrong kind of people. It's a mild night coming. I think we're better off out here." Devon glanced over at the Duke in surprise. This was the first time he'd offered any such opinion. "Well, really, Thomas, I don't see why—" Alessan began. "You hired me, merchant," Sandre growled. "You wanted me to do a job for you, and I'm doing it. You don't want to listen? Pay me now, and I'll find someone who will." His eyes were fierce within the hollows of his blackened face, and his tone was one that none of them could mistake. Whatever it was, Sandre had a reason for what he was doing. "A little courtesy, if you please," Alessan snapped, turning his horse to face the Duke's, "or I will indeed turn you away and let you carry your old bones back to find someone else idiot enough to put up with you." I have managed, he said, swinging back to Erlaine, to find the most arrogant Cardew on the roads of the palm. They are all arrogant, the troubadour replied with a shake of his head. Comes with the curved swords. Alessan laughed. So, too, following his lead, did Devon. There's a good hour of daylight left, Bayard said in a complaining voice. We can make the fort easy. Why sleep on the ground? Alessan sighed. I know, he said, but I'm sorry. We're new to this run, and Tomas isn't. I suppose we ought to listen to him, or we're wasting his fee, aren't we? He looked back at Erlaine and shrugged. There goes your ride to Chorone. Can't lose what you never had, the troubadour smiled. I'll manage. You're welcome to share our fire, Devon interjected, trusting that he'd read the Duke's brief glance correctly. He still wasn't sure what Sandre was doing. Surprisingly, Erlaine flushed. He looked somewhat embarrassed. As to that, I thank you, but I've nothing with me to bring to table or hearth. You have been on the road a long time, Sandre said in a quieter voice. I haven't heard a palm-born use that phrase in years. It's a lost tradition, that one. You have a harp, don't you? Catriona said at just the right moment and in her sweetest voice. She glanced directly at Erlaine for an instant, then demurely lowered her eyes again. I do, said the troubadour after a moment, affirming the obvious. He was devouring Catriona with his gaze. Then you are far from empty-handed, Alessan said crisply. Devon and my sister both sing, as you've heard, and I can manage these pipes a little bit. A harp will go gentle after dinner under the stars. Say no more, said Erlaine. You'll be better company by a long go than my mouth talking wisdom with only my own ears to hear. Alessan laughed again. There's trees over west, and a stream beyond them, if I remember rightly, Sandre said. A good place to camp. Before anyone else could say a word, Erlaine Dicensio had jumped up and settled himself at Catriana's side. Devon, his mouth agape, closed it quickly at Sandre's hidden urgent gesture. Catriana pulled west off the road to lead them toward the trees the Duke had pointed out. Devon heard her giggle at something the troubadour said. He was looking at Sandre, though. So were Bayard and Alessan. The Duke glanced at Erlaine, whose back was to the four of them. Then very briefly he held up his left hand, with the third and fourth fingers carefully curled down. He gazed at Alessan deliberately, and then back to the man beside Catriana. Devon didn't understand. An oath? He thought, confused. Sandre lowered his hand, but his eyes remained locked on the prince's. There was an odd, challenging expression in them. Alessan had suddenly gone pale. And in that moment Devon understood. "Oh, Adeon," Bayard whispered on a rising note, as Devon leaped up on the cart beside him. "I do not believe this." Neither did Devon. What Sandre was telling them, quite plainly, was that Erlaine Dicensio was a wizard, one who had cut 2 fingers in his linking to the magic of the palm. And Alessan Bar Valentin was a prince of the blood of Tigana, which meant, if the old tale of Adeon and Michaela was true, that he could bind a wizard to his service. Sandre had not believed it back in the cabin in the fall. Devon remembered that. But now he was giving Alessan his chance, which explained the challenge in his gaze. A chance, or at least the beginnings of a chance. Thinking as fast as he ever had in his life, Devon turned to Bayard. "Follow my lead when we get there," he said softly. "I have an idea." Only later would he have time to reflect what a change 6 months had made. Only 6 months, one Ember season to another, for him to speak so to Bayard, speak and be listened to. There was indeed a stream, as Sandre had known or guessed. Not far from its banks they halted the carts. The usual twilight routine began. Catriana seeing to the horses, Devon to wood for the fire. Alessan and the Duke laid out the sleeping rolls and organized the cooking gear and the food they carried. Bayard took his bow and disappeared into the trees. He was back in 20 minutes, no more than that, with 3 rabbits and a plump wingless greylie. I'm impressed, Erlane said from beside Catriana and the horses. His eyes were wide. I'm very impressed. I'm buying your music for later, Bayard said with a rare smile, the one he usually reserved for bargaining sessions at town fairs. Devon had been watching Erlane as unobtrusively as he could. When he could manage to focus on the troubadour's left hand, which never seemed to be still for more than an instant, there did seem to be an odd blurring and occluding of air around it. He had been waiting for Bayard to come back. Now he waited no longer. "You," he said, grinning at the returning hunter, "look like something that should be hunted yourself. You are going to terrify every civilized merchant we meet. You need a haircut before you are fit for society, my friend." Bayard was very quick. "I wouldn't talk, scamp," he shot back, tossing his prey over to Sandre by the wood gathered for the fire. "Not the way you look yourself. Or are you deliberately trying to be scruffy to scare away Eleanor at Borso?" Alessandre laughed. So did Erlane. "Nothing scares away Eleanor," the troubadour chuckled, "and that one is exactly the right age for her." "What right age?" Alessandre grinned slyly. "Over 12 and not yet buried suits her fine." "I don't like that," Catriana said primly as the 5 men laughed. "Sorry," Alessandre said, trying to keep a straight face, as she stepped in front of him, hands firmly on her hips. "You are not at all sorry, but you should be," Catriana snapped. "You know very well I don't like that kind of talk. How do you think it makes me look? And you only do it when you're idle. Do something useful. Cut Devon's hair. He does look awful, even worse than usual." "Me?" Devon squeaked in protest. "My hair? What do you mean? It's Bayard, not me. What about him? He's the one who—" "You all need a haircut," Catriana pronounced with a blunt finality that admitted of no rebuttal. Her cold scrutiny rested critically on Erlane's shaggy mane for a second. She opened her mouth, hesitated, then closed it, in a brilliant miming of polite restraint. Erlane flushed. His right hand went uneasily to tug at his shoulder-length strands. His left hand never stopped playing restlessly with some pebbles he'd gathered by the stream. "I think," Devon said spitefully, "that you've just insulted our guest. That should make him feel properly welcome here." "I didn't say a word, Devon," she flared. "You didn't have to," Erlane said ruefully. "Those magnificent eyes were somewhat less than pleased with what they saw." "My sister's eyes are almost never pleased with what they see," Alessandre grunted. He was crouched beside one of the packs, and after a moment's rummaging pulled out a scissors and a comb. "I am fairly obviously being ordered to duty here. There's half an hour of light left. Who's first victim?" "Me," said Bayard quickly. "You aren't touching me in twilight, I'll tell you that much." Erlane watched with interest as Alessandre led Bayard over to a rock by the stream and proceeded, quite competently in fact, to trim the other man's hair. Catriana went back to the horses, though not before offering Erlane another quick, enigmatic glance. Sandre stacked the wood for the fire and began skinning the rabbits and the greylie, humming tunelessly to himself. "More wood, lad," he said abruptly to Devon, without looking up, which was perfect, of course. Oh, Morian, Devon thought, a heady blend of excitement and pride racing through him. They are all so good. "Later," was all he said, lounging casually on the ground. "We've got enough for now, and I'm next with Alessandre." "No, you're not," Alessandre called from by the river, picking up Sandre's gambit. "Get the wood, Devon. There isn't enough light to do 3 of you. I'll cut yours tomorrow, and Erlane's now if he wants. Catriana will just have to endure you looking fearsome for 1 more night." "As if a haircut's going to change that," she called from the other side of the clearing. Erlane and Bayard laughed. Grumbling, Devon stood up and ambled off toward the trees. Behind him he heard Erlane's voice. "I'd be grateful to you," the troubadour was saying to Alessandre. "I'd hate to have another woman look at me the way your sister just did." "Ignore her," Devon heard Bayard laugh as he strode back toward the fire. "She's impossible to ignore," Erlane said, in a voice pitched to carry to where the horses were tethered. He stood up and walked over to the river bank. He sat down on the rock in front of Alessandre. The sun was a red disk, westering beyond the stream. Carrying an armful of wood, Devon looped quietly around in the growing shadows to where Catriona stood among the horses. She heard him come up, but continued brushing the brown mare. Her eyes never left the two men by the river. Neither did Devon's. Squinting into the setting sun, it seemed to him as if Alessan and the troubadour had become figures in some timeless landscape. Their voices carried with an unnatural clarity in the quiet of the gathering twilight. "When was this last done for you?" he heard Alessan ask casually, his scissors busy in the long grey tangles of Erlain's hair. "I don't even remember," the troubadour confessed. "Well," Alessan laughed, bending to wet his comb in the stream, "on the road we don't exactly have to keep up with court fashions. Tilt a little this way. Yes, good. Do you brush it across in front or straight back?" "Back, by preference." "Fine." Alessan's hands moved up to the crown of Erlain's head, the scissors flashing as they caught the last of the sun. "That's an old-fashioned look, but troubadours are supposed to look old-fashioned, aren't they? Part of the charm. You are bound by Adion's name and my own. I am Alessan, Prince of Tigana, and wizard, you are mine." Devon took an involuntary step forward. He saw Erlain try reflexively to jerk away, but the hand of binding held his head, and the scissors, so busy a moment before, were now sharp against his throat. They froze him for an instant, and an instant was enough. "Rot your flesh!" Erlain screamed as Alessan released him and stepped back. The wizard sprang from the stone as if scalded, and wheeled to face the prince. His face was contorted with rage. Fearing for Alessan, Devon began moving toward the river, reaching for his blade. Then he saw that Bayard had an arrow already notched to his bow, and trained on Erlain's heart. Devon slowed his rush and then stopped. Sandre was right beside him, the curved sword drawn. He caught a glimpse of the Duke's dark face, and in it, though he couldn't be absolutely sure in the uncertain light, he thought he read fear. He turned back to the two men by the river. Alessan had laid down the scissors and comb neatly on the rock. He stood still, hands at his sides, but his breath was coming quickly. Erlain was literally shaking with fury. Devon looked at him, and it was as if a curtain had been drawn back. In the wizard's eyes, hatred and terror vied for domination. His mouth worked spasmodically. He raised his left hand and pointed it at Alessan in a gesture of violent negation. And Devon saw, quite clearly now, that his third and fourth fingers had indeed been chopped off, the ancient mark of a wizard's binding to his magic and the palm. "Alessan," Bayard said, "it is all right. He cannot do anything with his power now, against my will." Alessan's voice was quiet, almost detached, as if this was all happening to someone else entirely. Only then did Devon realize that the wizard's gesture had been an attempt to cast a spell. Magic. He had never thought to be so near it in his life. The skin prickled at the back of his neck, and not because of the twilight breeze. Slowly Erlain lowered his hand, and slowly his trembling stopped. "Triad curse you," he said, low and cold, "and curse the bones of your ancestors, and blight the lives of your children and your children's children for what you have done to me." It was the voice of someone wronged, brutally, grievously. Alessan did not flinch or turn away. "I was cursed almost 19 years ago, and my ancestors were, and whatever children I or any of my people might have. It is a curse I have set my life to undo while time yet allows. For no other reason have I bound you to me." There was something terrible in Erlain's face. "Every true prince of Tigana," the wizard said with bitter intensity, "has known since the beginning how awful a gift the god gave them, how savage a power over a free, a living soul. Do you even know—" He was forced to stop, white-faced, his hands clenched, to regain control of himself. "Do you even know how seldom this gift has been used?" "Twice," Alessandre said calmly. "Twice, to my knowledge. The old books recorded it so, though I fear all the books have been burned now."
"Twice!"
Erlaine echoed, his voice skirling upwards.
"Twice in how many generations, stretching back to the dawn of records in this peninsula? And you, a puling princeling without even a land to rule, have just casually, viciously, set your hands upon my life?"
"Not casually. And only because I have no home. Because Tigana is dying, and will be lost if I do not do something."
"And what part of that little speech gives you rights over my life and death?"
"I have a duty," Alessandre replied gravely. "I must use what tools come to hand."
"I am not a tool," Erlaine cried from the heart. "I am a free and living soul, with my own destiny."
Watching Alessandre's face, Devon saw how that cry shafted into him. For a long moment there was silence by the river. Devon saw the prince draw air into his lungs carefully, as if steadying himself under yet another burden, a new weight joined to those he already carried, another part added to the price of his blood. "I will not lie and say that I am sorry," Alessandre said finally, choosing his words with care. "I have dreamt of finding a wizard for too many years. I will say, and this is true, that I understand what you have said, and why you will hate me, and I can tell you that I grieve for what necessity demands."
"It demands nothing," Erlaine replied, shrill and unrelenting in his righteousness. "We are free men. There is always a choice."
"Some choices are closed to some of us." It was surprisingly Sandre. He moved forward to stand a little in front of Devon. "And some men must make choices for those who cannot, whether through lack of will or lack of power." He walked nearer to the other two, by the dark, quiet rushing of the stream. "Just as we may choose not to slay the man who is trying to kill our child, so Alessandre may have chosen not to bind a wizard who might be needed by his people, his children. Neither refusal, Erlaine Dicensio, is a true alternative for anyone with honor."
"Honor!" Erlaine spat the word. "And how does honor bind a man of Sensio to Tigana's fate? What prince compels a free man to a sure death at his side, and then speaks of honor?"
He shook his head.
"Call it naked power, and have done."
"I will not," the Duke replied in his deep voice. It was quite dark now. Devon could no longer see his hooded eyes. From behind them all he heard the sounds of Bayard beginning to light the fire. Overhead the first stars were emerging in the blue-black cloak of the sky. Away west, across the stream, there was a last hint of crimson along the line of the horizon.
"I will not,"
Sandre said again.
"The honor of a ruler, and his duty, lies in his care for his land and his people. That is the only true measure. And the price, part of the price of that, comes when he must go against his own soul's needs, and do such things that will grieve him to the very bones of his hands. Such things," he added softly, "as the Prince of Tigana has just done to you." But Erlaine's voice shot back, unpersuaded, contemptuous. "And how," he snarled, "does a bought sword from Cardoon presume to use the word honor, or to speak about the burdens of a prince?" He wanted the words to hurt, Devon could see, but what came through in the inflections of his voice was the sound of someone lost and afraid. There was a silence. Behind them the fire caught with a rush, and the orange glow spun outward, illuminating Erlaine's taut rage and Sandre's gaunt, dark face, the bones showing in high relief. Beyond them both, Devon saw, Alessandre had not moved at all. Sandre said, "The Cardew warriors I have known were deeply versed in honor.
But I will claim no credit for that. Be not deceived. I am no Cardew. My name is Sandre d'Astibar, once Duke of that province. I know a little about power."
Erlain's mouth fell open.
"I am also a wizard," Sandre added matter-of-factly, "which is how you were known, by the thin spell you used to mask your hand."
Erlain closed his mouth. He stared fixedly at the Duke, as if seeking to penetrate his disguise or find confirmation in the deep-hooded eyes. Then he glanced downwards, almost against his will. Sandre already had the fingers of his left hand spread wide. All 5 fingers. "I never made the final binding," he said. "I was 12 years old when my magic found me. I was also the son and heir of Telani, Duke of Astibar. I made my choice. I turned my back on magic and embraced the rule of men. I used my very small power perhaps 5 times in my life. Or 6, he amended. Once, very recently."
"Then there was a conspiracy against the Barbadian," Erlain murmured, his rage temporarily set aside as he wrestled with this. "And then—" "Yes, of course. What did you do? Kill your son in the dungeon?"
"I did." The voice was level, giving nothing away at all.
"You could have cut 2 fingers and brought him out."
"Perhaps." Devon looked over sharply at that, startled. "I don't know. I made my choice long ago, Erlain Dicensio." And with those quiet words another shape of pain seemed to enter the clearing, almost visible at the edges of the firelight. Erlain forced a corrosive laugh. "And a fine choice it was," he mocked. "Now your dukedom is gone, and your family as well, and you've been bound as a slave wizard to an arrogant Tiganese. How happy you must be!" "Not so," said Alessan quickly from by the river. "I am here by my own choice," Sandre said softly, "because Tigana's cause is Astibar's, and Sensio's, and Chiara's. It is the same choice for all of us. Do we die as willing victims, or while trying to be free? Do we skulk, as you have done all these years, hiding from the sorcerers? Or can we not join palm to palm, for once, in this folly-ridden peninsula of warring provinces locked into their pride, and drive the 2 of them away?" Devon was deeply stirred. The Duke's words rang in the firelit dark like a challenge to the night. But when he ended, the sound they heard was Erlain Dicensio clapping sardonically. "Wonderful," he said contemptuously. "You really must remember that, for when you find an army of simpletons to rally. You will forgive me if I remain unmoved by speeches about freedom tonight. Before the sun went down, I was a free man on an open road. I am now a slave." "You were not free," Devon burst out. "And I say I was," Erlain snapped, rounding fiercely on him. "There may have been laws that constrained me, and one government ruling where I might have wished for another. But the roads are safer now than they ever were when this man ruled in Astibar, or that one's father in Tigana, and I carried my life where I wanted to go. You will all have to forgive my insensitivity if I say that Brandon of Igroth's spell on the name of Tigana was not the first and last thought of my days." "We will," Alessan said then, in an unnaturally flat voice. "We will all forgive you for that, nor will we seek to persuade you to change your views now. I will tell you this, though. The freedom you speak of will be yours again when Tigana's name is heard in the world once more. It is my hope, vain perhaps, that you will work with us willingly in time. But until then I can say that the compulsion of Aedeon's gift will suffice me. My father died, and my brothers died by the Deisa, and the flower of a generation with them, fighting for freedom. I have not lived so bitterly, or striven so long, to hear a coward belittle the shattering of a people
and their heritage. "Coward!" Elaine exclaimed. "Rot you, you arrogant princeling! What would you know about it?" "Only what you have told us yourself," Alessan replied, grimly now. "Safer roads, you said. One government where you might have wished for another." He took a step toward Elaine, as if he would strike the man, his composure finally beginning to break. "You have been the worst thing I know, a willing subject of two tyrants. Your idea of freedom is exactly what has let them conquer us, and then hold us. You called yourself free? You were only free to hide, and to soil your breeches if a sorcerer or one of their trackers came within 10 miles of your little screening spell. You were free to walk past death wheels with your fellow wizards rotting on them, and free to turn your back and continue on your way. Not any more, Elaine Dicensio. By the Triad, you are in it now. You are in it as deep as any man in the palm. Hear my first command. You are to use your magic to conceal your fingers exactly as before." "No," said Elaine flatly. Alessan said nothing more. He waited. Devon saw the Duke take a half-step towards the two of them and then stop himself. He remembered that Sandre had not believed that this was possible. Now he saw. They all saw, by the light of the stars and the fire Bayard had made. Elaine fought, understanding next to nothing, unnerved by almost all that was happening. Devon gradually became aware that a horrible struggle was taking place within the wizard. It could be read in his rigid, straining stance and his gritted teeth, heard in the rasp and wheeze of his shortening breath, seen in tightly closed eyes and the suddenly clenched fingers at his sides. "No!" Elaine gasped, once and then again and again, with more effort each time. "No! No! No!" He dropped to his knees as if felled like a tree. His head bent slowly downward, his shoulders hunched as if resisting some overmastering assault. They began to shake with erratic spasms. His whole body was trembling. "No!" he said again in a high, cracked whisper. His hands spread open, pressing flat against the ground. In the red firelight his face was a mask of staring agony. Sweat poured down it in the chill of night. His mouth suddenly gaped open. Devon looked away in pity and terror just before the wizard's scream ripped the night apart. In the same moment Catriona took 2 quick running steps and buried her head against Devon's shoulder. That cry of pain, the scream of a tormented animal, hung in the air between fire and stars for what seemed an appallingly long time. Afterwards Devon became aware of the intensity of the silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire, the river's soft murmur, and Elaine Dicensio's choked, ragged breathing. Without speaking, Catriona straightened and released her grip on Devon's arm. He glanced at her, but she didn't meet his eye. He turned back to the wizard. Elaine was still on his knees before Alessan in the new spring grass by the river-bank. His body still shook, but with weeping now. When he lifted his head, Devon could see the tracks of tears and sweat, and the staining mud from his hands. Slowly Elaine raised his left hand and stared at it as if it was something alien that didn't even belong to him. They all saw what had happened, or the illusion of what had happened. 5 fingers. He had cast the spell. An owl suddenly called, short and clear from north along the river, nearer to the trees. Devon became aware of a change in the sky. He looked up. Blue Illyrion, waning back to a crescent, had risen in the east. Ghost light, Devon thought, and wished he hadn't. "Honor," Elaine Dicensio said, scarcely audible. Alessan had not moved since giving his command. He looked down on the wizard he had bound and said quietly, "I did not enjoy that, but I suppose we needed to go through it. Once will be enough, I hope. Shall we eat?" He walked past Devon and the Duke and Catriona to where Bayard was waiting by the fire. The meat was already cooking. Caught in a vortex of emotion, Devon saw the searching look Bayard gave Alessan. He turned back in time to see Sandre reaching out a hand to help Erlaine rise. For a long moment Erlaine ignored him. Then, with a sigh, he grasped the Duke's forearm and pulled himself erect. Devon followed Catriona back toward the fire. He heard the two wizards coming after them. Dinner passed in near silence. Erlaine took his plate and glass and went to sit alone on the rock by the stream at the very farthest extent of the fire's glow. Looking over at his dark outline, Sandre murmured that a younger man would very likely have refused to eat. "He's a survivor, that one," the Duke added. "Any wizard who's lasted this long has to be."
"Will he be all right, then?" Catriona asked softly. "With us?"
"I think so," Sandre answered, sipping his wine. He turned to Alessan. "He'll try to run away tonight, though." "I know," the prince said. "Do we stop him?" It was Bayard. Alessan shook his head. "Not you. I will. He cannot leave me unless I let him. If I call, he must return. I have him tethered to my mind. It is a queer feeling." Queer indeed, Devon thought. He looked from the prince to the dark figure by the river. He couldn't even imagine what this must feel like. Or rather, he could almost imagine it, and the sensation disturbed him. He became aware that Catriona was looking at him, and he turned to her. This time she didn't look away. Her expression, too, was strange. Devon realized she must be feeling the same edginess and sense of unreality that he was. He suddenly remembered, vividly, the feel of her head against his shoulder an hour ago. At the time he'd hardly registered the fact, so intent had he been on Erlaine. He tried to smile reassuringly, but he didn't think he managed it. "Troubadour, you promised us harp music," Sandre called out abruptly. The wizard in the darkness didn't respond. Devon had forgotten about that. He didn't feel much like singing, and he didn't think Catriona did either. So, in the event, what happened was that Alessan expressionlessly claimed his Trajan pipes and began to make music alone beside the fire. He played beautifully, with a pared-down economy of sound, melodies so sweetly offered that Devon, in his current mood, could almost imagine Aeana's stars and the blue crescent of the one moon pausing in their movements overhead, so as not to have to wheel inexorably away from the grace of that music. Then, a short while later, Devon realized what Alessan was doing, and he felt, abruptly, as if he was going to cry. He held himself very still to keep control, and he looked at the prince across the red and orange of the flames. Alessan's eyes were closed as he played. His lean face seemed almost hollowed out, the cheekbones showing clearly. And into the sounds he made he seemed to pour, as from a votive temple bowl, both the yearning that drove him and the decency and care that Devon knew lay at the root of him. But that wasn't it. That wasn't what was making Devon want to cry. Every song that Alessan was playing, every single tune, achingly high and sweet, heartbreakingly clear, one after another, was a song from Sensio. A song for Erlaine di Sensio, cloaked in bitterness and the shadows of night, by the river bank alone. "I will not say I am sorry," Alessan had told the wizard as the sun had set, "but I can tell you that I grieve." And that night, listening to the music the Prince of Tigana made upon his pipes, Devon learned the difference between the two. He watched Alessan, and then he watched the others as they looked at the prince. And it was when he was gazing at Bayard that the need to weep did grow too strong. His own griefs rose to the call of the mountain pipes. Grief for Alessan and overmastered Erlaine. For Bayard and his haunted night walking. For Sandre and his 10 fingers and his dead son. For Catriana and himself, all their generation, rootless and cut off from what they were, in a world without a home. For all the myriad accumulations of loss, and what men and women had to do in order to seek redress. Catriana went to the baggage, and she opened and poured another bottle of wine. The 3rd glass, and as always, it was blue. She filled Devon's glass in silence. She'd scarcely spoken a word all night, but he felt closer to her than he had in a long time. He drank slowly, watching the cold smoke rise from his glass and drift away in the cool night. The stars overhead were like icy points of fire, and the moon was as blue as the wine, and as far away as freedom, or a home. Devon finished his glass and put it down. He reached for his blanket and lay down himself, wrapping it around him. He found himself thinking about his father and of the twins for the first time in a long time. A few moments later, Catriana lay down not far away. Usually she spread her sleeping roll and blanket on the far side of the fire from where he was, next to the Duke. Devon was wise enough now to know that there was a certain kind of reaching out in what she did, and that tonight might even mark a chance to begin the healing of what lay badly between them. But he was too drained to know what to do or say among all these complicated sorrows. He said good night to her, softly, but she did not reply. He wasn't sure if she'd heard him, but he didn't say it again. He closed his eyes. A moment later he opened them again, to look at Sandre across the fire. The Duke was gazing steadily into the flames. Devon wondered what he saw there. He wondered, but he didn't really want to know. Elaine was a shadow, a darker place in the world against the dark by the river bank. Devon lifted himself on one elbow to look for Bayard, but Bayard had gone away, to walk alone in the night. Alessan hadn't moved or opened his eyes. He was still playing, lonely and high and sorrowful, when Devon fell asleep. He woke to Bayard's firm hand on his shoulder. It was still dark and quite cold now. The fire had been allowed to die to ember and ash. Catriana and the Duke were still asleep, but Alessan was standing behind Bayard. He looked pale but composed. Devon wondered if he'd gone to bed at all. "I need your help," Bayard murmured. "Come." Shivering, Devon rolled out of his blankets and began pulling on his boots. The moon was down. He looked east, but there was no sign of dawn along the horizon. It was very still. Sleepily he shrugged into the woolen vest Aldeas had sent him by way of Taccio and Ferrot. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep, or what time it was. He finished dressing and went to relieve himself in the trees by the river. His breath smoked in the frosty air. Spring was coming, but it wasn't quite here yet, not in the middle of the night. The sky was brilliantly clear and full of stars. It would be a beautiful day later when the sun came. Right now he shivered and did up the drawstrings of his breeches. Then he realized that he hadn't seen Elaine anywhere. "What happened?" he whispered to Alessan as he returned to the camp. "You said you could call him back." "I did," the prince said shortly. Standing closer, Devon could see now how weary he looked. "He fought it so hard that he passed out just now. Somewhere out there." He gestured south and west. "Come on," Bayard said again. "Bring your sword." They had to cross the stream. The icy cold water drove all the sleep out of Devon. He gasped with the shock of it. "I'm sorry," Bayard said. "I'd have done it alone, but I don't know how far away he is, or what else is out here in this country. Alessan wants him back in camp before he revives. It made sense to have 2 men. No, that's fine," Devon protested. His teeth were chattering. "I suppose I could have woken the old Duke from his rest, or Catriana could have helped me." "What? No, really, Bayard, I'm fine. He stopped because Bayard was laughing at him. Belatedly, Devon caught on to the teasing. It warmed him in a curious way. This was, in fact, the first time he'd ever been out alone in the night with Baird. He chose to see it as another level of trust, of welcoming. Little by little, he was beginning to feel more of a part of what Alessandre and Baird had been trying to achieve for so many years. He straightened his shoulders, and walking as tall as he could, followed Baird west into the darkness. They found Elaine Dicencio at the edge of a cluster of olive trees on a slope, about an hour's walk from the camp. Devon swallowed awkwardly when he saw what had happened. Baird whistled softly between his teeth. It wasn't a pretty sight. Elaine was unconscious. He had tied himself to one of the tree trunks and appeared to have knotted the rope at least a dozen times. Bending down, Baird held up the wizard's water flask. It was empty. Elaine had soaked the knots to tighten them. His pack and his knife lay together on the ground, a deliberate distance out of reach. The rope was frayed and tangled. It looked as if a number of knots had been undone, but 5 or 6 still held. "Look at his fingers," Baird said grimly. He drew his dagger and began cutting the rope. Elaine's hands were shredded into raw strips. Dried blood covered both of them. It was brutally clear what had happened. He had tried to make it impossible for himself to yield to Alessandre's summons. What had he hoped for, Devon wondered? That the prince would assume he had somehow escaped, and would therefore forget about him? Devon doubted, in fact, if what Elaine had done carried any such weight of rational thought. It was defiance, pure and simple, and one had to acknowledge, not even grudgingly, the ferocity of it. He helped Baird cut through the last of the bonds. Elaine was breathing, but showed no signs of consciousness. His pain must have been devastating, Devon realized, with a flashing memory of the wizard beaten to his knees and screaming by the river. He wondered what screams the night had heard, here in this wild and lonely place. He felt an awkward mixture of respect and pity and anger as he gazed down at the gray-haired troubadour. Why was he making this so hard for them? Why forcing Alessandre to shoulder so much more pain of his own? Unfortunately, he knew some of the answers to that, and they were not comforting. "Will he try to kill himself?" he asked Baird abruptly. "I don't think so. As Sandre said, this one is a survivor. I don't think he'll do this again. He had to run once, to test the limits of what would happen to him. I would have done the same thing." He hesitated. "I didn't expect the rope, though." Devon took Elaine's pack and gear, and Baird's bow and quiver and sword. Baird slung the unconscious wizard over his shoulder with a grunt, and they started back east. It was slower going back. On the horizon in front of them, when they reached the stream, the first gray of false dawn was showing, dimming the glow of the late-rising stars. The others were up and waiting for them. Baird laid Elaine down by the fire. Sandre had it burning again. Devon dropped the gear and weapons and went back to the river with a basin for water. When he returned, Catriona and the Duke began cleaning and wrapping Elaine's mangled hands. They had opened his shirt and turned up the sleeves, revealing angry weals where he had writhed against the ropes in his struggle to be free. Or is that backwards? Devon thought grimly. Wasn't the binding of the rope his real struggle to be free? He looked over and saw Alessandre gazing down at Elaine. He could read absolutely nothing in the prince's expression. The sun rose, and shortly after that Elaine woke. They could see him register where he was. "Carve?" Sandre asked him casually. The 5 of them were sitting by the fire, eating breakfast, drinking from steaming mugs. The light from the east was a pale, delicate hue, a promise. It glinted and sparkled on the water of the stream, and turned the budding leaves green-gold on the trees. The air was filled with bird-song and the leap and splash of trout in the stream. Elaine sat up slowly and looked at them. Devon saw him become aware of the bandages on his hands. Elaine glanced over at the saddled horses and the 2 carts, packed and ready for the road. His gaze swung back and steadied on Alessandre's face. The two men, so improbably bound, looked at each other without speaking. Then Alessan smiled, a smile Devon knew. It opened his stern face to warmth and lit the slate-gray of his eyes. "Had I known," Alessan said, "that you hated Trajan pipes quite that much, I honestly wouldn't have played them." A moment later, horribly, Erlane Dicensio began to laugh. There was no joy in that sound, nothing infectious, nothing to be shared. His eyes were squeezed shut, and tears welled out of them, pouring down his face. No one else spoke or moved. It lasted for a long time. When Erlane had finally composed himself, he wiped his face on his sleeve, careful of his bandaged hands, and looked at Alessan again. He opened his mouth, about to speak, and then closed it again. "I know," Alessan said quietly to him. "I do know." "Cave," Sandre said again, after a moment. This time Erlane accepted a mug, cradling it awkwardly in both muffled hands. Not long after, they broke camp and started south again. Chapter 10. 5 days later, on the eve of the Ember days of spring, they came to Castle Borso. All that last afternoon, as they moved south, Devon had been watching the mountains. Any child raised in the watery lowlands of Ossoly could not help but be awed by the towering southland ranges, the Braccio here in Certando, the Paravi east toward Tregea, and, though he'd never seen them, the rumor of the snow-clad Sfaroni, highest of all, over west, where Tigana once had been. It was late in the day. Far to the north, on that same afternoon, Isola of Igrath lay dead and dismembered under a bloody sheet in the audience chamber of the palace on Chiara. The sun setting behind a thrust spur of the mountains dyed the peaks to burgundy and red and a somber purple hue. On the very highest summits the snow still shone and dazzled in the last of the light. Devon could just make out the line of the Braccio Pass as it came down, one of the 3 fabled passes that had linked, in some seasons, and never easily, the peninsula of the Palm with Quilea to the south. In the old days, before the matriarchy had taken deep root in Quilea, there had been trade across the mountains, and the brooding piety of the springtime Ember days had also presaged a quickening and stir of commercial life, with the promise of the passes opening again. The towns and fortress castles here in the southern highlands had been vibrant and vital then, well defended, too, because where a trade caravan could cross, so could an army. But no king of Quilea had ever been secure enough on his throne to lead an army north, not with the high priestesses standing by at home to see him fail or fall. Here in Certando, the private armies had mostly bloodied their blades and arrows against each other, in savage southland feuds that ranged over generations and became the stuff of legend. And then the Quilean matriarchy had come to power after all, in the time of Achis and Pasithea, several hundred years ago. Quilea under the priestesses had folded inward upon itself like a flower at dusk, and the caravans ended. The southland cities dwindled into villages, or, if flexible and energetic enough, they changed their character and turned their faces northward and to other things, as Avale of the Towers had done in Tigana. Here in the Certandan highlands, the mighty lords who had once held glittering court in their huge warlike castles became living anachronisms. Their forays and battles with each other, once integral to the flow of events in the Palm, became more and more inconsequential, though not the less bitter or vicious for that. To Devon, touring with Menico di Ferro, it had sometimes seemed that every second ballad they sang was of some lord or younger son pursued by enemies among these crags, or of ill-fated Southland lovers divided by the hatred of their fathers, or of the bloody deeds of those fathers, untamed as hawks in their stern high castles among these foothills of the Braccio. And of those ballads, whether wild with battle and blood and villages set afire, or lamenting parted lovers drowning themselves in silent pools hidden in the misty hills, Of all those songs, half again, it seemed to Devon, were of the Borso clan, and set in and around the massive, piled, grim splendor of Castle Borso, hard under Braccio Pass. There hadn't been any new ballads for a long time, very few, in fact, since the Quilean caravans had stopped. But of fresh stories and rumors there had been many in the past 2 decades, a great many. In her own particular way, and in her own lifetime, Eleanor of Castle Borso had already become a legend among the men and women of the road. And if these newer stories were about love, as so many of the older songs had been, they had little to do with anguished youth bewailing fate on windswept crags, and rather more to tell about certain changes within Castle Borso itself, about deep-woven carpets and tapestries, about imported silk and lace and velvet, and profoundly disconcerting works of art in rooms that had once seen hard men plan midnight raids at trestle tables, while unruly hunting dogs had fought for flung bones among the rushes of the floor. Riding beside Erlaine in the second cart, Devon dragged his gaze away from the last shining of light on the peaks, and looked at the castle they were nearing. Tucked into a fold of hills, with a moat around it and a small village just beyond, Borso was already in shadow. Even as he watched, Devon saw lights being lit in the windows, the last lights until the end of the Ember days. Eleanor is a friend, was all that Alessan had volunteered. An old friend. That much, at least, was evident from the greeting she gave him when her seneschal, tall and stooped, with a magnificent white beard, ushered them gravely into the firelit warmth of the great hall. Alessan's color was unusually high when the lady of the castle unlaced her long fingers from his hair and withdrew her lips from his own. She hadn't hurried the encounter. Neither, even more interestingly, had he. Eleanor stepped back, smiling a little, to survey his companions. She favored Erlaine with a nod of recognition. "Welcome back, troubadour. 2 years, is it?" "Even so, my lady. I am honored that you remember." Erlaine's bow harkened back to an earlier age, to the manner they'd seen before Alessan had bound him. "You were alone then, I remember. I am pleased to see you now in such splendid company." Erlaine opened his mouth and then closed it without replying. Eleanor glanced at Alessan, a fleeting inquiry in her very dark eyes. Receiving no response, she turned to the Duke, and the curiosity in her face sharpened. Thoughtfully, she laid a finger against her cheek and tilted her head slightly to one side. The disguised Sandre endured her scrutiny impassively. "Very well done," said Eleanor of Borso, softly so the servants and the seneschal by the doors could not hear. "I imagine that Bayard has the whole palm taking you for a Cardew. I wonder who you really are, under all of that." Her smile was quite ravishing. Devon didn't know whether to be impressed or unsettled. An instant later, that particular dilemma was rendered irrelevant. "You don't know?" said Erlaine Dicensio loudly. "A terrible oversight. Allow me the introduction. My lady, may I present to you the—" He got no further. Devon was the first to react, which surprised him, thinking about it afterwards. He'd always been quick, though, and he was closest to the wizard. What he did, the only thing he could think of to do, was pivot sharply and bury his fist as hard as he could in Erlaine's belly. As it was, he was only a fraction of a second ahead of Catriana on Erlaine's other side. She had leaped to clamp her hand over the wizard's mouth. The force of Devon's blow doubled Erlaine over with a grunt of pain. This in turn had the unintended effect of throwing Catriana off balance and stumbling forward, to be smoothly caught and braced by Eleanor. The whole thing had taken perhaps 3 seconds. Erlaine sank to his knees on the opulent carpet. Devon knelt beside him. He heard Eleanor dismissing her servants from the room. "You are a fool," Bayard snarled at the wizard. "He certainly is," Eleanor agreed in a rather different tone, all exaggerated petulance and flounce. "Why would anyone think I'd want the burden of knowing the true identity,
of a disguised Cardew warrior. She was still holding Catriona around the waist, quite unnecessarily. Now she let her go, with an amused expression at the girl's rapid retreat. "You are an impetuous creature, aren't you?" she murmured silkily. "Not especially," said Catriona hardily, stopping a few feet away. Eleanor's mouth quirked. She looked Catriona up and down with an expert eye. "I am horribly jealous of you," she pronounced at length, "and I would be even if you had that hair chopped off and those eyes sewn shut. What magnificent men you are traveling with." "Are they?" Catriana's voice was indifferent, but her color was suddenly high. "Are they?" Eleanor echoed sharply. "You mean you haven't established that for yourself? Dear child, what have you been doing with your nights? Of course they are. Don't waste your youth, my dear." Catriona looked at her levelly. "I don't think I am," she said, "but I doubt we'd have the same thoughts on that subject." Devon winced, but Eleanor's answer was mild. "Perhaps not," she agreed, unruffled. "But in truth, I think the overlap would actually be greater than you imagine." She paused. "You may also find as you get older that ice is for deaths and endings, not for beginnings. Any kind of beginnings. On the other hand, I will ensure," she added with a smile that was all kindness, "that you have a sufficiency of blankets to keep you warm tonight." Elaine groaned, dragging Devon's attention away from the two women. He heard Catriona say, "I thank you for your solicitude," but he missed her expression. From the tone, he could hazard a guess at what it would be. He supported Elaine's head as the wizard labored to get his wind back. Eleanor simply ignored them. She was greeting Bayard now with a friendly civility, a tone that was cheerfully matched, Devon noted instinctively, by Bayard's own manner towards her. "I'm sorry," he whispered to Elaine. "I couldn't think of anything else." Elaine waved a feeble, still unhealed hand. He'd insisted on removing the bandages before they'd entered the castle. "I'm sorry," he wheezed, surprising Devon considerably. "I forgot about the servants." He wiped his lips with the back of one hand. "I won't achieve much for myself if I get us all killed. Not my idea of freedom, that. Nor, frankly, is this posture my notion of middle-aged dignity. Since you knocked me down, you can kindly help me up." For the first time, Devon heard a faint note of amusement in the troubadour's voice. "A survivor," Sandre had said. As tactfully as he could, he helped the other man stand. "The extremely violent one," Alessandro was saying dryly, "is Devon Dociley. He also sings. If you are very good, he may sing for you." Devon turned away from Elaine, but perhaps because he'd been distracted by what had just happened, he was quite unprepared to deal with the gaze he now encountered. "There is no possible way," he found himself thinking, "that this woman is 40 years old." He reflexively sketched the performer's bow Manico had taught him to cover his confusion. She was almost 40, and he knew it. Eleanor had been widowed 2 years after she'd been wed, when Cornaro of Borso had died in the Barbadian invasion of Certando. The stories and descriptions of the beautiful widow in her Southland castle had begun very shortly after that. They didn't come even near to catching what she was, what he saw standing before him in a long gown of a blue so deep it was nearly black. Her hair was black, worn high up on her head and held by a diadem of white gold studded with gems. A few tendrils of hair had been artlessly allowed to fall free, framing the perfect oval of her face. Her eyes were indigo, almost violet under the long lashes, and her mouth was full and red and smiling a private smile as she looked at Devon. He forced himself to meet that look. Doing so, he felt as though all the sluice gates in his veins had been hurled open, and his blood was a river in flood, racing through a steep wild course at an ever-increasing speed. Her smile grew deeper, more private, as if she could actually see that happening inside him,
and the dark eyes grew wider for an instant.
"I suppose," said Eleanor di Certando, before turning back to Alessan, "that I shall have to try to be very good, then, if that will induce you to sing for me." Her breasts were full and high, Devon saw, could not help but see. The gown was cut very low, and a diamond pendant hung against her skin, drawing the eye like a blue-white fire. He shook his head, fighting to clear it, a little shocked at his own reaction. This was ridiculous, he told himself sternly. He had been overheated by the stories told, his imagination rendered unruly by the opulent, sensuous furnishings in the room. He looked upwards for distraction, and then wished he hadn't. On the ceiling, someone not a stranger to the act of love had painted Aedeon's primal coupling with Eanna. The face of the goddess was very clearly that of Eleanor, and the painting showed, just as clearly, that she was in the very moment of rapture, when the stars had streamed into being from her ecstasy. There were indeed stars streaming all across the background of the ceiling fresco. It was, however, difficult to look at the background of the fresco. Devon forced his eyes down. What helped him reclaim his composure was meeting Catriana's glance just then, a mingled look of caustic irony, and a second thing he couldn't quite recognize. For all her own splendor and the wild crimson glory of her hair, Catriana looked exceptionally young just then, almost a child, Devon thought sagely, not yet fully realized or accomplished in her womanhood. The lady of Castle Borso was complete in what she was, from her sandaled feet to the band in her lustrous hair. Her nails, Devon noted belatedly, were painted the same blue-black, dangerous color as her gown. He swallowed and looked away again. "I expected you yesterday," Eleanor was saying to Alessan. "I was waiting for you, and I'd made myself beautiful for you, but you didn't come." "Just as well, then," Alessan murmured, smiling. "Had I seen you any more beautiful than you are now, I might never have found the strength to leave." Her mouth curled mischievously. She turned to the others. "You see how the man torments me. Not a quarter of an hour in my home, and he speaks of leaving. Am I well served in such a friend?" The question was addressed, as it happened, directly to Devon. His throat was dry. Her glance did disruptive things to the orderly flow of messages from brain to tongue. He essayed a smile, suspecting rather that the expression produced fell somewhere between the fatuous and the imbecilic. Wine, Devon thought desperately. He was in serious need of an effective glass of something. As if summoned by an art of timing more subtle than wizardry, 3 servants in blue livery reappeared, each bearing 7 glasses on a tray. 2 of the trays, Devon saw, bore a red wine that was almost certainly Certandan. The wine in the 3rd set of glasses was blue. Devon turned to Alessan. The prince was looking at Eleanor with an expression that spoke to something private and shared far in the past. For a moment her own expression and demeanor altered, as if she had laid aside for an instant the reflexive spinning of her webs of enticement. And Devon, a far more perceptive man than he had been 6 months before, thought he saw the hint of a sadness in her eyes. Then she spoke, and he was certain that he'd seen it. In some subtle way it calmed him, and shed a different, milder light on the mood in the room. "It is not a thing I am likely to forget," she said softly to Alessan, gesturing towards the blue wine. "Nor I," he replied, "since it began here." She was silent a moment, eyelids lowered. Then the moment passed. Eleanor's eyes were sparkling again when they lifted. "I have the usual collection of letters for you, but one is very recent," she said, "brought 2 days ago by a very young priest of Eanna, who was terrified of me the whole time he was here. He wouldn't even stay the night, though he only arrived at sunset. I swear he rode out so fast he must have feared I'd have his robe off if he lingered for a meal." "And would you have?" Alessan grinned. She made a face. "Unlikely. Eanna's sort are seldom worth the trouble, though he was pretty. Almost as pretty as Bayard, come to think of it."
Bayard, quite unperturbed, simply smiled. Eleanor's glance lingered flirtatiously on him. There, too, Devon noted, an exchange that spoke to events and things shared a long way back. He felt young suddenly and out of his depth. "Where is the new message from?" Alessan asked. Eleanor hesitated. "West," was all she said. She glanced at the rest of them with a veiled question in her eyes. Alessan noted it. "You may speak freely. I trust every man and woman here." He was careful not to even look at Elaine. Devon did look, but if he'd expected a reaction from the wizard, he was disappointed. With a gesture, Eleanor dismissed her servants. The old seneschal had already withdrawn to see to the preparation of their rooms. When they were alone, Eleanor walked over to a writing table by one of the 4 blazing fireplaces and claimed a sealed envelope from a drawer. She came back and gave it to Alessan. "It is from DeLotel himself," she said. "From your own province, whose name I cannot yet hear or say." And that Devon had not expected at all. "Forgive me," Alessan murmured. He strode quickly toward the nearest fire, tearing the letter open as he went. Eleanor became very busy offering glasses of the red wine. Devon took a long drink from his. Then he noticed that Bayard had not touched his wine, and that his gaze was fixed on Alessan across the room. Devon followed the look. The prince had finished reading. He was standing rigidly, staring into the fire. "Alessan," Bayard said. Eleanor turned swiftly at that. Alessan did not move, seemed not to have even heard. "Alessan," Bayard said again, more urgently. "What is it?" Slowly the Prince of Tigana turned from the flames to look at them. Or not really at them, Devon amended inwardly. At Bayard. There was something bleak and cold in his face. "Ice is for endings," Devon thought involuntarily. "It is from DeLotel, I'm afraid. From the sanctuary." Alessan's voice was flat. "My mother is dying. I will have to start home tomorrow." Bayard's face had gone as white as Alessan's. "The meeting," he said. "The meeting tomorrow." "That first," Alessan said. "After the meeting, whatever happens, I must ride home." Given the shock of that news and the impact Alessan's words and manner had on all of them, the knock on Devon's chamber door late that night came as a disorienting surprise. He had not been asleep. "Wait," he called softly, and struggled quickly into his breeches. He pulled a loose shirt on over his head and padded in his stockings across the floor, wincing at the cold of the stones where the carpeting ended. His hair disordered, feeling rumpled and confused, he opened the door. In the hallway outside, holding a single candle that cast weird flickering shadows along the corridor wall, was Eleanor herself. "Come," was all she said. She did not smile, and he could not see her eyes behind the flame. Her robe was a creamy white, lined with fur. It was fastened at the throat, but Devon could discern the swell of her breasts beneath. Her hair had been loosened, tumbling over her shoulders and down her back in a black cascade. Devon hesitated, his mouth dry again, his mind scattered and lagging. He put up a hand to try to straighten the hopeless tangle of his hair. She shook her head. "Leave it like that," she said. Her free hand with the long dark nails came up and pushed through his brown curls. "Leave it," she said again, and turned. He followed her. Her and the single candle and the unleashed chaos of his blood, down a long corridor, then a shorter one, through an angled sequence of empty public rooms, then up a curving flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs an orange spill of light came from beyond a pair of open doors. Devon passed through those doors behind the lady of Castle Borso. He had time to register the blaze of the fire, the rich, intricate hangings on the walls, the profusion of extravagant carpets on the floor. and the huge canopied bed, strewn with pillows of all colors and sizes. A lean hunting dog, gray and graceful, regarded him from by the fire, but did not rise. Eleanor laid her candle down. She closed the 2 doors and turned to him, leaning back against the polished wood. Her eyes were enormous, uncannily black. Devon felt his pulse like a hammer. The rush of his blood seemed loud in his veins. "I am burning up," Eleanor said. Somewhere a part of him, where proportion lived and irony took shape, wanted to protest, even to be amused at such a pronouncement. But as he looked at her, he saw the quickening draw of her breathing, and how shallow it was, saw the deep flush of her coloring. One of his hands, as if of its own will, came up and touched her cheek. It was burning hot. With a sound deep in her throat, Eleanor trapped his hand with one of her own and sank her teeth in the flesh of his palm. And with that pain, desire was loosed in Devon as it never had been in his life. He heard an oddly distorted sound and realized it had come from him. He took a half-step toward her, and she was in his arms. Her fingers locked and twisted in his hair, and her mouth met his with an avidness, a hunger that raked the rising fires of his own need to a point where awareness fled and drifted far away. Everything was gone, or going. Tigana, Alesan, Aleus, Catriana. His memories. Memory itself, that was his most sure anchor and his pride. Even the memory of the hallways to this room, the roads and years and rooms, all the other rooms that led to this one, and her. He tore at the fastenings of her robe and buried his face between her breasts as they spilled free. She gasped, and her hands clawed at his shirt until it came away. He felt her nails tear the skin along his back. He twisted his head and bit her then, and tasted blood. He heard her laugh. Never, ever had he done such a thing before. Somehow they seemed to be on the bed, among the colored splay of the pillows. And then Eleanor was naked above him, impaled on his sex, her mouth descending to his own, as the 2 of them surged together through the arc of an act that strove to cast the world away, as far away as it could be hurled. For an instant Devon thought he understood. In some unthinking flash of visceral illumination, he thought he grasped why Eleanor did this, the nature of her need, which was not what it seemed to be. Given another moment, a still place in the firmament, he could have reached out to put a name to it, a frame for the blurred awareness. He reached. She cried out with her climax. Her hands slid along his skin, curving down. Desire obliterated thought, any straining towards thought. With a racking twist, he virtually threw her to one side and swung himself above her, never leaving the warm shelter between her thighs. Cushions scattered around them, fell on the floor. Her eyes were tightly shut, her mouth forming soundless words. Devon began to drive himself into her as if to drive away all the demons and the hurts, all the brutal, deadening truths that were the world of the palm in their day. His own climax, when it came, left him shuddering and limp, lost to where he was, only dimly clinging to what he knew to be his name. He heard her whispering it softly, over and over. She moved gently out from under him. He rolled over on his back, eyes closed. He felt her fingers glide along his skin. He could not move. She was playing with his hands, caressing and guiding them out from his sides. Her lips and fingers danced down his chest and belly, over his satiated sex, and further down, exploring along his thighs and legs, and down. By the time he was aware of what she'd done, he was bound, hand and foot, to the 4 posts of her bed, spread-eagled beneath her. His eyes flew open, startled and alarmed. He struggled. Uselessly. He was held in bonds of silk, looped and knotted. "That," said Eleanor in a husky voice, "was a wonderful beginning to a night."
Shall I teach you something now?" She reached, naked and magnificent, flushed and scored with his marks upon her, and brought something up from the floor beside the bed. His eyes grew wide when he saw what it was she held. "You are binding me against my will," Devon said a little desperately. "This is not my idea of how to come together in love." He twisted hard again, at shoulder and hip. The silken bonds held firm. Eleanor's answering smile was luminous. She was more beautiful in that moment than he could ever have imagined a woman being. In the huge dark pools of her eyes something stirred, primal and dangerous and terrifyingly arousing. He felt, improbably soon, a quickening in his sex. She saw it. Her smile deepened. One long fingernail stroked lightly, almost meditatively, along his gathering tumescence. "It will be," murmured his dark lady, the lady of Castle Borso. Her lips parted, showing the sharp white teeth behind. He registered the taut firmness of her nipples as she opened her legs to straddle him again. He saw her caress what she had claimed from the carpet by the bed. Beyond her, by the fire, the wolfhound had its handsome head raised, watching them. "It will be," Eleanor said again. "Trust me. Let me teach you now, and show you this, and then this, and soon it will be your idea of how to come together. Oh, yes, Devon, it will be, very soon." She moved upon his body, and the candle light was deflected and then hidden as she came down over him. He struggled, but only for a moment, for his heart was pounding again, and desire was overwhelmingly upon him, just as Eleanor was, just as her own complex needs could be seen rising in her again, in the darkness of her eyes before they closed, in her movements above him, and in the ragged, reaching upward straining of her breath. And before the night was over, before the half of it had passed, with the last candles of winter burning down, she had proven herself right, terribly, over and over again. And at the end even, she was the one who lay bound and open between the four pillars of the world that was her bed, and Devon was no longer quite sure of who he was, that he should be doing to her the things he was, the things that made her whisper and then cry aloud his name, as she did over and again. But he did know that she had changed him, and had found a place within him where his need to seek oblivion was equal to her own. The candle on his side of the bed burned out some time later. There was a small, scented drifting of smoke. The pattern of light and shade in the room changed. Neither of them was asleep. They both noticed it. The fire was down to its embers. The dog still lay before it, its magnificent head stretched out on its paws. "You had better go," Eleanor said, stroking his near shoulder absently, "while there's a candle for you to carry. It's easy to lose your way in the dark." "You observe the Ember days?" he asked, a little surprised at such piety. "No fires?" "No fires," she said ruefully. "Half my household staff would leave me, and I don't even want to guess at what the tenant farmers or the villagers would do. Storm the castle, call down some ancient curse with ears of corn soaked in blood. These are the southern highlands, Devon. They take their rights seriously up here." "As seriously as you take yours?" She smiled at that and stretched like a cat. "I suppose so. The farmers will do things tonight and tomorrow that I prefer not to know about." With a sinuous motion, she curled downwards towards the foot of the bed and reached for something on the carpet by the bedposts. Her body was a smooth, candle-lit curve of white flesh, with the marks he had made on her still showing red. She straightened and handed him his breeches. It felt abrupt, a dismissal, and Devon gave her a long stare, not moving. She met the look, but her eyes were neither hard nor dismissive. "Don't be angry," Eleanor said softly. "You were too splendid to be leaving in anger. I'm telling you truths. I do observe the Ember rites, and it is hard to find your way back without a light." She hesitated a moment, then added, "And I have always slept alone since my husband died." Devon said nothing. He rose and dressed. His shirt he found halfway between the bed and the doors. It was shredded so badly it should have been amusing. He wasn't amused, though. In fact, he was angry, or some feeling beyond anger, or beside it, a more complex thing. Lying naked and uncovered among the scattered pillows of her bed, Eleanor watched him clothe himself. He looked at her, marveling still at her feline magnificence, and even, despite the change of mood, even aware of how easy it would be for her to stir his desire again. But as he gazed at her, a dormant thought surfaced from wherever thought had been driven in the primitive frenzy of the last few hours. He arranged the shirt as best he could and walked over to claim one of the candles in a brass holder. She had turned on her side to follow his movements, her head now resting on one hand, the black hair tumbling about her, her body offered to his sight as a gift, a glory in the shifting light. Her eyes were wide and direct, her smile generous, even kind. "Good night," she said. "I don't know whether you know it, but you are welcome back should you choose to come one day." He hadn't expected that. He knew, without having to be told, that she was honoring him with this. But his thought, his disquiet from before, was strong now, and intermingled with other images, so that, although he smiled in return and nodded, it was neither pride nor honor that he felt. "Good night," he said, and turned to go. At the doors he stopped, and as much because he had remembered Alessandro saying that the blue wine had begun with her as for any other single reason that he knew, then or later, Devon turned back to her. She had not moved. He looked, drinking in the opulence of the chamber and the proffered beauty of the woman on the bed. Even as he stood there, another candle died on the far side of the room. "Is this what happens to us?" Devon said then, quietly, reaching for words to frame this new hard thought. "When we are no longer free, is this what happens to our love?" He could see her eyes change, even from this distance and in this wavering of light and dark. For a long time she looked back at him. "You are clever," she said finally. "Alessandro has chosen well in you." He waited. "Ah," said Eleanor throatily, simulating astonishment. "He actually wants an answer. A true answer from a lady in her castle at the edge of the world." It may have been a trick of the uncertain light, but she seemed to look away then, beyond where Devon stood, even beyond the tapestried walls of her room. "It is one of the things that happens to us," she said at last. "A kind of insurrection in the dark that somehow stands against the laws of day that bind us and cannot be broken now." Devon thought about it. "Possibly that," he agreed softly, working it through. "Or else an admission somewhere in the soul that we deserve no more than this, nothing that goes deeper, since we are not free and have accepted that." He saw her flinch then and close her eyes. "Did I deserve that?" she asked. A terrible sadness passed over Devon. He swallowed with some difficulty. "No," he said. "No, you didn't." Her eyes were still closed when he left the room. He felt heavy and burdened, beyond merely tired, leaden with the weight of his thoughts, slowed by them. He stumbled going down the stairwell, and had to fling out his free hand to brace himself against the stone wall. The motion left the candle unguarded, and it went out. It was very dark then. The castle was utterly still. Moving carefully,
Devon reached the bottom of the stairs, and he put the spent flame down on a ledge there. At intervals, high in the walls, tall, thin windows let slanting moonlight fall across the corridor, but the angle and the hour did not allow for any real illumination. Briefly, he considered going back for another candle, but then, after standing still a moment to let his eyes adjust, Devon set out along what he thought to be the way they had come. He was lost very soon, though not really alarmed. In his present mood there seemed to be something apposite about padding thus silently down the darkened hallways of this ancient Highland castle in the dead of night, the stones cold against his feet. There are no wrong turnings, only paths we had not known we were meant to walk. Who had told him that? The words had come unbidden to his mind from some recess of memory. He turned into an unfamiliar corridor and passed through a long room hung with paintings. Part of the way through he found a voice for the words. It had been the old priest of Morian at the goddess's temple by his family's farm in Ossory. He had taught the twins and then Devon how to read and do sums, and when it appeared that the youngest boy, the small one, could sing, he had given Devon his first lessons in the rudiments of harmony. No wrong turnings, Devon thought again. And then, with a shiver he could not suppress, he remembered that this was not just the nadir of a night. It was the end of winter, the first of the Ember days, when the dead were said to walk abroad. The dead. Who were his dead? Mara, his mother, whom he had never known. Tigana? Could a country, a province, be said to have died? Could it be lost and mourned like a living soul? He thought of the Barbadian he had slain in the Nieveline barn. He did quicken his pace then, over the dark, sporadically moonlit stones of the vast and silent castle. It seemed to Devon that he walked for an endless time, or a time outside of time, passing no one, hearing nothing save for his own breathing or the soft tread of his feet, before he finally recognized a statue in an alcove. He had admired it by torchlight earlier in the evening. He knew his room was just ahead and around a corner to the right. Somehow he had come entirely the wrong way along the whole far wing of Castle Borso. He also knew, from earlier in the evening, that the room directly opposite the small fine statue of the bearded archer drawing a bow was Catriana's. He looked up and down the corridor, but saw only greater and lesser shadows among the bands of white moonlight falling from above. He listened, and heard no sound. If the dead were abroad, they were silent. No wrong turnings, Clotho the priest had told him long ago. He thought of Eleanor, lying with her eyes closed among her bright cushions, and all her candles, and he was sorry for what he'd said to her at the end. He was sorry for many things. Alessan's mother was dying. His own was dead. Ice is for deaths and endings, Eleanor had said to Catriana in the hall. He was cold and very sad. He moved forward and ended the silence, knocking gently on Catriana's door. She'd had a restless night, for many reasons. Eleanor had disturbed her, both the unbridled sensuousness that emanated from the woman, and the obviously close, unknown past she shared with Alessan and Bayard. Catriana hated unknown things, information hidden from her. She still didn't know what Alessan was going to do tomorrow, what this mysterious meeting in the Highlands was all about, and ignorance made her uneasy, and even, on a less acknowledged level, afraid. She wished she could be more like Devon sometimes, matching his seemingly tranquil acceptance of what he could or could not know. She had seen him storing away the pieces of what he did learn, and patiently waiting to receive another piece, and then putting them together like the tiles of a children's puzzle game. Sometimes she admired that. Sometimes it made her wild and contemptuous to see him so accepting of Alessan's occasional reticence, or Bayard's chronic reserve. Catriana needed to know. She had been ignorant for so much of her life, shielded from her own history in that tiny fishing village in Ostibar. She felt that there was so much lost time to be regained. Sometimes it made her want to weep. That was how she'd been feeling this evening before drifting into a shallow, uneasy sleep and a dream of home. She often dreamt of home since she'd left, especially of her mother. This time she saw herself walking through the village just after sunrise, passing the last house, Tendo's, she even saw his dog, and then rounding the familiar curve of the shore to where her father had bought a derelict cottage and repaired it and raised a family. In her dream she saw the boat already far out, trawling among the early morning swell of the sea. It seemed to be springtime. Her mother was in the doorway of the cottage, mending nets in the good light of the sunrise. Her eyes had been going bad for years, and it was hard for her to work with her needle in the evenings. Catriona had gradually taken over the nighttime needlework in her last year at home. It was a beautiful morning in the dream. The stones of the beach gleamed, and the breeze was fresh and light off the water. All the other boats were out as well, taking advantage of the morning, but it was easy to tell which one was their own. Catriona walked up the path and stood by the newly mended porch, waiting for her mother to look up and see her, and leap to her feet with a cry, and fold her daughter in her arms. Her mother did glance up from her work, but only to gaze seaward, squinting toward the light, to check the position of their boat. An old habit, a nervous one, and one that had probably done much to hurt her eyes. She'd a husband and 3 sons in that small boat, though. She didn't see her daughter at all. Catriona realized with a queer pain that she was invisible here, because she had gone, because she had left them and wasn't there any longer. There was more gray, she saw, in her mother's hair, and her heart ached as she stood there in mild sunlight to see how worn and hard her mother's hands were, and how tired the kind face was. She had always thought of her mother as a young woman, until Tigana, the baby, had died in the plague 6 years ago. Things had changed after that. It isn't fair, she thought, and in the dream she cried aloud and was not heard. Her mother sat on a wooden chair on the porch in the early light, working on the nets, occasionally looking up to check the position of one small boat among so many bobbing on this alien eastern sea, so far from the one she'd loved. Catriona woke, her body twisting violently away from all the hurts embedded in that image. She opened her eyes, waiting for her heartbeat to slow, lying under several blankets in a room in Castle Borso, Eleanor's castle. Eleanor, who was the same age as Catriona's worn, tired mother. It truly was not fair. Why should she be carrying such guilt, seeing such sad, hurtful images in her sleep, for having gone away? Why, when it was her mother who had given her the ring when she was 14, in the year the baby died, the ring that marked her as from Tigana and by the sea, for anyone who knew the ancient symbols, and for no one else. The ring that had so marked her for Alessan Bar Valentin 2 years ago, when he and Baird had seen her selling eels and fresh-caught tilanqui in Arden town just up the coast from the village. She had not been a trusting person at 18. She could not have said, then or now, why she'd trusted the 2 of them, and joined them for that walk upriver, out of town, when the market was done. If pushed to an answer, she would have said that there was something about Baird that had reassured her. It was on that walk that they had told her about her ring, and about Tigana, and the axis of her life had tilted another way. A new running of time had begun from that moment, and with it the need to know. At home that evening after dinner, after the boys had gone to bed, she told her parents that she now knew where they were from, and what her ring meant. And she asked her father what he was going to do to help her bring Tigana back, and what he had been doing all these years. It was the only time in her life she'd ever seen her mild, innocuous father in a rage, and the only time he'd ever struck her. Her mother wept. Her father stormed about the house in the awkward manner of a man unused to raging, and he swore upon the Triad that he'd not taken his wife and daughter away before the Agrafan invasion and the fall, only to be sucked back into that ancient grief now. And thus had Catriona learned the second thing that had changed her life. The youngest of the boys had begun crying. Her father had stomped out then, slamming the door, rattling the windows. Catriona and her mother had looked at each other in silence a long time, while a frightened child gradually subsided in the loft above their heads. Catriona held up her hand and showed the ring she'd worn for the past 4 years. She had looked a question with her eyes, and her mother had nodded once, not weeping now. The embrace they exchanged was one they both expected to be their last. Catriona had found Alessan and Baird at the best known of the inns in Arden town. It had been a bright night, she remembered, both moons high and nearly full. The night watchman at the inn had leered at her and groped when she'd sidled by him up the stairs, toward the room he'd identified. She had knocked, and Alessan had opened to her name. His grey eyes, even before she spoke, had been curiously dark, as if anticipating a burden or a grief. "I am coming with you," she had said. "My father was a coward. We fled before the invasion. I intend to make that up. I will not sleep with you, though. I've never slept with any man. Can I trust you both?" Awake in Castle Borso, she blushed in the darkness, remembering that. How impossibly young she must have sounded to them. Neither man had laughed, though, or even smiled. She would never forget that. "Can you sing?" was all that Alessan had said. She fell asleep again, thinking about music, about all the songs that she'd sung with him, crossing the Palm for 2 years. This time, when she dreamt, it was about water, about swimming in the sea at home, her greatest, sweetest joy, diving for shells at summer twilight among the startled flashing fish, feeling the water wrap her like a second skin. Then, without warning or transition, the dream changed, and she was on the bridge in Tregea again, in a gathering of winter dark and wind, more terrified than she had imagined a soul could be. Only herself to blame, her own pride, her gnawing, consuming, unslaked need to make redress for the fact that they had fled. She saw herself mount and balance on the railing again, saw the racing, black, tumultuous water far below, heard, even over the loud rush of the river, the pounding of her heart, and woke a second time just before the nightmare of her leap. Woke because what she had heard as the beat of her heart was a knocking at her door. "Who is it?" she called. "Devon. Will you let me come in?" Abruptly she sat up in bed and pulled the topmost blanket to her chin. "What is it?" she called. "I'm not sure, actually. May I come in?" "The door isn't locked," she said finally. She made sure the blankets were covering her, but the room was so dark it didn't really matter. She heard him enter, but saw only the outline of his form. "Thank you," he said. "You should lock your door, you know." She wondered if he had any idea how much she hated being told things like that. The only person likely to be roaming tonight was our hostess, and she was unlikely to be coming for me. There's a chair to your left. She heard him reach for it and sink back with a sigh into the deep armchair. "I suppose that's true enough," he said in a drained voice. "And I'm sorry. You don't really need me to be telling you how to take care of yourself." She listened for irony, but heard none. "I seem to have managed tolerably well without your guidance," she said mildly. He was silent. Then, "Catriona, I honestly don't know why I'm here. I'm in such a strange mood tonight. I feel ridiculously sad." There was something extremely odd in his voice. She hesitated a moment, then carefully adjusting the blankets, reached over to strike a flint. "You light fires on the Ember days?" he asked.
Evidently. She lit the candle by her bed. Then, somewhat regretting the waspishness of that reply, added, "My mother used to light one. Just one. As a reminder to the triad, she used to say, though I only understood what she meant after I met Alessan." "That's strange. So did my father," Devon said wonderingly. "I've never thought about that. I never knew why he did it. My father was not a man who explained things." She turned to look at him, but he was deep in the chair, and the wings hid his face. "A reminder of Tigana," she said. "It would have to have been. As if the triad didn't deserve full devotion or observance because of what they'd allowed." He paused, then in a meditative tone added, "It's another example of our pride, isn't it? Of that Tiganese arrogance Sandre always talks about. We make bargains with the triad. We balance scales with them. They take away our name. We take away a part of their rights." "I suppose so," she said, though it didn't really strike her that way. Devon talked like this sometimes. She didn't see the action as one of pride or bargaining, just as a reminder to the self of how great a wrong had come to pass. A reminder, like Alessan's blue wine. "My mother is not a proud woman," she said, surprising herself. "I don't know what mine was like," he said in that tightened voice. "I don't even know if I could say that my father is proud. I guess I don't know very much about him either." He really did sound peculiar. "Devon," she said sharply, "lean forward. Let me look at you." She checked her blankets. They covered her to the chin. Slowly he shifted forward. The candlelight spilled across his wildly disheveled hair, the torn shirt, and the visible scratches and marks of teeth. She felt a quick surge of anger, and then a slower, deeper anxiety that had nothing to do with him, or not directly. She masked both reactions behind a sardonic laugh. "She was roaming, I see. You look like you've been to war." With an effort he managed a brief smile, but there was something somber in his eyes. She could read it even by candlelight. It unsettled her. "What is it, then?" she pursued with broad sarcasm. "You tired her out and came here wanting more? I can tell you—" "No," he said quickly. "No, it isn't that. It is hardly that, Catriona. It has been a difficult night." "You certainly look as if it was," she retorted, her hands gripping the blankets. He pushed on doggedly. "Not that way. It's so strange, so complicated. I think I learned something there. I think—" "Devon, I really don't want the details." She was angry with herself for how edgy this sort of thing made her feel. No, not like that. Though, yes, there was that at the beginning. But— He drew a breath. "I think what I learned was something about what the tyrants have done to us. Not just Brandon, and not just in Tigana. Alberico, too. Both of them, and to all of us." "Such insight," she mocked reflexively. "She must be even more skillful than you imagined." Which silenced him. He leaned back in the chair again, and she couldn't see his face. In the quiet that followed, her breathing grew calmer. "I'm sorry," she said at length. "I didn't mean that. I'm tired. I've had some bad dreams tonight. What do you want from me, Devon?" "I'm not sure," he said. "I guess to be a friend." Again she felt pushed and uneasy. She resisted an instinctive, nervous urge to suggest he go write a letter to one of Rovigo's daughters. She said, "I've never been good at that, even as a child." "Nor I," he said, shifting forward again. He had pushed his hair into a semblance of order. He said, "It is more than that between you and I, though. You hate me sometimes, don't you?" She felt her heart thump. "We do not have to discuss this, Devon. I don't hate you." "Sometimes you do," he pursued in that strange, dogged tone. "Because of what happened in the Sandreni palace." He paused and drew a shaky breath. "Because I was the first man you ever made love with." She closed her eyes, tried unsuccessfully to will that last sentence not to have been spoken. "You knew?" "Not then. I figured it out later." Pieces of another puzzle, patiently putting it together, figuring her out. She opened her eyes and gazed bleakly at him. "And is it your idea that discussing this interesting subject will make us friends?" He winced. "Probably not. I don't know. I thought I'd tell you I want to be." There was a silence. "I honestly don't know, Katriana. I'm sorry." Surprisingly, her shock and anger had both passed. She saw him slump back again, exhausted, and she did the same, reclining against the wooden headboard of her bed. She thought for a while, marveling at how calm she felt. "I don't hate you, Devon," she said finally. "Truly, I don't. Nothing like that. It is an awkward memory. I won't deny that. But I don't think it has ever hindered us in what we have to do. Which is what really matters, isn't it?" "I suppose so," he said. She couldn't see his face. "If that is all that matters." "I mean, it's true what I said before. I've always been bad at making friends." "Why?" Pieces of the puzzle again. But she said, "As a girl, I'm not sure. Maybe I was shy, perhaps proud. I never felt easy in our village, even though it was the only home I'd ever known. But since Bayard named Tigana for me, since I heard the name, that has been all there is in the world for me, all that counts for anything at all." She could almost hear him thinking about that. He said, "Ice is for endings," which is exactly what Eleanor had said to her. He went on, "You are still a living person, Katriana, with a heart, a life to live, access to friendship, even to love. Why are you sealing yourself down to the one thing only?" And she heard herself reply, "Because my father never fought. He fled Tigana like a coward before the battles at the river." She could have ripped her tongue bleeding from her mouth, out at the very root, the moment she had spoken. "Oh," he said. "Not a word, Devon. Don't say a word." He obeyed, sitting very still, almost invisible in the depths of his chair. Abruptly she blew out the candle. She didn't want light now. And then, because it was dark, and because he was so obligingly silent, she was gradually able to regain control of herself, to move past the meaning of this moment without weeping. It took a long time in the darkness, but eventually she was able to draw a long, steady breath and know she was all right. "Thank you," she said, not entirely sure what she was thanking him for. Mostly the silence. There was no reply. She waited a moment, then softly called his name. Again no answer. She listened, and eventually was able to make out the steady rise and fall of his breathing in sleep. She had enough of a sense of irony to find that amusing. He had evidently had a difficult night, though, and not just in the obvious ways. She thought about waking him and sending him back to his own room. It would most certainly raise eyebrows if they were seen leaving here together in the morning. She discovered, though, that she didn't really care. She also realized that she minded less than she'd expected, that he'd figured out the one truth about her and had just learned another. About her father, but really more about herself. She wondered about that, why it didn't bother her more. She considered putting one of the blankets over him, but resisted the impulse. For some reason, she didn't really want him waking in the morning and knowing she'd done that. Rovigo's daughters did that sort of thing, not she. Or no, the younger daughter would have had him in this bed and inside her by now, strange moods and exhaustion notwithstanding. The older would have woven a new quilt at miraculous speed and tucked it around him, with a note attached as to the lineage of the sheep that had given the wool and the history of the pattern she'd chosen. Catriona smiled to herself in the darkness and settled back to sleep. Her restlessness seemed to have passed, and she did not dream again. When she woke, just after dawn, he was gone. She didn't learn until later just how far. Chapter 11. Elena stood by the open door of Mattio's house, looking up the dark road to the moat and the raised drawbridge, watching the candles flicker and go out one by one in the windows of Castle Borso. At intervals, people walked past her into the house, offering only a nod or a brief greeting, if anything at all. It was a night of battle that lay ahead of them, and everyone arriving was aware of that. From the village behind her there came no sound at all, and no light. All the candles were long snuffed out, fires banked, windows covered over, even the chinks at the base of doors blocked by cloth or rags. The dead walked on the first of the Ember nights. Everyone knew that. There was little noise from within the house behind her, though 15 or 20 people must have arrived by now, crowding into Mattio's home at the edge of the village. Elena didn't know how many more walkers were yet to join them here, or later, at the meeting place. She did know that there would be too few. There hadn't been enough last year, or the year before that, and they had lost those battles very badly. The Ember Night wars were killing the walkers faster than young ones like Elena herself were growing up to replace them, which is why they were losing each spring, why they would almost certainly lose tonight. It was a starry night, with only the one moon risen, the white crescent of Vidomni as she waned. It was cold as well, here in the highlands at the very beginning of spring. Elena wrapped her arms about herself, gripping her elbows with her hands. It would be a different sky, a different feel to the night entirely, in only a few hours, when the battle began. Carena walked in, giving her quick, warm smile, but not stopping to talk. It was not a time for talking. Elena was worried about Carena tonight. She had just had a child 2 weeks before. It was too soon for her to be doing this. But she was needed. They were all needed. And the Ember Night wars did not tarry for any man or woman, or for anything that happened in the world of day. She nodded in response to a couple she didn't know. They followed Carena past her into the house. There was dust on their clothing. They had probably come from a long way east, timing their arrival here for after the sundown closing of the doors and windows in the town, and in all the lonely farmhouses out in the night of the fields. Behind all those doors and windows, Elena knew, the people of the southern highlands would be waiting in darkness and praying. Praying for rain and then sun, for the earth to be fruitful through spring and summer to the tall harvest of fall, for the seedlings of grain, of corn, to flourish when sown, take root and then rise, yellow and full of ripened promise from the dark, moist, giving soil. Praying, though they knew nothing within their wrapped dark homes of what would actually happen tonight, for the night walkers to save the fields, the season, the grain, save and succor all their lives. Elena instinctively reached up to finger the small leather ornament she wore about her neck, the ornament that held the shriveled remnant of the caul in which she had been born, as all the walkers had been, sheathed in the transparent birthing sack as they came crying from the womb. A symbol of good fortune, birth women named the caul elsewhere in the palm. Children born sheathed in that sack were said to be destined for a life blessed by the triad. Here, at the remote southern edges of the peninsula,
in these wild highlands beneath the mountains, the teachings and the lore were different. Here the ancient rites went deeper, further back, were passed from hand to hand, from mouth to mouth, down from their beginnings long ago. In the highlands of Chertando, a child born with a caul was not said to be guarded from death at sea, or naively named for fortune. It was marked for war. For this war, fought each year on the first of the Ember nights that began the spring, and so began the year. Fought in the fields and for the fields, for the not yet risen seedlings that were hope and life and the offered promise of earth renewed. Fought for those in the great cities, cut off from the truths of the land, ignorant of such things, and fought for all the living here in Chertando, huddled behind their walls, who knew only enough to pray and to be afraid of sounds in the night that might be the dead abroad. From behind Elena a hand touched her shoulder. She turned to see Matteo looking quizzically at her. She shook her head, pushing her hair back with one hand. "Nothing yet," she said. Matteo did not speak, but the pale moonlight showed his eyes bleak above the full black beard. He squeezed her shoulder, out of a habit of reassurance more than anything else, before turning to go back inside. Elena watched him go, heavy-striding, solid and capable. Through the open doorway she saw him sit down again at the long trestle table, across from Donar. She gazed at the two of them for a moment, thinking about Verzar, about love, and then desire. She turned away again to look out into the night toward the huge brooding outline of the castle, in whose shadow she had spent her whole life. She felt old suddenly, far older than her years. She had 2 small children sleeping with her mother and father tonight in one of those shut-up cottages where no lights burned. She also had a husband sleeping in the burying field, a casualty, one of so many, of the terrible battle a year ago, when the numbers of the others seemed to have grown so much larger than ever before, and so cruelly, malevolently triumphant. Verzar had died a few days after that defeat, as all the victims of the night battles did. Those touched by death in the Ember Night Wars did not fall in the fields. They acknowledged that cold, final touch in their souls, like a finger on the heart, Verzar had said to her, and they came home to sleep and wake and walk through a day or a week or a month before yielding to the ending that had claimed them for its own. In the north, in the cities, they spoke of the last portal of Morian, of longed-for grace in her dark halls, of priestly intercessions invoked with candles and tears. Those born with the caul in the southern highlands, those who fought in the Ember Wars and saw the shapes of the others who came to battle there, did not speak in such a way. Not that they would ever be so foolish as to deny Morian of portals, or Aeana, or Aedeon, only that they knew that there were powers older and darker than the Triad, powers that went beyond this peninsula, beyond even, Donar had once told her, this very world with its 2 moons and its sun. Once a year the night walkers of Chertando would be forced to have, a glimpse of these truths under a sky that was not their own. Elena shivered. There would be more claimed for death tonight, she knew, and so fewer to fight the next year, and fewer the next, and where it would end she did not know. She was not educated in such things. She was 22, a mother and a widow, and a wheelwright's daughter in the Highlands. She was also a child born with the call of the night walkers, into a time when all the battles were being lost, year by year. She was also known to have the best eyesight in the dark of all of them, which is why Matteo had placed her here by the door, watching the road for the one Donar had said might come. It was a dry season. The moat, as he'd expected, was shallow. Once, long ago, the lords of Castle Borso had been pleased to keep their moat stocked with creatures that could kill a man. Bayard didn't expect to find such things. Not now. Not for a long time now. He waded across, hip-deep, under the high stars and the thin light of Vidomni in the sky. It was cold, but it had been many years since the elements bothered him much, nor did it disturb him to be abroad on an Ember night. Indeed, it had become a ritual of his own over the years, knowing that all across the palm the holy days were observed and marked by people waiting in silent darkness behind their walls, offered him a deepened sense of the solitude his soul seemed to need. He was profoundly drawn to this sense of moving through a scarcely breathing world that lay as if crouched in primitive darkness under the stars, with no mortal fires cast back at the sky, only whatever flames the Triad created for themselves with lightning out of the heavens. If there were ghosts and spirits awake in the night, he wanted to see them. If the dead of his past were walking abroad, he wanted to beg their forgiveness. His own pain was spun of images that would not let him go. Images of vanished serenity, of pale marble under moonlight such as this, of graceful porticos shaped of harmonies a man might spend a lifetime studying to understand, of quiet voices heard and almost understood by a drowsy child in another room, of sure, confident laughter following, then morning sunlight in a known courtyard and a steady, strong sculptor's hand upon his shoulder, a father's hand. Then fire and blood and ashes on the wind, turning the noon sun red. Smoke and death, and marble hammered into fragments, the head of the god flying free, to bounce like a boulder on scorched earth, and then be ground remorselessly down into powder like fine sand, like the sand on the beaches walked in the dark later that year, infinite and meaningless, by the cold, uncaring sea. These were the bleak visitants, the companions of his nights, these and more, endlessly, through almost 19 years. He carried like baggage, like a cart yoked to his shoulders, like a round stone in his heart, images of his people, their world destroyed, their name obliterated. Truly obliterated. A sound that was drifting, year by year, further away from the shores of the world of men, like some tide withdrawing in the gray hour of a winter dawn. Very like such a tide, but different as well, because tides came back. He had learned to live with the images because he had no choice, unless it was a choice to surrender, to die, or retreat into madness as his mother had. He defined himself by his griefs. He knew them as other men knew the shape of their own hands. But the one thing that could drive him awake, barred utterly from the chambers of sleep or any kind of rest, what could force him abroad now, as he had been driven abroad as a boy in a ruined place, was in the end none of these things. Neither a flash of splendor gone, nor an image of death and loss. It was instead, over and above everything else, the remembrance of love among those ashes of ruin, against the memory of a spring and summer with Dianora, with his sister. His barriers could not hold in the dark. And so Bayard would go out into the nights across the palm, doubly moonlit, or singly, or dark with only stars, among the heathered summer hills of Ferrot, or through the laden vineyards of autumn in Ostivar or Sensio, along snow-mantled mountain slopes in Tregea, or here, on an Ember night at the beginning of spring, in the highlands. He would go out to walk in the enveloping dark, to smell the earth, feel the soil, listen to the voice of winter's wind, taste grapes and moonlit water, lie motionless in a forest tree to watch the night predators at their hunt. And, once in a great while, when waylaid or challenged by brigand or mercenary, Bayard would kill, a night predator in his own incarnation, restless and soon gone, another kind of ghost, a part of him dead with the dead of the river Deisa. In every corner of the mainland palm, except his own, which was gone, He had done these things for years upon years, feeling the slow turning of the seasons, learning the meaning of night in this forest and that field, by this dark river or on that mountain ridge, reaching out or back or inward all the time toward a release that was ever and again denied. He had been here in the highlands many times before on this same Ember night. He and Alessan went back a long way, and had shared a great deal with Eleanor of Borso. And there was the other, larger reason why they came south to the mountains at the beginning of every second year. He thought of the news from the west, from home. He remembered the look on Alessan's face, reading Danoleon's letter, and his heart misgave him. But that was for tomorrow, and more Alessan's burden than his own, however much he might want, as he always wanted, to ease or share the weight. Tonight was his own, and it called to him. Alone in the darkness, but hand in hand with a dream of Dianora, he walked away from the castle. Always before he had gone west and then south from Borso, curving his way into the hills themselves below the Braccio Pass. Tonight, for no reason he knew, his footsteps led him the other way, southeast. They carried him along the road to the edge of the village that lay beneath the castle walls, and there, as he passed a house with an unexpectedly open door, Bayard saw a fair-haired woman standing in the moonlight, as if she had been waiting for him, and he stopped. Sitting at the table, resisting the temptation to count their numbers one more time, trying to appear as if all were as normal as it could be on this night of war, Matteo heard Elena call his name and then Donar's from outside the house. Her voice was soft, as it always was, but his senses were pitched toward her, as they had been for years, even before poor Verzar had died. He glanced across the table at Donar, but the older man was already reaching for his crutches and rising to swing on his one leg toward the door. Matteo followed. A number of the others looked over at them, edgy and apprehensive. Matteo forced himself to smile reassuringly. Carena caught his eye and began speaking soothingly to a few of the more visibly nervous people. Not at all easy himself, Matteo stepped outside with Donar and saw that someone had come. A dark-haired man, neatly bearded and of middle height, stood motionless before Elena, glancing from her to the two of them, not speaking. He had a sword slung in a scabbard on his back in the Trajan fashion. Matteo looked over at Donar, whose face was quite impassive. For all his experience of Ember Night wars and of Donar's gift, he could not repress a shiver. Someone may come, their one-legged leader had said yestereve, and now someone was indeed here in the moonlight, in the very hour before battle. Matteo looked over at Elena. Her eyes had not left the stranger. She was standing very straight, slender and motionless, hands holding her elbows, hiding fear and wonder as best she could. But Matteo had spent years watching her, and he could see that her breathing was shallow and fast. He loved her for her stillness and for wanting to hide her fear. He glanced at Donar again, and then stepped forward, extending two open palms to the stranger. Calmly he said, "Be welcome, though it is not a night to be abroad." The other man nodded. His feet were planted wide and solid on the earth. He looked as though he knew how to use his sword. He said, "Nor, as I understand the Highlands, is it a night to have doors and windows open." "Why would you think you understand the Highlands?" Matteo said, too quickly. Elena still had not looked away from this man. There was an odd expression on her face. Moving a little nearer to stand beside her, Matteo realized that he had seen this man before. This was one who had come several times to the lady's castle. A musician, he seemed to remember, or a merchant of some sort. One of those landless men who endlessly crossed and recrossed the roads of the palm. His heart, which had lifted to see the sword, sank a little. The stranger had not responded to his sharp retort. He appeared, as much as the moonlight revealed, to be giving the matter thought. Then he surprised Matteo. "I'm sorry," he said. "If I am trespassing upon a custom in ignorance, forgive me. I walk for reasons of my own. I will leave you to your peace." He actually turned away then, clearly intending to leave. "No," Elena said urgently. And in the same moment, Donar spoke for the first time. "There is no peace tonight," he said in the deep voice they all trusted so much. "And you are not trespassing. I thought someone might come along this road. Elena was watching for you." And at that the stranger turned. His eyes seemed wider in the dark, and something new, cooler, more appraising gleamed in them now. "Come for what?" he asked. There was a silence. Donar shifted his crutches and swung forward. Elena moved to one side to let him stand in front of the stranger. Matteo looked across at her. Her hair was falling over one shoulder, white gold in the moonlight. She never took her eyes from the dark-haired man, who was gazing steadily at Donar. "Come for what?" he repeated, mildly enough. Still Donar hesitated, and in that moment Matteo realized with a shock that the miller, their elder, was afraid. A sickening lurch of apprehension rose in Matteo, for he suddenly understood what Donar was about to do. And then Donar did it. He gave them away to one from the north. "We are the night walkers of Certando," he said, his voice steady and deep. "And this is the first of the Ember nights of spring. This is our night. I must ask you, wherever you were born, was there a mark? Did the birth women who attended declare a blessing found?" And slowly he reached a hand inside his shirt and drew forth the leather sack he wore there, holding the caul that had marked him at his birth. Out of the side of his eye, Matteo saw Elena biting her lower lip. He looked at the stranger, watched him absorb what Donar had said, and he began gauging his chances of killing the man if it should come to that. This time the silence stretched. The muted sounds from the house behind them seemed loud. The dark-haired man's eyes had grown wide now, and his head was lifted high. Matteo could see that he was weighing what lay behind what had just been revealed. Then, still not speaking, the stranger moved one hand to his throat, and reaching inside his shirt, he brought out, so that the three of them could see, by starlight and moonlight, the small leather sack he too wore. Matteo heard a small sound, a release of breath, and realized belatedly that he had made it himself. "Earth be praised," Elena murmured, unable to stop herself. She had closed her eyes. "Earth, and all that springs from it and returns," Donar added. His voice amazingly trembled. They left it for Matteo to finish. "Returns to spring forth again in the cycle that has no end," he said, looking at the stranger, at the sack he bore, almost identical to Matteo's own, to Elena's, to Donar's, to the one they all carried, every one of them. It was with the words of invocation spoken in sequence by the three of them that Bayard finally understood what he had stumbled upon. 200 years ago, in a time of seemingly unending plagues, a time of harvest failures, of violence and blood, the Carlozzini heresy had taken root here in the south. And from the highlands it had begun to spread throughout the palm, gaining momentum and adherence with frightening speed. And against Carlozzi's central teaching, that the triad were younger deities, subject to and agents of an older, darker set of powers, the priesthood of the palm had grimly and in concert set their hands. Faced with such rare and absolute unity among the clergy, and caught up in the panic of a decade of plague and starvation, the dukes and grand dukes, and even Valcanti, prince of Tigana, had seen themselves as having no choice. The Carlozzini had been hunted down and tried and executed all across the peninsula, by whatever means executions were conducted in each province in that time. A time of violence and blood, 200 years ago. And now he was standing here, showing the leather that held the call of his birth, and speaking to three who had just declared themselves to be Carlozzini. And more, night walkers, the one-legged old man had said, the vanguard, the secret army of the sect, chosen in some way that no one knew. But now he did know. They had shown him. It occurred to him that he might be in danger now, having been granted this knowledge, and indeed the bigger bearded man seemed to be holding himself carefully, as if prepared for violence. The woman who had stood watch was weeping, though. She was very beautiful, though not in the way of Eleanor, whose every movement, every spoken word might hint at a feline undercurrent of danger. This woman was too young, too shy. He could not make himself believe in a threat from her, not weeping as she was. And all three of them had spoken words of thanks, of praise. His instincts were on guard, but not in a way that warned of immediate danger. Deliberately, Bayard forced his muscles to relax. He said, "What have you to tell me, then?" Elena wiped the tears from her face. She looked at the stranger again, absorbing his square, neat, quiet solidity, his reality, the improbable fact that he was here. She swallowed with difficulty, painfully aware of the racing of her heart, trying to move past the moment when she had seen this man emerge from night and shadow to stand before her, and then the long interval when they had faced each other in the moonlight before she had impulsively reached out to touch his hand, to be sure that he was real, and had only then called for Matteo and Donar. Something odd seemed to be happening to her. She made herself concentrate on what Donar was saying. "What I tell you now gives you power of life and death over a great many people," he said softly. "For the priesthood still want us destroyed, and the tyrant in Ostibar will abide by what the clergy say in such things. I think you know this." "I know this," the dark-haired one echoed equally quietly. "Will you say why you are confiding in me?" "Because tonight is a night of battle," Donar said. "Tonight I lead the night walkers into war, and yesterday at sunset I fell into a sleep and dreamt of a stranger coming to us. I have learned to trust my dreams, though not to know when they will come." Elena saw the stranger nod, calm, unruffled, acknowledging this as easily as he had acknowledged her presence in the road. She saw that his arms were ridged with muscle under his shirt, and that he held himself as a man who had known fighting in his days. There seemed to be a sadness in his face, but it was really too dark to tell so much, and she chided herself for letting her imagination run free at such a time. On the other hand, he was abroad and alone on an Ember night. Men without griefs of their own would never do such a thing, she was certain. She wondered where he was from. She was afraid to ask. "You are the leader, then, of this company?" he said to Donar. "He is," Matteo cut in sharply. "And you would do well not to dwell upon his infirmity." From the defiance of his tone, it was clear he had misinterpreted the question. Elena knew how protective he was of Donar. It was one of the things she most respected in him. But this was too huge, too important a moment for misunderstandings. She turned to him and shook her head urgently. "Matteo," she began. But Donar had already laid a hand on the blacksmith's arm, and in that moment the stranger smiled for the first time. "You leap at a slight that is not meant," he said. "I have known others, as badly injured or worse, who led armies and governed men. I seek only to find my bearings. It is darker here for me than it is for you." Matteo opened his mouth and then closed it. He made a small awkward gesture of apology with his shoulders and hands. It was Donar who replied. I am elder of the walkers, yes, he said. And so mine, with Matio's aid, is leadership in battle. But you must know that the war we are to fight tonight is not like any battle you might know. When we come out again from this house, it will be under a different sky entirely than the one above us now. And under that sky, in that changeling world of ghosts and shadows, few of us will appear as we do here.
The dark-haired man shifted uneasily for the first time. He glanced downward, almost reluctantly, to look at Donar's hands. Donar smiled and held out his left hand, 5 fingers spread wide.
I am not a wizard, he said softly. There is magic here, yes, but we step into it and are marked for it. We do not shape it. This is not wizardry.
The stranger nodded at length, then said with careful courtesy, I can see that. I do not understand it, but I can only assume you are telling me these things to a purpose. Will it please you now to tell me what that is? And so Donar said then, finally, because we would ask aid of you in our battle tonight. In the silence that followed, Matio spoke, and Elena had an idea how much pride he swallowed in saying, We have need, very great need. Who do you fight? The other man said. We call them the others, Elena said herself, as neither Donar nor Matio spoke. They come to us year by year, generation after generation. They come to ruin the fields and blight the seedlings and the harvest, Donar said. For 200 years the night walkers of Chertando would battle them on this Ember night, and for all this time we were able to hold them in check as they come upon us from the west. Matio said, For almost 20 years now, though, it has grown worse and worse for us, and on the last 3 Ember nights we have been very badly beaten. Many of us have died, and Chertando's droughts have grown worse. You will know about that, and about the plagues here. They have— But the stranger had flung up a hand suddenly, a sharp, unexpected gesture. Almost 20 years. And from the west? He said harshly. He came a step nearer and turned to Donar. The tyrants came almost 20 years ago, and Brandon of Igrath landed in the west. Donar's gaze was steady as he leaned on his crutches, looking at the other man. This is true, he said, and it is a thought that has occurred to some of us, but I do not think it signifies. Our battles on this night each year go far beyond the daily concerns of who governs in the palm in a given generation, and how they govern, and from where they come. But still, the stranger began. But still, Donar said, nodding his head, there are mysteries to this that are beyond my power to grasp. If you discern a pattern that I do not, who am I to question or deny that it might be true? He reached up to his neck and touched the leather sack. You carry the mark we all bear, and I dreamt your presence here tonight. Notwithstanding that, we have no claim upon you, none at all, and I must tell you that death will be there to meet us in the fields when the others come. But I can also tell you that our need goes beyond these fields, beyond Chertando, and even, I think, beyond this peninsula of the Palm. Will you fight with us tonight? The stranger was silent a long time. He turned away and looked upwards then, at the thin moon and the stars, but Elena had a sense that his truer vision was inwards, that he was not really looking up at the lights. Please, she heard herself say. Will you please? He made no sign that he had even heard her. When he turned back, it was to look at Donar once more. He said, I understand little of this. I have my own battles to fight, and people to whom I owe a sworn allegiance. But I hear no evil in you, and no untruth, and I would see for myself the shape these others take. If you dreamt my coming here,
I will let myself be guided by your dream." And then, as her eyes began brimming with tears again, Elena saw him turn to her. "Yes, I will," he said levelly, not smiling, his dark eyes grave. "I will fight with you tonight. My name is Bayard." And so it seemed that he had heard her, after all. Elena mastered her tears, standing as straight as she could. There was a tumult, a terrible chaos rising within her, though, and in the midst of that chaos it seemed to Elena that she heard a sound, as of a single note plucked on her heart. Beyond Donar, Matteo said something, but she didn't hear what it was. She was looking at this stranger, and realizing, as his gaze met her own, that she had been right before, that her instincts had not misled. There was so deep a sadness in him, it could not possibly be missed by any man or woman with eyes to see, even in night and shadow. She looked away, and then closed her eyes tightly for a moment, trying to hold back something of her heart for herself, before it all went seeking in the magic and the strangeness of this night. "Oh, Verzar," she thought. "Oh, my dead love." She opened her eyes again and took a careful breath. "I am Elena," she said. "Will you come in and meet the others?" "Yes," said Matteo gruffly. "Come in with us, Bayard. Be welcome in my home." This time she heard the hurt that came through in his voice, though he tried to mask it. She winced inwardly at that sound, caring for him, for his strength and his generosity, hating so much to give sorrow. But this was an Ember night, and the tides of the heart could scarcely be ruled even by the light of day. Besides, she had a very grave doubt already, as the four of them turned to go into the house, whether there would be any joy for her to find in what had just happened to her, any joy in this stranger who had come to her out of darkness, in answer to or called by Donar's dream. Bayard looked at the cup that the woman named Carena had just placed in his hands. It was of earthenware, rough to the touch, chipped at one edge, the unpainted color of red soil. He looked from Carena to Donar, the older maimed man, the elder they called him, to the bearded one, to the other girl, Elena. There was a kind of light in her face as she looked back at him, even in the shadows of this house, and he turned away from that as something, perhaps the one thing, he could not deal with. Not now, perhaps not ever in his life. He cast his gaze out over the company assembled there. 17 of them, 9 men, 8 women, all holding their own cups, waiting for him. There would be more at the meeting place, Matteo had said. How many more, they could not tell. He was being reckless, he knew, swept away by the power of an Ember night, by the undeniable truth of Donar's dream, the fact that they had been waiting for him, by, if he were honest with himself, the look in Elena's eyes when he had first come up to her. A complex tempting of fate, that aspect of it, something he seldom did. But he was doing it now, or about to do it. He thought of Alessan, and of all the times he'd chided or derided the prince, his brother of the soul, for letting his passion for music take him down one dangerous path or another. What would Alessan say now, or quick-tongued Catriana, or Devon? No, Devon would say nothing. He would watch with that careful, focused attention, and come to his own conclusions in his own time. Sandre would call him a fool. And perhaps he was. But something had responded deep within him to the words Donar had spoken. He had borne the call of his birth in leather all his life, a minor, a trivial superstition, a charm against drowning, he had been told as a child. But it was more here, and the cup he held in his hands would mark his acceptance of that. Almost 20 years, Matteo had said. The others from the west, Donar had said. There might be little in it, or a great deal, or nothing at all, or everything. He looked at the woman, Elena, and he drained the cup to the lees. It was bitter, deathly bitter. For one panicked, irrational moment he feared he was undone, poisoned, a blood sacrifice in some unknown Carlozzini rite of spring. Then he saw the sour face Carena made as she drank from her own cup, and saw Matteo wince ruefully at the taste of his, and the panic passed. The long table had been put away, lifted from its trestles. Pallets had been spread about the room for them to lie upon. Elena moved towards him and gestured, and it would have been ungracious to hold back. He walked with her toward one wall, and took the pallet she offered him. She sat down, unspeaking, on the one beside it. Bayard thought of his sister, of that clear image of walking hand in hand with Dianora down a dark and silent road, only the two of them abroad in the wide world. Donar the miller swung himself towards the pallet on Bayard's other side. He leaned his crutches against the wall and subsided on the mat. "Leave your sword here," he said. Bayard raised his eyebrows. Donar smiled, a hieratic expression, devoid of mirth. "It will be useless where we are going. We will find our weapons in the fields." Bayard hesitated a moment longer. Then, aware of even greater recklessness, of a mystic folly he could not have explained, he slipped the back scabbard over his head and laid it against the wall, beside Donar's crutches. "Close your eyes," he heard Elena saying from beside him. "It is easier that way." Her voice sounded oddly distant. Whatever he had drunk was beginning to act upon him. "It will feel like sleep," she said, "but it will not be. Earth grant us grace, and the sky her light." It was the last thing he heard. It was not sleep. Whatever it was not sleep, for no dream could be this vivid, no dream wind this keen in his face. He was in an open field, wide and fallow and dark, with the smell of spring soil, and he had no memory at all of coming here. There were a great many people, 200 perhaps, or more, in the field with him, and he had no memory of any of them either. They must have come from other villages in the highlands, from gatherings in other homes like Matteo's. The light was strange. He looked up, and Bayard saw that the moon in the sky was round and large and full, and it was green, like the first green gold of spring. It shone with that green and golden light among stars in constellations he had never seen. He wheeled around, dizzied, disoriented, his heart pounding, searching for a pattern that he knew in the heavens. He looked south to where the mountains should be, but as far as his eyes could track in the green light, he saw level fields stretching away, some fallow, some fully ripe with summer grain, in a season that should only be spring. No mountains at all, no snow-clad peaks, no Braccio Pass with Quilea beyond. He spun again. No Castle Borso, to north or east, or west? West. With a sudden premonition he turned to look there. Low hills rose and fell in seemingly endless progression, and Bayard saw that the hills were bare of trees, of grass, bare of flower and shrub and bush, bleak and waste and barren. "Yes, look there," Donar's deep voice said from behind him, "and understand why we are here. If we lose tonight, the field in which we stand will be desolate as those hills next year when we come back. The others are down into these grainlands now. We have lost the battles of those hills over the past years. We are fighting in the plain now, and if this goes on, one Ember night not far from now, our children, or their children, will stand with their backs to the sea and lose the last battle of our war." And Bayard's eyes were still on the west, on the grey, stony ruin of the hills. "And all the crops will fail, not just here in Certando, and people will die, of hunger or of plague. All over the palm? He could not look away from the desolation that he saw. He had a vision of a lifeless world looking like that. He shivered. It was sickening. The palm and beyond, Baird. Make no mistake. This is no local skirmish, no battle for a small peninsula. All over this world, and perhaps beyond, for it is said that ours is not the only world scattered by the powers among time and the stars. Carlozzi taught this? Carlozzi taught this. If I understand his teaching rightly, our own troubles here are bound up with even graver dangers elsewhere, in worlds we have never seen or will see, except perhaps in dreams. Baird shook his head, still looking out at the hills in the west. That is too remote for me, too difficult. I am a worker in stone, and a sometime merchant, and I have learned how to fight, against my will and inclination, over many years. I live in a peninsula overrun by enemies from overseas. That is the level of evil I can grasp. He turned away from the western hills then, and looked at Donar. And despite the warning they'd given him, his eyes widened with amazement. The miller stood on two sound legs. His gray, thinning hair had become a thick, dark brown like Baird's own, and he stood with his broad shoulders straight and his head held high, a man in his prime. A woman came up to them, and Baird knew Elena, for she was not greatly changed. She seemed older here, though, less frail. Her hair was shorter, though still white gold, despite the strangeness of the light. Her eyes, he saw, were a very deep blue. "Were your eyes that same color an hour ago?" he asked. She smiled, pleased and shy. "It was more than an hour, and I don't know what I look like this year. It changes a little for me every time. What color are they now?" "Blue. Extremely blue." "Well, then, yes, they have always been blue. Perhaps not extremely blue, but blue." Her smile deepened. "Shall I tell you what you look like?" There was an incongruity, a lightness in her voice. Even Donar had an amused expression playing about his lips. "Tell me." "You look like a boy," she said with a little laugh. "A 14 or 15-year-old boy, beardless now and much too thin, and with a shock of brown hair I would love to cut if we had but half a chance." Baird felt his heart thud like a mallet in his breast. It actually seemed to stop for an instant before beginning again, laboriously, to beat. He turned sharply away from the others, looking down at his hands. They did seem different. Smoother, less lined, and a knife scar he'd got in Tregea 5 years ago was not there. He closed his eyes, feeling suddenly weak. "Baird," Elena said behind him, concerned. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to—" He shook his head. He tried to speak, but found that he could not. He wanted to reassure her and Donar, that it was all right, but he seemed unbelievably to be weeping, for the first time in almost 20 years. For the first time since the year he had been a 14-year-old boy, forbidden to go to war by his prince's orders and his father's, forbidden to fight and die with them by the red banks of the river Deisa, when all the shining had come to an end. "Be easy, Baird," he heard Donar saying, deep and gentle. "Be easy. There is always a strangeness here." Then a woman's hands were briefly upon his shoulders, and then reaching around him from behind to meet and clasp at his chest. Her cheek rested against his back, and she held him so, strong and sharing and generous, while he brought his hands up to cover his face as he cried. Above them, on the ember night, the full moon was green gold, and around them the strange fields were fallow, or newly sown, or full with ripened grain before the planting time, or utterly bare and desolate and lost in the west. "They are coming," someone said, walking up to them. Look, we had best claim our weapons." He recognized Mattio's voice. Elena released him and stepped back. Bayard wiped his eyes and looked to the west again. And he saw then that the Ember War was giving him another chance. A chance to make right what had gone so bitterly wrong in the world the summer he was 14. Over the hills from the west, far off yet, but unnaturally clear in the unnatural light, the others were coming. And they were clad, all of them, in the livery of Ygrath. "O Morian," he whispered on a sharply taken breath. "What do you see?" Mattio said. Bayard turned. The man was leaner, and his black beard was differently trimmed, but he was recognizably the same. "Ygrathans," he said on a rising note of excitement. "Soldiers of the King of Ygrath. You may never have seen them here, this far east, but that is exactly what they are, your others." Mattio looked suddenly thoughtful. He shook his head, but it was Donar who spoke. "Be not deceived, Bayard. Remember where we are, what I have told you. You are not in our peninsula. This is no battle of the day against your invaders from overseas." "I see them, Donar. I know what I see." "And shall I tell you that what I see out there are hideous shapes in grey and dun, naked and hairless, dancing and coupling with each other as they mock us with their numbers?" "And the others for me are different again," Mattio said, bluntly, almost angrily. "They are large, larger than men, with fur on their spines running down into a tail like the mountain cats. They walk upon 2 legs, but they have claws on their hands and razored teeth in their mouths." Bayard wheeled again, his heart hammering, looking west in the eerily lucid green light of wherever they were. But still in the middle distance, pouring down out of the hills, he saw soldiers with weapons, swords and pikes, and the undulating knives of Ygrath. He turned to Elena, a little desperate. "I do not like to name what I see," she murmured, lowering her eyes. "They frighten me too much. They are creatures of my childhood fears. But it is not what you are seeing, Bayard. Believe me. Believe us. You may see the others in the shape of your heart's hate, but this is not the battle of your daytime world." He shook his head in fierce denial. There was a deep surging in his spirit, a rushing of blood in his veins. The others were nearer now, hundreds of them, streaming out of the hills. "I am always fighting the same battle," he said to her and the 2 men. "All my life, wherever I am, and I know what I see out there. I can tell you that I am 15 years old now, not 14, or I could not be here. They would not have allowed me." A thought struck him. "Tell me, is there a stream west of us, a river below where they are descending now?" "There is," Donar said. "Do you want to join battle there?" A red, fierce joy was running through Bayard, wild and uncontrollable. "I do," he said. "Oh, I do! Mattio, where do we claim our weapons?" "There." Mattio pointed southeast to a small nearby field where tall stalks of corn were growing, in defiance of what should have been the season. "Come, they will be at your stream very soon." Bayard did not speak. He followed Mattio's lead. Elena and Donar went with them. Other men and women were in that field of corn already, and Bayard saw that they were reaching down to pluck a stalk to be their weapon in the night. It was uncanny, incredible, that he was beginning to take a part of the measure of this place, to understand the magic that was at work here, and a corner of his mind, which worked outside and around the stern logic of day, grasped that the tall yellow grain that was so endangered was the only weapon possible tonight. They would fight for the fields with grain in their hands. He stepped in among the others in that cornfield, careful of where he walked, and he bent down and grasped a stalk for himself. It came free easily, even willingly, to his hand in that green night. He walked out onto fallow ground again and hefted it in his hand and swung it cautiously, and he saw that already the stalk had stiffened like metal forged. It sliced through the air with a keen whistling sound. He tested it with a finger and drew blood. The stalk had grown as sharp as any blade he'd ever held, and as true to his hand, and it was many-edged like the fabled blades of Quilea centuries ago. He looked away to the west. The Igrathans were descending the nearest of the hills. He could see the glint of their weapons under the moon. This is not a dream, he told himself. Not a dream. Donar was beside him, grim and unwavering. Matteo stood beyond, a passionate defiance in his face. Men and women were gathering behind them and all around, and all of them held corn swords in their hands, and all of them looked the same, stern and resolute, and unafraid. "Shall we go?" Donar said then, turning to look out upon them all. "Shall we go and fight them for the fields and for our people? Will you come with me now to the Ember War?" "For the fields!" the night walkers cried, and raised their living swords aloft to the sky. What Bayard di Tigana Bar Saevar cried, he cried only in his heart, and not aloud. But he went forward with all of them, a stalk of corn like a long blade in his hand, to do battle under the pale green moon of that enchanted place. When the others fell, scaly and grey, blind and crawling with maggots, there was never any blood. Elena understood why that was so. Donar had told her years ago. Blood meant life, and their foes tonight were the enemies, the opposite, of any kind of life. When they fell to the corn swords, nothing flowed from them, nothing seeped away into the earth. There were so many of them. There always were, swirling in a grey mass like slugs, pouring down out of the hills and swarming into the stream where Donar and Matteo and Bayard had come to make their stand. Elena prepared herself to fight, amid the loud, whirling, green-tinted chaos of the night. She was frightened, but she knew she could deal with that. She remembered how deathly afraid she'd been in her first Ember War, wondering how she who could scarcely have even lifted a sword in the daytime world, could possibly battle such hideous creatures as the nightmare ones she saw. But Donar and Verzar had assuaged her fears. Here in this green night of magic, it was the soul and the spirit that mattered. Here it was courage and desire that shaped and drove the bodies in which they found themselves. Elena felt so much stronger on the Ember nights, so much more lithe and quick. That had frightened her too, the first time, and even afterward. Under this green moon, she was someone who could kill. It was a realization she had to deal with, an adjustment to be made. They all did, to one degree or another. None of them were exactly what they were under the sun or the 2 moons of home. Donar's body on this night of war reached backwards, further every year, toward a lost image of what he once had been. Just as Bayard's very clearly reached back as well, more than one might have guessed or expected. 15, he had said, not 14, or he would not have been allowed. She didn't understand that, but she had no time to puzzle such things out. Not now. The others were in the stream, and now they were trying to clamber out, clad in the hideous shapes her mind gave them. She dodged a scything axe blow from a creature dripping with water as it scrambled up the bank towards her, and as she did she gritted her teeth and slashed downward with an instinctive deadliness she would never have known was hers. She felt her blade, her living sword, crunch hard through scaly armor and bury itself in the maggot-infested body of her foe. She pulled the weapon free with an effort, hating what she had done, but hating the others more, infinitely more. She turned, barely in time to block another ascending blow, and withdraw a step before 2 new, gape-jawed assailants on her right. She lifted her blade in a desperate attempt to ward. Then suddenly only one of the others was standing there, then neither of them. She lowered her sword and looked at Bayard, at her stranger on the road, her promise given by the night. He smiled grimly at her, tight-lipped, standing over the bodies of the others he had just killed. He smiled, and he had saved her life, but he said nothing to her at all. He turned and went forward to the edge of the river. She watched him go, saw his boy's body stride into the thickness of battle, and she wasn't sure whether to give way to a rush of hope because of his deadly skill, or to grieve for the look in his two young eyes. Again, no time for such thoughts. The river seethed and boiled now with the churning of the others as they waded into it. Screams of pain, cries of rage and fury cut the green night like blades of sound. She saw Donar along the bank to the south, swinging his sword two-handed in wheeling circles of denial. Saw Matteo beside him, slashing and stabbing, neat-footed among the fallen bodies, absolute in his courage. All about her the night walkers of Certando plunged into the cauldron of their war. She saw a woman fall, then another, swarmed over and hacked down by the creatures from the west. She cried out herself then, in fury and revulsion, and she moved back up to the edge of the river, running to where Carena was, her sword swinging forward, her blood, which was life and the promise of life, raging with the need to drive them back. Back now, tonight, and then again a year from now, and after that, and again on each of these ember nights, that the spring sowing might be fruitful, that the earth be allowed to bear its bounty in the fall, this year, and the next year, and the next. In the midst of that chaos of noise and motion, Elena glanced up. She checked the height of the still climbing moon, and then she could not stop herself. She looked to the nearest of the devastated hills beyond the stream, apprehension clutching at her heart. There was no one there. Not yet. There would be, though. She was almost certain there would be. And then? She pulled herself back from that. What would happen would happen. Around her there was war, here and now, and more than enough terror in the others massed before her, surging up out of the river on either side. She tore her thoughts from the hill and struck downwards, hard, feeling her blade bite into a scabrous shoulder. She heard the other make a wet, bubbly sound. She jerked her sword free and spun left barely in time to block a sideways blow, scrambling to keep her footing. Karena's free hand braced her from behind. She didn't even have time to look, but she knew who it was. It was wild under the unknown stars, under the green light of that moon. It was frenzy and chaos. There was screaming and shouting everywhere now, and the riverbank was muddy, slippery, and treacherous. Elena's others were wet and gray, dark with their parasites and open sores. She clenched her teeth and fought, letting this ember night body's grace be guided by her soul, the stalk that was her sword dancing with a life that seemed to come from within itself as much as it did from her. She was splashed with mud and water, and she was sure there must be blood, but there was no time to check, no time now to do anything at all but parry and hammer and slash, and fight to keep one's footing on the slope of the riverbank, for to fall would be to die. She was aware, in scattered, hallucinatory flashes, of Donar beside her, and Carena for a time. Then she saw him stride away with a handful of others to quell a movement to the south. Bayard came up on her left at one point, guarding her open side, but when she glanced over again, and now the moon was very high, she saw he was gone. Then she saw where. He was in the river, not waiting for the others to come to him. He was attacking them in the water, screaming incoherent words she could not understand. He was slim and young and very beautiful, and deadly. She saw bodies of the others piling before his feet like gray sludge blocking the stream. He would be seeing them differently, she knew. He had told them what he saw. He would be seeing soldiers of Igrath, of Brandon, the tyrant in the west. His blade seemed almost to vanish in a blur, it moved so fast. Knee-deep in the stream, he stood rooted like a tree, and they could not force him back or survive in front of him. The others were falling back from him there, scrambling to withdraw, trying to work their way around their own dead to get further down the stream. He was driving them away, battling alone in the water, the moonlight strange on his face and strange on the living stalk that was his sword, and he was a 15-year-old boy. Only that. Elena's heart ached for him. even as she fought an overwhelming weariness. She willed herself to hold her own ground, north of where he was, up on the muddy bank. Karenna was further south along the river now, fighting beside Donar. 2 men and a woman from another village came up beside Elena, and together the 4 of them fought for their stretch of slippery ground, trying to move in concert, to be of one mind. They were not fighters, not trained for battle. They were farmers and farmers' wives, millers and blacksmiths and weavers, masons and serving girls, goat-herds in the hills of the Braccio range. But each and every one of them had been born with a call in the highlands and named in childhood for Carlozzi's teachings and for the Ember War. And under the green moon, which had passed its apex and would be setting now, the passion of their souls taught their hands to speak for life with the blades the tall grain had become. So the night walkers of Certando did battle by that river, fighting for the deepest, oldest dream of the wide-spreading country fields beyond all the high city walls. A dream of earth, of the life-giving soil, rich and moist and flourishing in its cycle of seasons and years. A dream of the others driven back, and farther back, and finally away. One bright year none of them would live to see. And there came a time, amid the tumult and the frenzy, the loud, blurred, spinning violence by the river, when Elena and her 3 companions forged a respite for themselves. She had a moment to look up, and she saw that the stream was thinning of foes, that the others were milling about, disorganized and confused, west of the river. She saw Bayard splash further into the water, hip-deep now, crying for the enemy to come to him, cursing them in a voice so tormented it was scarcely knowable as his own. Elena could barely stand. She leaned on her sword, sucking in air with heaving sobs, utterly spent. She looked over and saw that one of the men who had fought beside her was down on one knee, clutching his right shoulder. He bled from an ugly, ragged wound. She knelt beside him, tearing weakly at her clothing for a strip to bind it with. He stopped her, though. He stopped her and touched her shoulder, and, mutely, he pointed across the stream. She looked where he pointed, away to the west, fear rising in her again. And in that moment of seeming victory, Elena saw that the crown of the nearest hill was not empty any more, that there was something standing there. "Look!" a man cried just then, from further down the river. "He is with them again! We are undone!" Other voices took up that cry along the river bank, in grief and horror and cold fear, for they all saw now, that the shadow figure had come. Within the darkest spaces of her heart, Elena had known that he would, just as he almost always had these last years. 15 years, 20, though never before that, Donar had said. When the moon began to set, green and full, just when, so much of the time, it seemed as if they might have a chance to force the others back, that dark figure would appear, to stand wrapped in fog and mist, as in a shroud at the back of the enemy ranks. And it was this figure the walkers would see come forward in the years of their defeats, when they were retreating, having been driven back. It was he who would step onto the bitterly contested places of battle, the lost fields, and claim them for his own. And blight and disease and desolation spread where he passed, wherever he walked upon the earth. He stood now on the nearest of the wasted hills west of the river, clouds of obscuring mist rising and flowing all around him. Elena could not discern his face. None of them ever had. But from within that smoke and darkness she saw him raise his hands and stretch them out toward them, reaching for the walkers on the river bank. And as he did, Elena felt a sudden shaft of coldness come into her heart, a terrible, numbing chill. Her legs began to tremble. She saw that her hands were shaking, and it seemed that there was nothing she could do, nothing at all, to hold her courage to her. Across the stream, the others, his army or his allies or the amorphous projections of his spirit, saw him stretch his arms toward the battlefield. Elena heard a sudden savage exultation in their cries. She saw them massing west of the river to come at them again, and she remembered, weary and spent, with a grim despair reaching into her heart, that this was exactly how it had been last year, and the spring before that, and the spring before as well. Her spirit ached with the knowledge of loss to come, even as she fought to find a way to ready her exhausted body to face another charge. Matteo was beside her. "No," she heard him gasp, with a dull, hopeless insistence, blindly fighting the power of that figure on the hill. "Not this time. Not. Let them kill me. Not retreat again." He could scarcely speak, and he was bleeding, she saw. There was a gash in his right side, another along his leg. When he straightened to move to the river, she saw that he was limping. He was doing it, though. He was moving forward, even into the face of what was being leveled at them. Elena felt a sob escape her dry throat. And now the others were coming again. The wounded man beside her struggled gamely up from his knees, holding his sword in his left hand, his useless right arm dangling at his side. Further along the bank she saw men and women as badly wounded or worse. They were all standing, though, and lifting their blades. With love, with a shafting of pride that was akin to pain, Elena saw that the night walkers were not retreating. None of them. They were ready to hold this ground, or to try. And some of them were going to die now, she knew. Many of them would die. Then Donar was beside her, and Elena flinched at what she saw in his white face. "No," he said. "This is folly. We must fall back. We have no choice. If we lose too many tonight, it will be even worse next spring. I have to play for time, to hope for something that will make a change." The words sounded as if they were scraped from his throat. Elena felt herself beginning to cry, from exhaustion as much as anything else. And even as she was nodding from within the abyss of her weariness, trying to let Donar see her understanding, her support, wanting to ease the rawness of his pain, even as the others drew near again, triumphant, hideous, unwearied, she abruptly realized that Bayard wasn't with them on the bank. She wheeled toward the river, looking for him, and so she saw the miracle begin. He was never in any doubt, none at all. From the moment the mist-wrapped figure appeared on the black hill, Bayard knew what it was. In an odd way he had known this even before the shadow figure came. It was why he was here, Bayard realized. Donar might not know it, but this was why the elder had had a dream of someone coming, why Bayard's steps that night had taken him to the place where Elena was watching in the dark. It seemed to have been a long time ago. He couldn't see the figure clearly, but that didn't matter. It really didn't. He knew what this was about. It was as if all the sorrows and the lessons and the labors of his life, his and Alessan's together, had brought him to this river under this green moon, that someone here might know exactly what the figure on the black hill was, the nature of its power, the power the night walkers had not been able to withstand, because they could not understand. He heard a splash behind him, and knew instinctively that it would be Matteo. Without turning, he handed him his strange sword. The others, the Igrathans of his dreams and hate, were massing again on the western bank. He ignored them. They were tools. Right now they did not matter at all. They had been beaten by the courage of Donar and the walkers. Only the shadow figure signified now, and Bayard knew what was needed to deal with that. Not a prowess of blades, not even with these swords of grain. They were past that now. He drew a deep breath, and he raised his hands from his sides and pointed up at that shrouded figure on the hill, exactly as the figure was pointing down at them. And with his heart full to overflowing with old grief and a young certainty, conscious that Alessan would say it better, but knowing that this had become his task, and knowing also what had to be done, Bayard cried aloud in the strangeness of that night, "Be gone! We do not fear you. I know what you are, and where your power lies. Be gone, or I shall name you now and cut your strength apart. We both know the power of names tonight." Gradually the raucous cries subsided on the other side of the river, and the murmurs of the walkers faded. It grew very still, deathly still. Bayard could hear Mattio's labored, painful breathing just behind him. He didn't look back. He waited, straining to penetrate the mist that wrapped the figure on the hill. And as he stared, it seemed to him, with a surge in his heart, that the upraised arms were lowered slightly, that the concealing mist dissipated a very little. He waited no longer. "Begone!" he cried again, more loudly yet, a ringing sureness in his voice now. "I have said I know you, and I do. You are the spirit of the violators here, the presence of Yggdrath in this peninsula, and of Barbadior, both of them. You are tyranny in a land that has been free. You are the blight and the ruin in these fields. You have used your magic in the West to shape a desecration, to obliterate a name. Yours is a power of darkness and shadow under this moon. But I know you, and can name you, and so all your shadows are gone." He looked, and even as he was speaking the words that came to him, he saw that they were true. It was happening. He could see the mist drifting apart, as if taken by a wind. But even in the midst of joy, something checked him. A knowledge that the victory was only here, only in this unreal place. His heart was full and empty at one and the same time. He thought of his father dying by the Deisa, of his mother, of Dianora, and Bayard's hands went flat and rigid at his sides, even as he heard the murmurs of disbelieving hope rising at his back. Mattio whispered something in a choked voice. Bayard knew it would be a prayer. The others were milling about in disarray west of the stream. Even as Bayard watched, motionless, his hands held outwards, his heart in turmoil, more of the shadows cloaking their leader lifted and spread, beginning to blow away over the brow of the hill. For one moment Bayard thought he saw the figure clearly. He thought he saw it bearded and slim, and of medium height, and he knew which of the tyrants that one would be, which one had come from the west. And something rose within him at that sight, crashing through to the surface like a wave breaking against his soul. "My sword," he rasped. "Quickly!" He reached back. Mattio placed it in his hand. In front of them the others were starting to fall back, slowly at first, then faster, and suddenly they were running. But that didn't even matter. That didn't matter at all. Bayard looked up at the figure on the hill. He saw the last of the shadows blowing away, and he lifted his voice once more, crying aloud the passion of his soul. "Stay for me! If you are Yggdrath, if you are truly the sorcerer of Yggdrath, I want you now. Stay for me. I am coming. In the name of my home and of my father, I am coming for you now. I am Bayard di Tigana Barsaivar." Wildly, still screaming his challenge, he splashed forward and clambered out of the stream, scrambling up the other bank. The ruined earth felt cold as ice through his wet boots. He realized that he had entered a terrain that had no real place for life. But tonight, now, with that figure before him on the hill, that didn't matter either. It didn't matter if he died. The army of the others was in flight. They were throwing down their weapons as they ran. There was no one to gainsay him. He glanced up again. The moon seemed to be setting unnaturally fast. It looked as if it was resting now, round and huge, on the very crown of the black hill. Bayard saw the figure standing there, silhouetted against that green moon. The shadows were gone. Almost he saw it clearly again, across the dead lands between. Then he heard a long laugh of mockery, as if in response to his crying of his name. It was the laughter of his dreams, the laughter of the soldiers in the year of the fall. Still laughing, not hurrying at all, the shadow figure turned and stepped down from the crown of the hill and away to the west. Bayard began to run. "Bayard, wait!" he heard the woman, Karenna, cry from behind him. "You must not be on the wastelands when the moon goes down. Come back! We have won!" They had won. But he had not, whatever the walkers of the highlands might think or say. His battle, his and Alison's, was no nearer resolution than it had been before tonight. Whatever he had done for the night walkers of Certando, this night's victory was not his. It could not be. He knew that in his heart. And his enemy, the image of his soul's hate, knew that as well as he, and was laughing at him even now, just out of sight beyond the brow of that low hill. "Stay for me!" Bayard screamed again, his young, lost voice ripping through the night. He ran, flashing over the dead earth, his heart bursting with the need for speed. He overtook stragglers among the army, and he killed them as he ran, not even breaking stride. It hardly mattered. It was only for the walkers in their war, for next year. The others scattered north and south, away from him, from the line that led to the hill. Bayard reached the slope, and went straight up, scrabbling for a foothold on the cold waste ground. Then he breasted the hill with a surge and a gasp, and he stood upon the summit, exactly where the shadow figure had stood, and he looked away to the west, toward all the empty valleys and ruined hills beyond, and saw nothing. There was no one there at all. He turned quickly north and then south, his chest heaving, and saw that the army of the others, too, seemed to have entirely melted away. He spun back to the west, and then he understood. The green moon had set. He was alone in this wasteland under a clear, high dome of brilliant alien stars, and Tigana was no nearer to coming back than it had ever been. And his father was still dead, and would never come back to him, and his mother and sister were dead, or lost somewhere in the world. Bayard sank to his knees on the ruined hill. The ground was cold as winter. It was colder. His sword slipped from his suddenly nerveless fingers. He looked at his hands by starlight, at the slim hands of the boy he had been, and then he covered his face with those hands for the second time in that Ember night, and he wept as though his heart were breaking now and not broken long ago. Elena reached the hill and began to climb. She was breathless from running, but the slope was not steep. Matteo had grabbed her arm when she started to enter the river. He had said it might mean death to be among the ruined lands after moonset, but Donar had told her it would be all right now. Donar had been unable to stop smiling since Bayard had made the shadow figure withdraw. There was a stunned, incredulous glory in his face. Most of the walkers had gone back, wounded and weary, intoxicated with triumph, to the field where they had claimed their weapons. From there they would be drawn home before sunrise. So it had always happened. Carefully avoiding Matteo's eyes, Elena had crossed the river and come after Bayard. Behind her as she went, she could hear the singing begin. She knew what would follow in the sheltering hollows and the darkness of that field after an Ember victory. Elena felt her pulse accelerate with the very thought. She could guess what Matteo's face would have revealed as she walked away from him, into the river and then across. In her heart she offered him an apology, but her stride as she went did not falter. And then, halfway to the hill, she began to run, suddenly afraid for the man she sought, and for herself, alone in all this wide, dark emptiness. Bayard was sitting on the crown of the hill, where the shadow figure had stood in front of the setting moon just before he fled. He glanced up as she approached, and a queer, frightened expression flickered for an instant across his face in the starlit dark. Elena stopped, uncertain. "It is only me," she said, trying to catch her breath. He was silent a moment. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wasn't expecting anyone. For a moment you looked almost exactly like something I saw once as a boy. Something that changed my life." Elena didn't know what to say to that. She had thought no further than getting here. Now that she had found him, she was suddenly unsure of herself again. She sat down on the dead earth, facing him. He watched her, but said nothing else. She took a deep breath and said bravely,
You should have expected someone. You should have known that I would come." She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. For a long moment Bayard was very still, his head tilted a little to one side, as if listening to the echo of her words. Then he smiled. It lit up his young, too thin face and the hollow, wounded eyes. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for that, Elena." It was the first time he'd used her name. In the distance they could hear the singing from the cornfield. Overhead the stars were almost impossibly bright in the black arch of the sky. Elena felt herself flushing. She glanced down and away from his direct gaze. She said awkwardly, "After all, it is dangerous here in the Deadlands, and you wouldn't have known, not having been here before. With us, I mean. You wouldn't even know how to get back home." "I have an idea," he said gravely. "I imagine we have until sunrise. And in any case, these aren't the Deadlands any more. We won them back tonight. Elena, look at the ground where you walked." She turned to look back, and caught her breath in wonder and delight to see that along the path she'd taken to this hill, white flowers were blooming in what had been barren earth. Even as she watched, she saw that the flowers were spreading in all directions from where she had passed. Tears sprang to her eyes and spilled over, gliding unheeded down her cheeks, making her vision blur. She had seen enough, though. She understood. This was the earth's response to what they had done tonight. Those delicate white flowers coming to life under the stars were the most beautiful things she had seen in all her days. Quietly, Bayard said, "You have caused this, Elena. Your being here. You must teach Donar and Karena and the others this. When you win the Ember War, it is not only a matter of holding the line of battle. You must follow the others and drive them back, Elena. It is possible to regain lands lost in battle years before." She was nodding, hearing in his words an echo of something known and forgotten long ago. She spoke the memory. "The land is never truly dead. It can always come back. Or what is the meaning of the cycle of seasons and years?" She wiped her tears away and looked at him. His expression in the darkness was much too sad for a moment such as this. She wished she knew a way to dispel that sorrow, and not only for tonight. He said, "That is mostly true, I suppose. Are true of the largest things. Smaller things can die. People, dreams, a home." Impulsively, Elena reached forward and took his hand. It was fine and slender, and it lay in hers quietly, but without response. In the distance, east of the river, the night walkers were singing songs to celebrate and welcome the spring, to cry the blessing of the season on the crops that summer would see. Elena wished with all her heart that she were wiser, that she might have an answer to what lay so deeply and hurtfully inside this man. She said, "If we die, that is part of the cycle. We come back in another form." But that was Donar's thought, his way of speaking, not her own. Bayard was silent. She looked at him, but she could find nothing within her to say that wouldn't sound wrong or be someone else's words. So instead, thinking it might somehow help him to speak, she asked, "You said you knew the shadow figure. How, Bayard? Can you tell me?" It was a strange, almost an illicit pleasure to speak his name. He smiled at her then, gently. He had a gentle face, especially young as it was now. "Donar had all the clues himself, and Matteo, all of you. You had been losing for 20 years, or so they told me. Donar said I was too much tied to the transitory battles of day. Do you remember?" Elena nodded. "He wasn't wholly wrong," Bayard went on. "I saw Ygrathan soldiers here, and they were not truly so, of course. I understand that now.
dearly as I might have wished them to be. But I wasn't wholly wrong either. For the first time his hand put an answering pressure on her own. Elena, evil feeds on itself, and the evils of day, however transitory, must add to the power of what you face here on the Ember nights. They must, Elena. It cannot but be so. Everything connects. We cannot afford to look only at our own goals. That is the lesson the dearest friend of my life has taught me. The tyrants in our peninsula have shaped a wrong that goes deeper than who governs in a given year, and that evil has spilled over into this battlefield, where you fight darkness in the name of light.
Darkness adding to darkness, she said.
She wasn't certain what had led her to say that. Exactly, Bayard said. Exactly so. I understand your battles here now, how far they go beyond my own war in the daylight world. But going far beyond doesn't mean there is no connection. That was Donar's mistake. It was before him all along. If only he could have seen.
And the naming, Elena asked. What did the naming have to do with it?
Naming has everything to do with it, Bayard said quietly. He withdrew his hand from hers and rubbed it across his eyes. Names matter even more here, in this place of magic, than they do at home, where we mortals live and die. He hesitated, and after a silence made deeper by the singing far away, he whispered, "Did you hear me name myself?" It seemed almost a silly question. He had cried it at the top of his voice. All of them had heard, but his expression was too intense for her to do anything but answer.
"I did," she said. "You named yourself Bayard di Tigana bar Saivar."
And moving very slowly then, very deliberately, Bayard reached for and claimed her hand, and brought it to his lips, as though she were the lady of one of the Highland castles, and not only the wheelwright's widowed daughter from the village below Borso. "Thank you," he said in a queer voice. "Thank you so much. I thought it might possibly be different tonight. Here." The back of her hand was tingling where his lips had touched her, and her pulse was suddenly erratically fast. Fighting for composure, Elena asked, "I don't understand. What did I do?" His sorrow was still there, but somehow it seemed gentler now, less naked in his face. He said quite calmly, "Tigana is the name of a land that was taken away. Its loss is part of the evil that brought the shadow figure to this hill, and to all your other battlefields for 20 years now. Elena, you won't understand this completely. You can't. But believe me when I tell you that you could not have heard the name of that land back in your village, whether by the light of day or under the 2 moons, not even if I spoke it to you from as near as we are now, or cried it louder than I did within the stream." And now, finally, she did understand. Not the difficult sum of what he was trying to convey, but the thing that mattered more for her, the source of his grief, of that look in the dark of his eyes. "And Tigana is your home," she said. Not a question. She knew. He nodded, very calm. He was still holding her hand, she realized. "Tigana is my home," he echoed. "Men call it Lower Corte now." She was silent a long moment, thinking hard. Then, "You must speak of this to Donar," she said, "before morning takes us back. There may be something he knows about such matters, something he can do to help, and he will want to help." Something flickered in his face. "I'll do that," he said. "I'll speak to him before I go." They were both silent then. "Before I go." Elena pushed that away as best she could. She became aware that her mouth was dry and her heart was still pounding, almost as it had in battle. Bayard did not move.
He looked so young. 15, he had said. She glanced away, uncertain again, and saw that all around them now the hill itself was covered with a carpet of white flowers. "Look," she said, delighted and awed. He looked around and smiled then, from the heart. "You brought them with you," he said. Below them and east, in the field of corn across the river, only a few voices were still singing. Elena knew what that would mean. This was the first of the Ember nights of spring, the beginning of the year, of the cycle of sowing and harvest, and tonight they had won the Ember War. She knew what would be happening among the men and women in that field. Overhead, the stars seemed to have come nearer, to be almost as close to them as the flowers. She swallowed and summoned her courage again. She said, "There are other things that are different about tonight. Here." "I know," Baird said softly. And then he moved, finally, and was on his knees before her among all the young white flowers. He released her palm then, but only to take her face between his two hands, so carefully it seemed as if he feared she might break or bruise to his touch. Over the rapidly growing thunder of her pulse, Elena heard him whisper her name once, as if it were a kind of prayer, and she had time to answer with his, with all of his name, as a gift, before he lowered his mouth to hers. She could not have spoken after that, for desire and need crashed over her and bore her away as something, a chip of wood, a fragment of bark, carried by a huge and rushing wave. Baird was with her, though. They were together here in this place, and then they were naked among the newly sprung white flowers of that hill. And as she drew him down and into her, feeling the keenness of longing and an aching tenderness, Elena looked up for a moment past his shoulder at all the circling luminous stars of the Ember night. And it came to her as a wonderful and joyous thought that every single diamond of those stars would have a name. Then Baird's rhythm changed above her, and her own awakened desire with it, and all thoughts scattered from her like dust strewn between those stars. She moved her head so her mouth could seek and find his own, and she closed her arms around him, and gathered him to her, and closed her eyes, and they let that high wave carry them into the beginning of spring. Chapter 12. The cold and a cramped stiffness woke Devon about an hour before sunrise. It took him a moment to remember where he was. It was still dark in the room. He massaged his neck and listened to Katriana's quiet breathing from under her blankets in the bed. A rueful expression crossed his face. It was strange, he reflected, twisting his head from side to side to try to ease the soreness, how only a few hours in a soft armchair could leave one feeling more knotted and uncomfortable than a whole night out on cold ground. He felt surprisingly awake, though, given the night he'd just had and the fact that he couldn't have been asleep for more than 3 hours or so. He considered going back to his own bed, but realized that he wasn't going to be able to sleep any more that night. He decided to go down to the kitchens and see if any of the household staff could be induced to make him a pot of kava. He left the room, concentrating on closing the door silently behind him, so much so that when he saw Alessandre standing in the hallway watching him from in front of his own door, he jumped involuntarily. The prince walked over, eyebrows arched. Devon shook his head firmly. "We just talked. I slept in the chair. Got a kink in my neck to show for it." "I'm sure," Alessandre murmured. "No, really," Devon insisted. "I'm sure," Alessandre repeated. He smiled. "I believe you. If you had essayed more, I would have heard screaming. Yours, with an unpleasant injury, most likely." "Very likely," Devon agreed. They walked away from Katriana's door. "How was Eleanor, though?" Devon felt himself going red. "How—" he began, then gradually became aware of the condition of his clothing and the amused scrutiny Alessandre was giving him. "Interesting," he offered.
Alessan smiled again. "Come downstairs with me and help solve a problem. I need some kava for the road, anyhow."
"I was on the way to the kitchens myself. Give me 2 minutes to change my clothes."
"Not a bad idea," Alessan murmured, eyeing the torn shirt. "I'll meet you down there." Devon ducked into his own chamber and quickly changed. For good measure, he pulled on the vest Aleas had sent him. Thinking of her sheltered, quiet innocence, took him back, by polarity, to what had happened last night. He stood stock still in the middle of his room for a moment and tried to properly grasp what he had done, and had done to him. Interesting, he had just called it. Language. The process of sharing with words seemed such a futile exercise sometimes. A remnant of the sadness he'd felt, leaving Eleanor, washed back over him, and it picked up Katriana's sorrows too. He felt as if he'd been washed up by the sea on some grey beach at a bleak hour. "Carve," Devon said aloud, "or I'll never get out of this mood." On the way downstairs he realized, belatedly, what Alessan had meant by "for the road." His meeting, wherever it was today, the encounter they'd been pointing toward for half a year. And after that he would be riding west, to Tigana, where his mother lay dying in a sanctuary of Eanna. Wide awake, his mind snapping from night reflections into the sharper agitations of the day, Devon followed a glow of light to the huge kitchens of Castle Borso, and he paused in the arched doorway, looking within. Sitting by the roaring fire, Alessan was carefully sipping steaming kava from an oversized mug. In a chair beside him, Erlaine Dicentio was doing the same. The 2 men were both gazing into the flames, while all around them there was already a purposeful stir and bustle in the kitchen. Devon stood in the doorway a moment, unnoticed, and found himself looking closely at the 2 men. In their silent gravity they seemed to him to be a part of a frieze, a tableau, emblematic in some complex way of all such pre-dawn hours for those on the long roads. Neither man was a stranger to this hour, Devon knew, to sitting thus before a castle kitchen fire, among the servants in the last dark hour before dawn, easing into wakefulness and a fugitive warmth, preparing for the road again, and whatever turnings it might offer in the day that had not yet begun. It seemed to Devon that Alessan and Erlaine, sitting together as they were bonded in some way that went beyond the harsh thing that had happened by that twilit stream in Ferrot. It was a linkage that had nothing to do with prince and wizard. It was shaped of the things they each had done, the same things done, memories they would each have and could share, if these 2 men could truly share anything, after what had happened between them. For years they had each been traveling. There had to be so many images that overlapped and could evoke the same mood, emotions, the same sounds and smells. Like this one, darkness outside, the edge of grey dawn, and the castle stir the sun would bring, chill of the corridors and knowledge of wind outside the walls, cut by the crackle and roar of the kitchen fire, the reassuring steam and smell rising from their cradled mugs, sleep and dream receding, the mind slowly turning forward to the day that lay ahead, swathed in ground mist. Looking at their stillness amid the bustle of the kitchen, Devon felt another return of the sadness that seemed to be his legacy from this long, strange night in the Highlands. Sadness and a distinct stir of longing. Devon realized that he wanted that shared history for himself, wanted to be a part of that self-contained, accomplished fraternity of men who knew this scene so well. He was young enough to savor the romance of it, but old enough, especially after this past winter and his time with Manico, to guess at the price demanded for those memories and the contained, solitary, competent look of the 2 men in front of him. He stepped through the doorway. A pretty servant noticed him and smiled shyly. Without a word she brought him a scalding mug of kava. Alessan glanced over at him and hooked a 3rd chair with his long leg, pulling it into a position near him by the fire. Devon walked over and sank gratefully down near the warmth. His stiffened neck was still bothering him. "I didn't even have to be charming," Alessan reported cheerfully. Elaine was already here, and had started in on a fresh pot of carve. There were people in the kitchen all night to keep the fires going. Couldn't have lit new ones on an Ember day. Devon nodded, sipping carefully and with intense gratitude from his steaming mug. "And the other question you mentioned?" he asked guardedly, with a glance at Elaine. "Solved," the prince said promptly. He seemed unnaturally bright, brittle as kindling. "Elaine's going to have to come with me. We've established that I can't let him get too far away, or my summons won't work. And if that's the case, well, he simply has to go where I go. All the way west. We really do seem to be tied together, don't we?" He flashed his teeth in a smile at the wizard. Elaine didn't bother to respond. He continued to sip his drink, gazing expressionlessly into the fire. "Why were you up so early?" Devon asked him after a moment. Elaine made a sour face. "Slavery doesn't agree with my rest," he mumbled into his carve. Devon elected to ignore that. There were times when he really did feel sorry for the wizard, but not when Elaine trotted out his reflexive self-pity. A thought struck Devon. He turned to Alessan. "Is he going to your meeting this morning, too?" "I suppose," Alessan said with apparent carelessness. "A small reward for his loyalty and the long ride he'll have afterward. I expect to travel without stopping very much." His tone was genuinely odd, too deliberately casual, as if denying the very possibility of strain. "I see," Devon said, as neutrally as he could manage. He turned his gaze to the fire and kept it there. There was a silence. When it stretched, Devon looked back and saw Alessan looking at him. "Do you want to come?" the prince asked. Did he want to come? For half a year, from the moment Devon and Sandre had joined the other three, Alessan had been telling him that everything they wanted to achieve would point toward and wait upon a meeting in these southern highlands on the first of the Ember days. Did he want to come? Devon coughed, spilling some carve on the stone floor. "Well," he said, "not if I'm in the way, naturally. Only if you think I could be useful, and if maybe I could—" He trailed off because Alessan was laughing at him. Even Elaine had been roused from his sulk to a faint, reluctant snort of amusement. The two older men exchanged a glance. "You are a terrible liar," the wizard said to Devon. "He's right," Alessan said, still chuckling. "But never mind. I don't actually think you can be useful. It isn't in the nature of what I have to do. But I'm certain you won't do any harm, and you and Elaine can keep each other entertained. It'll be a very long ride." "What? To the meeting?" Devon asked, startled. Alessan shook his head. "Only 2 or 3 hours there, depending on the state of the pass this morning. No, Devon, I'm inviting you west with me." His voice altered. "Home." "Pigeon!" the balding, burly-chested man cried, though they were still some distance away. He sat in a massive oak chair set squarely down in the middle of the Bracho Pass. There had been early spring flowers blooming on the lower slopes, but not very many this far up. On either side of the path, piled rock and stone yielded to forest. Further up, to the south, there was only rock and snow. Carrying poles were attached to the oak chair, and 6 men stood behind it in burgundy livery. Devon thought they were servants, but when he came nearer he saw from their weapons that he was wrong. These were soldiers and guards. "Pigeon!" the man in the chair repeated loudly. "You have risen in the world. You bring companions this time." It was with a genuine sense of disorientation that Devon realized that the childish name and the raucous carrying words were addressed to Alessan, who had the oddest look to his face all of a sudden. He said nothing by way of reply, though, as they rode up to the 7 men in the pass. Alessan dismounted. Behind him, Devon and Elaine did the same. The man in the chair did not rise to greet them, but his bright, small eyes followed every move that Alessan made. His enormous hands were motionless on the carved arms of the chair. He wore at least 6 rings. They sparkled in the light of the morning sun. He had a hooked, much-broken nose and a leathery, weather-beaten face that showed 2 livid scars. One was an old wound, slanting down his right cheek in a white line. The other, much more recent, raked redly across his forehead to the graying, receding hairline above his left ear. "Company for the ride," Alessan said mildly. "I wasn't sure if you'd come. They both sing. Could have consoled me on the way back. The young one is Devon, the other is Erlaine. You've grown monstrous fat in a year." "And why should I not grow fat?" the other roared in delight. "And how dare you doubt that I would come? Have I ever not kept faith with you?" The tone was boisterous in the extreme, but Devon saw that the small eyes were alert and very watchful. "Not ever," Alessan agreed calmly. His own febrile manner had gone, to be replaced by an almost preternatural calm. "But things have changed since 2 years ago. You don't need me any more. Not since last summer." "Not need you?" the big man cried. "Pigeon, of course I need you. You are my youth, my memory of what I was, and my talisman of fortune in battle." "No more battles, though," said Alessan quietly. "Will you allow me to offer my humblest congratulations?" "No," the other growled. "No, I will not allow you. No such mewling, courtly claptrap from you. What I want is for you to come here and hug me and stop this imbecilic maundering. Who are we to be chittering like this, the 2 of us?" And with the last words he propelled himself upright with a ferocious push of his 2 muscled arms. The huge oak chair rocked backwards. 3 of the liveried guards sprang to balance it. The big man took 2 awkward, crippled, hopping steps forward as Alessan strode to meet him. And in that moment Devon abruptly realized, a bucket of ice down the length of his spine, who this scarred, maimed man had to be. "Bear," said Alessan, laughter catching in his throat. He threw his arms fiercely about the other man. "Oh, Marius, I truly didn't know if you would come." Marius! Stupefied by more than altitude and a sleepless night, Devon saw the self-crowned king of Quilea, the crippled man who'd killed 7 armed challengers bare-handed in the sacred grove, lift the Prince of Tigana clean off his feet and kiss him loudly on both cheeks. He lowered a red-faced Alessan to the path and held him at arm's length for a close scrutiny. "It is true," he said at length as Alessan's grin faded. "I can see it. You really did doubt me. I should be outraged, Pigeon. I should be wounded and hurt. What did Pigeon 2 say?" "Bayard was sure you would be here," Alessan admitted ruefully. "I'm afraid I owe him money." "At least one of you has grown up enough to have some sense," Marius growled. Then something seemed to register with him. "What? You 2 young scamps were wagering on me? How dare you?" He was laughing, but the blow he suddenly clapped on Alessan's shoulder made the other man stagger. Marius hobbled back to his chair and sat down. Again Devon was struck by the all-embracing nature of the glance he turned on them. Only for an instant did it flit over Devon himself, but he had the uncanny sense that Marius had, in that 1 second, sized him up quite comprehensively, that he would be recognized and remembered should they meet by chance even a decade hence. He experienced a weird, fleeting moment of pity for the 7 warriors who had had to battle this man, bringing merely swords or spears, and armor and 2 good legs to meet him in a night grove. Those arms like tree trunks, and the message in those eyes told Devon all he needed to know about which way the balance would have tilted in those battles, despite the ritual maiming, the severed ankle tendons, of the consort who was supposed to die in the grove, to the greater glory of the Mother Goddess and her High Priestess. Marius had not died for anyone's greater glory. 7 times he had not died, and now, since that 7th time, there was a true king in Quilea again, and the last High Priestess was dead. It had been Rovigo, Devon remembered suddenly, who had first given him that news, in a rancid tavern called the Bird, either half a year or half a lifetime ago. You must have been slipping or lazy or already fat last summer in the grove, Alessandro was saying. He gestured toward the scar on Marius's forehead. Tornelius should never have been able to get that close to you with a blade. The smile on the face of the king of Quilea was not, in truth, a pleasant thing to see. He didn't, Marius said grimly. I used our kick drop from the 27 tree, and he was dead before we both hit the ground. The scar is a farewell token from my late wife in our last encounter. May the sacred mother of us all guard her ever-blessed spirit. Will you take wine and a midday meal? Alessandro's gray eyes blinked. We would be pleased to, he said. Good, said Marius. He gestured to his guards. In that case, while my men attend to laying things out for us, you can tell me, Pigeon, and I hope you will tell me, why you hesitated just now before accepting that invitation. It was Devon's turn to blink. He hadn't even registered the pause. Alessandro was smiling, though. I wish, he said, with a wry twist of his mouth, that you would miss something once in a while. Marius smiled thinly, but did not speak. I have a long ride ahead of me, at least 3 days, flat out. Someone I must get to as soon as I can. More important than me, Pigeon? I am desolated. Alessandro shook his head. Not more important, or I wouldn't be here now. More compelling, perhaps. There was a message from Dianora waiting for me at Borso last night. My mother is dying. Marius's expression changed swiftly. I am deeply sorry, he said. Alessandro, truly I am. He paused. It could not have been easy for you to come here first, knowing that. Alessandro gave his small characteristic shrug. His eyes moved away from Marius, gazing past him, up the pass, toward the high peaks beyond. The soldiers had finished spreading a quite extravagant golden cloth over the level ground in front of the chair. Now they began laying out multicolored cushions upon it, and putting down baskets and dishes of food. We will break bread together, Marius said crisply, and discuss what we are here to discuss. Then you must go. You trust this message? Is there danger for you in returning? Devon hadn't even thought about that. I suppose there is, Alessandro said indifferently. But yes, I trust Dianora. Of course I do. He took me to you in the first place. I am aware of that, Marius said mildly. I remember him. I also know that unless things have greatly changed, he is not the only priest in that sanctuary of Eana, and your clergy in the Palm have not been noted for their reliability. Alessandro gave his shrug again. What can I do? My mother is dying. I've not seen her in almost 2 decades, Bear. His mouth crooked. I don't think I am likely to be recognized by many people, even without Bayard's disguises. Would you not say I have changed somewhat since I was 14? There was a slight challenge in the words. Somewhat, Marius said quietly. Not so much as one might think. You were a grown man even then, in many ways. So was Bayard when he came to join you. Again Alessandro's eyes seemed to drift away, up the line of the pass, as if chasing a memory or a far-off image to the south. Devon had an acute sense that there was much more being said here than he was hearing. Come, Marius said, levering his hands on the chair arms. Will you join me on our carpet in the meadow? Stay in the chair, Alessandro rapped sharply. His expression remained incongruously benign and untroubled. How many men came here with you, Bear? Marius had not moved. A company to the foothills. These 6 through the pass. Why? Moving easily, smiling carelessly, Alessandro sat down on the cloth at the king's feet. Hardly wise to bring so few up here. There is little enough danger. My enemies are too superstitious to venture into the mountains. You know that, Pigeon. The passes were named as taboo long ago, when they shut down trade with the Palm. In that case, Alessandro said, still smiling, I am at a loss to explain the bowman I just saw behind a rock up the trail.
You are certain?" Marius's voice was as casual as Alessand's, but there was suddenly ice in his eyes. "Twice now." "I am deeply distressed," said the king of Quilea. "Such a person is unlikely to be here for any reason other than to kill me. And if they are breaking the mountain taboo, I am going to be forced to rethink a number of assumptions. Will you take some wine?" He gestured, and one of the men in burgundy poured with a hand that trembled slightly. "Thank you," Alessand murmured. "Elaine, can you do anything here without it being known?" The wizard's face went pale, but he too kept his voice level. "Not any sort of attack. It would take too much power, and there is nothing here to screen it from any tracker in the highlands." "A shield for the king?" Elaine hesitated. "My friend," Alessand said gravely, "I need you, and I am going to continue to need you. I know there is danger in using your magic, for all of us. I must have honest answers, though, to make intelligent decisions. Pour him some wine," he said to the Quilean soldier. Elaine accepted a glass and drank. "I can do a low-level screen behind him against arrows." He stopped. "Do you want it? There is some risk." "I think I do," Alessand said. "Put up the shield as unobtrusively as you can." Elaine's mouth tightened, but he said nothing. His left hand moved very slightly from side to side. Devon could see the two missing fingers now, but nothing else happened, so far as he could tell. "It is done," Elaine said grimly. "The risk will increase the longer I hold it up." He drank again from his wine. Alessand nodded, accepting a wedge of bread and a plateful of meat and cheese from one of the Quileans. "Devon?" Devon had been waiting. "I see the rock," he said quietly. "Up the path, on the right side. Arrow range. Send me home." "Take my horse. There's a bow in the saddle." Devon shook his head. "He may notice, and I'm not good enough with the bow anyhow. I'll do what I can. Can you arrange to be noisy in about 20 minutes? "We can be very noisy," said Marius of Quilea. "The climb back up and around will be easier to your left as you go down, just past the point where this path bends. I'd very much like this person alive, by the way." Devon smiled. Marius suddenly roared with laughter, and Alessand followed suit. Elaine was silent as Alessand swept an imperious hand out toward Devon. "If you forgot it, then you can fetch it, Thimblebrain. We'll be here enjoying our meal. We may leave something for you." "It wasn't my fault," Devon protested loudly, letting his smile fade to petulance. He turned back to where the horses were tethered. Shaking his head, visibly disconsolate, he mounted his gray and rode down the path along which they had come, as far as the bend in the trail. He dismounted and tethered the horse. After a moment's thought, he left his sword where it was, hanging from the saddle. He was aware that it was a decision that might cost him his life. He'd seen the wooded slopes beside the pass, though. A sword would be awkward and noisy when he began to climb. Cutting to the west, he soon found himself among the trees. He doubled back south and up, as far off the line of the pass as the terrain allowed. It was hard, sweaty going, and he had to hurry, but Devon was fit, and he'd always been quick and agile, compensations for a lack of size. He scrambled up the steep slopes, weaving among mountain trees and dark serrano bushes, grasping roots wedged deep into the slanting soil. Part of the way up, the trees briefly gave out before a short, steep cliff to the south and west. He could go up, or he could go around, angling back toward the pass. Devon tried to guess his bearings, but it was difficult. No sounds reached him, this far off the trail. He couldn't be sure if he was already above the place where the Quilean cloth was spread for lunch. 20 minutes, he'd told them. He gritted his teeth, offered a quick prayer to Aedeon, and began to climb the rock. It occurred to him that there was something profoundly incongruous about an Ossolini farmer's son from the northern marshes, struggling up a cliff face in the Braccio range.
He wasn't an Assalini farmer's son, though. He was from Tigana, and his father was, and his prince had asked him to do this thing. Devon skittered sideways along the rock face, trying not to dislodge any pebbles. He reached an outcrop of stone, changed grip, hung free for a second, and then boosted himself straight up and onto it. He scrambled quickly across some level ground, dropped flat on his stomach, and, breathing hard, looked up to the south. And then straight down. He caught his breath, realizing how lucky he'd been. There was a single figure hiding behind a boulder almost directly below him. Devon had quite certainly been visible on the last part of his climb, where the cliff face broke clear of the trees. His silence had served him well, though, for the figure below was oblivious to him, avidly intent on the group feasting on the path. Devon couldn't see them, but their voices carried to him now. The sun moved behind a cloud, and Devon instinctively flattened himself, just as the assassin glanced up to gauge the change in the light. For an archer, it would matter, Devon knew. It was a long shot, downhill and partly screened by the guards. There would also be time, most likely, for only one arrow. He wondered if the tips were poisoned. Probably, he decided. Very carefully he started crawling uphill, trying to work his way further around behind the assassin. His brain was racing as he slipped into a higher stand of trees. How was he going to get close enough to deal with an archer? Just then he heard the sound of Alessan's pipes, followed a measure later by Erlain's harp. A moment after that, a number of voices started in on one of the oldest, most rollicking Highland ballads of all, about a legendary band of mountain outlaws who had ruled these hills and crags with arrogant impunity until they were surprised and defeated by Quilea and Certando together. 30 brave men rode apace from the north, and 40 Quileans met them side by side. There in the mountains each pledged to the other, and Gonburdash high in his roost defied. The booming voice of Marius led the others into the refrain. By then Devon had remembered something, and he knew what he was going to try to do. He was aware that there was more than an element of lunacy in his planning, but he also knew he didn't have much time, or many options. His heart was pounding. He wiped his hands dry on his breeches and began moving more quickly through the trees, along the line of the ridge he'd climbed. Behind him was the singing. Beneath him now, perhaps 15 feet east of this higher ridge, and 20 feet below, was an assassin with a bow. The sun came out from behind the clouds. Devon was above and behind the Quilean now. Had he been carrying a bow, and been at all accomplished with one, he would have had the other at his mercy. Instead, what he had was a knife, and a certain pride and trust in his own coordination, and a tall giant of a mountain pine tree rising all the way up to his ridge from just behind the boulder that sheltered the archer. He could see the other clearly now, clad in a masking green for the mountain trail, with a strung bow and half a dozen arrows to hand. Devon knew what he had to do. He also knew, because there had been woods at home, if not mountain passes, that he could not climb down that tree with any hope of silence, not even with the loud, seriously off-key voices screening his sounds from below. Which left, so far as he could judge, only the one option. Others might have planned it better, but others weren't on this ridge. Devon wiped his damp palms very carefully dry again, and began concentrating on a large branch that stretched out and away from the others, the only one that might do him any good. He tried to calculate angle and distance as best he could, given an almost total lack of experience at this particular maneuver. What he was about to try was not a thing one did for practice anywhere. He checked the hang of the dagger in his belt, wiped his hands one last time, and stood up. Absurdly, the flash of memory that came to him then was of the day his brothers had surprised him hanging upside down from a tree, trying to stretch his height. Devon smiled tightly and stepped to the edge of the cliff. The branch looked absurdly far away, and it was only half of the way down to the level of the pass. He swore an inward oath that if he survived this, Bayard was going to teach him how to use a bow properly. From the path below he heard the ragged voices swirling erratically towards the climax of the ballad. Gon Bordarsh ruled in the mountain heights, and with his band he ranged from crag to glen. But 70 brave men tracked him to his lair, and when the moons had set, the peaks were free again. Devon jumped. Air whistled past his face. The branch flew up to meet him, blurred, very fast. He stretched his hands, clutched it, swung. Only a little. Only enough to change his angle of descent, cut his momentum, bring him directly down upon the killer behind the rock. The branch held, but the leaves crackled loudly as he pivoted. He'd known they would. The Quilean flung a startled glance skyward and grappled for the bow. Not nearly fast enough. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Devon plummeted like some hunting bird of these high places. By the time his target began to move, Devon was already there. Our kick dropped from the 27 tree, he thought. Falling, he tilted his torso so that it angled sideways across the upper body of the Quilean, and he kicked out hard with both feet as he did. The impact was sickening. He felt his legs make jarring contact, even as he crashed into the other, driving all the air from his own lungs. They smashed into the ground together, tumbling and rolling away from the base of the boulder. Devon gasped agonizingly for breath. He felt the world sway and rock wildly in his sight. He gritted his teeth and groped for his dagger. Then he realized it was not necessary. Dead before we both hit the ground, Marius had said. With a shuddering heave, Devon forced air into his tortured lungs. There was an odd knifing pain running up his right leg. He forced himself to ignore it. He rolled free of the unconscious Quilean and struggled, gasping and wheezing, for another breath of precious air. And then he looked. The assassin was a woman. Under all the circumstances, not a great surprise. She was not dead. Her forehead appeared to have glanced off the rock under the impact of his sprawling descent. She was lying on her side, bleeding heavily from a scalp wound. He had probably broken a number of her ribs with his kick. She had a profusion of cuts and scrapes from their tumble down the slope. So, Devon noted, did he. His shirt was torn, and he was badly scratched again, for the second time in half a day. There was a joke, something that ought to be amusing in that, but he couldn't reach to it, not yet. He seemed to have survived, though, and to have done what he'd been asked to do. He managed to draw one full steadying breath, just as Alessan and one of the Quilean soldiers came sprinting up the path. Erlaine was just behind them, Devon saw with surprise. He started to stand, but the world spun erratically, and he had to be braced by Alessan. The Quilean guard flipped the assassin over on her back. He stood staring down upon her, and then spat, very deliberately, into her bleeding face. Devon looked away. His eyes met Alessan's. "We saw you jump from down there. You're really supposed to have wings before trying that sort of thing," the prince said. "Didn't anyone ever tell you?" The expression in the gray eyes belied the lightness of his tone. "I feared for you," he added softly. "I couldn't think of anything else to do," Devon said apologetically. He was aware of a deep pride beginning to well up within him. He shrugged. "The singing was driving me mad. I had to do something to stop it." Alessan's smile widened. He reached an arm around and squeezed Devon's shoulder. Bayard had done that, too, in the Nieveline barn. It was Erlaine who laughed at the joke. "Come back down," the wizard said. "I'll have to clean out those cuts for you." They helped him descend the slope. The Quilean carried the woman and her bow. Devon saw that it was made of a very dark wood, almost black, and was carved into a semblance of a crescent moon. From one end of it there hung a gathered and twisted lock of graying hair. He shivered. He had a fair idea of whose it would be. Marius was on his feet, one hand on the back of his chair, as he watched them come down. His eyes barely flicked over the 4 men and the carried assassin. They locked, cold and grim, on the black curve of the moon bow. He looked frightening, and the more so, Devon thought, because not at all afraid. I think we are past the need to dance in words around each other, Alessan said. I would like to tell you what I need, and you will tell me if you can do it, and that will be all we need say. Marius held up a hand to stop him. He had now joined the three of them among the cushions on the golden cloth. The dishes and baskets had been cleared away. 2 of the Quileans had taken the woman back up over the pass to where the rest of their company waited. The other 4 were posted some distance away. The sun was high as it would get at noon this far south, this early in the spring. It had turned into a mild, generous day. "This bear is a very bad word dancer, Pigeon," the king of Quilea said soberly. "You know that. You probably know something else. How much it will grieve me to deny you any request at all. I would like to do this differently. I would like to tell you what I cannot do, so you will not ask it and force me to refuse." Alessan nodded. He remained silent, watching the king. "I cannot give you an army," Marius said flatly. "Not yet, and perhaps never. I am too green in power, too far from the stability I need at home, to lead or even order troops over these mountains. There are several hundreds of years of tradition I have to set about changing in very little time. I am not a young man any more, Pigeon." Devon felt a leap of excitement within himself and struggled to master it. This was too serious an occasion for childlike feelings. He could hardly believe he was here, though, so close to, at the very heart of, something of this magnitude. He stole a sidelong glance at Erlaine, and then looked more closely. The same quick spark of interest was in the other's face. For all his years and his long travels, Devon seriously doubted if the troubadour wizard had ever been so near to great events. Alessan was shaking his head. "Bear," he said, "I would never ask you for that, for our sake as much as for your own. I will not have my name remembered as the man who first invited the newly awakened might of Quilea north into the palm. If an army ever ventures from Quilea through these passes, and I hope we are both long dead before such a day, the wish of my heart will be for it to be slaughtered and driven back with losses so bloody that no king in the south ever tries again. If there is a king in the south, and not another 400 years of the mother and her priestesses." "Very well," Marius said. "Then tell me what it is you do need." Alessan's legs were neatly crossed, his long fingers laced in his lap. He looked for all the world as if he was discussing nothing of greater moment than, perhaps, the sequence of songs for an evening's performance. Except that his fingers, Devon saw, were so tightly squeezed together they were white. "A question first," Alessan said, controlling his voice. "Have you received letters offering to open trade?" Marius nodded. "From both of your tyrants. Gifts, messages of felicitation, and generous offers to reopen the old trade routes by sea and land." "And each urged you to scorn the other as being untrustworthy and unstable in his power?" Marius was smiling faintly now. "Are you intercepting my mail, Pigeon? Each did exactly that." "And what?" Alessan asked, direct as an arrow. "Have you replied?" For the first time, unmistakably, there was a taut chord of tension in his voice. Marius heard it too. "Nothing yet," he said, his smile fading. "I want a few more messages from each of them before I move." Alessan looked down and seemed to notice his clenched fingers for the first time. He unlaced them and ran a hand predictably through his hair. "You will have to move, though," he said with some difficulty. "You will obviously need trade. In your position, you have to begin showing Quilea some of the benefits you can offer. Traffic north will be the quickest way, won't it?" There was an awkward kind of challenge in his tone. "Of course," Marius said simply. "I have to do it. Why else am I king? It is only a question of timing, and with what happened this morning, I think my timing has just been moved up." Alessan nodded, as if he'd known all this already. "What will you do, then?" he asked. "Open the passes for both of them. No preferences, no tariffs for either. I will let Alberico and Brandon send me all the gifts and goods and envoys they want. I'll let their trade make me truly a king who brings new prosperity to his people. And I need to start doing it soon. Immediately, I now suspect. I have to put Quilea so firmly on a new path that the old one recedes as fast as I can make it. Otherwise, I'll die having done nothing but live somewhat longer than most year-kings, and the priestesses will be in power again before my bones are picked clean underground." Alessan closed his eyes. Devon became aware of the rustling of leaves all around them, and the sporadic calling of birds. Then Alessan looked up at Marius again, the grey eyes wide and calm, and he said bluntly, "My request, that you give me 6 months before deciding on trade, and something else in that interval." "The time alone is a great deal," Marius said very softly. "But tell me the rest, Pigeon. The something else." "3 letters, Bear. I need 3 letters sent north. First letter, you say yes to Brandon, conditionally. You ask for time to consolidate your own position before exposing Quilea to outside influences. You make it clear that your inclination toward him is based on his appearing stronger than Alberico, more likely to endure. Second letter, you reject, sorrowfully, all overtures from Ostibar. You write Alberico that you are intimidated by Brandon's threats, that you would dearly love to trade with the Empire of Barbadior, need to trade with them, but the Igrathan seems too strong in the palm for you to risk offending him. You wish Alberico all good fortune. You ask him to keep in contact with you, discreetly. You say you will be watching events in the north with close interest. You have not yet given Brandon a final decision, and will delay as long as you can. You send your warmest regards to the Emperor." Devon was lost. He reverted to his trick of the winter. Listen, remember, think about it later. Marius's eyes were bright, though, and the cold, unsettling smile was back. "And my third letter," he asked, "is to the governor of the province of Sensio, offering immediate trade, no tariffs, first choice of prime goods, secure anchorage in your harbors for their ships, expressing deep admiration for Sensio's brave independence and enterprise in the face of adversity." Alessan paused. "And this third letter, naturally, will be intercepted by Alberico of Barbadior. Pigeon, do you know what you would be setting in motion? How incredibly dangerous a game this is." "Wait a minute," Elaine de Sensio suddenly interjected, starting to rise. "You be silent!" Alessan literally snarled the command in a voice Devon had never heard him use. Elaine's mouth snapped shut. He subsided, breathing harshly, his eyes coals of anger and burgeoning understanding. Alessan didn't even look at him. Neither did Marius. The two of them sat on a golden carpet high in the mountains, seemingly oblivious to the existence of anything in the world but each other. "You do know, don't you?" Marius said finally. "You know exactly." There was a certain wonder in his voice. Alessan nodded. "I've had enough time to think about it, Triad knows. Once the trade routes open, I think my province and its name are lost. With what you can offer him, Brandon will be a hero in the West, not a tyrant. He will be so secure that there will be nothing I can do, Bear. Your kingship may be my undoing, and my home's. Are you sorry you helped me to it?" Devon watched Alessan wrestle with that. There were currents of emotion running here, far beneath the surface of what he could see and understand. He listened and remembered. "I should be sorry," Alessan murmured at length. "In a way, it is a kind of treachery that I am not. But no, how can I possibly regret what we worked so hard to achieve?" His smile was wistful. Marius said, "You know I love you, Pigeon. Both of you."
"I know. We both know."
"You know what I am facing back home."
"I do. I have reason to remember."
In the silence that followed, Devon felt a sadness come over him, an echo of his mood at the end of the night, a sense of the terrible spaces that always seemed to lie between people, the gulfs that had to be crossed for even a simple touching. And how much wider those gulfs must be for men such as these two, with their long dreams and the burdens of being who they were and what. How hard it seemed, how brutally hard, for hands to reach out across so much history and such a weight of responsibility and loss. "Oh, Pigeon," said Marius of Quilea, his voice little more than a whisper, "you may have been an arrow shot from the white moon into my heart 18 years ago. I love you as my son, Alessandre Bar Valentine. I will give you 6 months and your 3 letters. Build a bonfire to my memory if you hear that I have died." Even with what little he understood, on the uttermost edges of this, Devon felt a lump gather in his throat, making it difficult to swallow. He looked at the two of them, and he couldn't have said which man he admired more in that moment. The one who had asked, knowing what he asked, or the one who had given, knowing what he gave. He had an awareness, though, humbling, inescapable, of how far yet he had to travel, a distance he might never traverse, before he could name himself a man after the fashion of these two. "Does either of you have any idea?" Erlaine Dicensio broke into the stillness, his voice grim as death. "How many innocent men and women may be butchered because of what you are about to do?" Marius said nothing. Alessandre wheeled on the wizard, though. "Have you any idea," he said, his eyes like chips of gray ice, "how close I am to killing you for saying that?" Erlaine paled, but did not draw back, nor did his own eyes flinch away. "I did not ask to be born into this time, charged by my birth with trying to set it right," Alessandre said, his voice held tightly again, as if under a leash. "I was the youngest child. This should have been my brother's burden, either or both of them. They died by the Deissa, among the lucky ones." Bitterness cracked through for a moment, and was beaten back. "I am trying to act for the whole of the palm, not just for Tigana and her lost name. I have been reviled as a traitor and a fool for doing so. My mother has cursed me because of this. I will accept that from her. To her I will hold myself accountable for blood and death and the destruction of what Tigana was if I fail. I will not hold myself subject to your judgment, Erlaine Dicensio. I do not need you to tell me who or what is at risk in this. I need you to do what I tell you, nothing more. If you are going to die a slave, you might as well be mine as anyone else's. You are going to fight with me, Sensian. Whether through your will or against it, you are going to fight with me, for freedom." He fell silent. Devon felt himself trembling, as if a titanic thunderstorm had shaken the sky above the mountains and gone. "Why do you let him live?" Marius of Quilea asked. Alessandre fought to collect himself. He seemed to consider the matter. "Because he is a brave man in his own way," he answered at length. "Because it is true that his people will be placed in great danger by this. Because I have wronged him by his lights, and by my own, and because I have need of him." Marius shook his large head. "It is bad to have need of a man." "I know, Bear." "He may come back to you, even years later, and ask you for something very large, something your heart will not let you refuse." "I know, Bear," said Alessandre. The two men looked at each other, sitting motionless on the golden carpet. Devon turned away, feeling like an intruder on that exchange of glances. In the stillness of that pass, below the heights of the Braccio range, birdsong rang out with piercing sweetness, and looking up to the south, Devon saw that the last of the high white clouds had drifted apart, revealing the dazzle of sunlit snow on the peaks. The world seemed to be a place of more beauty and more pain than he could ever have imagined it to be. When they rode back down from the pass, Bayard was waiting for them a few miles south of the castle, alone on his horse among the green of the foothills. His eyes widened when he saw Devon and Erlaine, and a rare amusement was visible even behind his beard, as Alessan pulled to a halt in front of him. "You," said Bayard, "are even worse at these things than I am, despite everything you say." "Not worse, as bad, perhaps," Alessan said, ruefully ducking his head. "After all, your only reason for refusing to come was so that he wouldn't feel any extra pressure to— And after lashing me verbally for that, you go and take two complete strangers to reduce the pressure even more. I stand my ground. You are worse than I am." "Lash me verbally," Alessan said. Bayard shook his head. "How is he?" "Well enough. Under strain. Devon stopped an assassination attempt up there." "What?" Bayard glanced quickly at Devon, noting the torn shirt and hose and the scrapes and cuts. "You are going to have to teach me how to use a bow," Devon said. "There's less wear and tear." Bayard smiled. "I will, first chance we have." Then something seemed to occur to him. "An assassination," he said to Alessan. "In the mountains? Surely not." Alessan's expression was grim. "I'm afraid so. She carried a moon bow with a lock of his hair. The mountain taboo has obviously been lifted, at least for the purposes of murder." Bayard's features creased with concern. He sat on his horse quietly a moment, then— "So he had no option, really. He needs to act immediately." "He said no." "He said yes. We have 6 months, and he will send the letters." Alessan hesitated. "He asked us to build a bonfire to his memory if he dies." Bayard suddenly turned his horse away. He sat staring fixedly off to the west. The late afternoon sun was shedding an amber glow over the heather and bracken of the hills. "I loved that man," Bayard said, still gazing into the distance. "I know," said Alessan. Slowly, Bayard turned back to him. They exchanged a look in silence. "Sensio?" said Bayard. Alessan nodded. "You will have to explain to Eleanor how to set up the interception. These two will come west with me. You and Catriana and the Duke go north and then into Tregea. We start reaping what we've sown, Bayard. You know the timing as well as I do, and you'll know what to do until we meet again. Who we'll want from the east. I'm not sure about Rovigo. I'll leave that to you." "I'm not happy about separate roads," Bayard murmured. "Neither am I, if you must know. If you have an alternative, I'd be grateful to hear it." Bayard shook his head. "What will you do?" "Speak to some people on the way. See my mother. After that, it depends on what I find. My own reaping in the west before summer comes." Bayard glanced briefly at Devon and Erlaine. "Try not to let yourself be hurt," he said. Alessan gave a shrug. "She's dying, Bayard, and I've hurt her enough in 18 years. "You have not," the other replied, with sudden anger. "You only wound yourself if you think that way." Alessan sighed. "She is dying unknown and alone, in a sanctuary of Eana, in a province called Lower Corte. She is not in the palace by the sea in Tigana. Do not say she has not been hurt." "But not by you," Bayard protested. "Why do you do this to yourself?" Again the shrug. I have made certain choices in a dozen years since we came back from Quilea. I am willing to accept that others may disagree with those choices. His eyes flicked to Erlaine. Leave it, Baird. I promise not to let this unbalance me, even without you there. Devon will help if I need help. Baird grimaced behind his beard and looked as if he would pursue the matter further, but when he spoke again it was in a different voice. You think this is it, then? You think it truly might happen now? I think it has to happen this summer, or it never will. Unless, I suppose, someone does kill Marius in Quilea, and we go back to stasis here, with nothing at all to work with. Which would mean that my mother and a great many other people were right. In which case you and I will simply have to sail into Chiara Harbor and storm the palace walls alone, and kill Brandon of Igrath, and watch the Palm become an outpost of Barbadior's empire. And what price Tigana then? He checked himself, then continued in a lower voice. Marius is the one wild card we have ever had, the one thing I've been waiting for and working for all these years, and he's just agreed to let us play him as we need. We have a chance. It may not hurt to do some praying, all of us, in the days to come. This has been long enough in arriving. Baird was very still. Long enough, he echoed finally, and something in his voice sent a chill into Devon. Aeana light your path through the Ember days and beyond. He paused, glanced at Erlaine. All three of you. Alessan's expression spoke a world of things. And yours, the three of you, was all he said, though, before he turned his horse and started away to the west. Following him, Devon glanced back once and saw that Baird had not moved. He sat astride his horse, watching them, and the sunlight fell on his hair and beard, burnishing them back toward the golden color Devon remembered from their first meeting. He was too far away for his expression to be discerned. Devon raised a hand in farewell, palms spread wide, and then, surprised and gladdened, saw Erlaine abruptly do the same. Baird lifted one arm high in salute to them, then twitched his horse's reins and turned north to ride away. Alessan, setting a steady pace into the setting sun, did not look back at all.